Futures back in the red here this morning, coming off a negative session on Friday, heading into the weekend. We just got a Chicago National Business Activity number out that was actually a little bit lower than expected, negative 0.05 versus negative 0.25 or 0.25. That was expected, so a little bit lower there on that number, but market not really reacting to that. Down anyways, coming off a bit of a choppy week last week. We ended in negative territory on the week for all three U.S. indexes, the S&P, the NASDAQ. The worst off, down 0.69, about 0.5% each. And the Dow was a little bit better, about 0.12 when all was said and done. But a negative week for all three U.S. indexes as we head into now the holiday shortened Thanksgiving week coming up Thursday. Markets are closed. Obviously, Friday we'll have a shorter session. Markets close at 1 p.m. for Black Friday coming up this week. So a lot to get to. Before that, we have more COVID cases coming out of China, more talk of lockdowns, more talk of tighter restrictions this morning. After all week last week, we heard about loosening of those restrictions. So back and forth we go for these Chinese ADRs. Yet another recall for Tesla. Tesla shares downside once again, 20% on the month already for Tesla in negative territory. It has been not great. Let's jump into things because it's going to be a busy day. It's Monday, November 21st, 2022. TraderTV.live starts now. Yeah, we are seeing a little bit of a downtick once again. Again, we got that Chicago business activity number there at 8:30. Typically a very minor number, negative 0.05 versus negative 0.025 expected, so a little bit worse than expected. That's how things look right now. Yeah, more red. Top to bottom, Bitcoin, Ethereum specifically under more pressure. More on this FTX fallout to deal with this week. Coinbase was down 8% at one point in the pre-market. A lot of different angles to talk about this morning. Hey, Sean's back after a day off on Friday. Good to have Sean back in the chair. Good morning, guys. Going to be an interesting week. We have 3 days to get whatever we're going to get done this week because Thursday, obviously holiday, Friday, a shorter session this week.
Yes, it is, and welcome.
I thought maybe I was gone for a long time there.
I'm like, it was one day.
It's like Sean's back. I'm like,
well,
wow,
you know,
I'm back. I'm back. I heard Luca and Prad were holding it down, which is really nice to see.
What? I thought Prad did a great job. I mean, Luca doing fantastic, but
Prad did an average job. Luca did a great job, as far as I heard.
Oh, Luca always does an awesome job.
I was missed. You were missed, Daniel.
It's a fun show. It was a fun show. I'm not on pins and needles, but I'm not watching the match right now. I'm rooting for England in the World Cup after Canada because Canada's in it for the first time in forever or ever.
Wednesday.
So yeah, Wednesday's going to be a big day for us.
World number 1 Belgium.
Belgium,
Canada.
Look, I'm not saying Canada is going to win. You just want them to put a good effort out there.
Yeah. I don't think anyone's saying Canada.
No, nobody. I don't think anybody expects Canada to win this match.
And it's USA versus
USA.
Wales.
Yeah, but I think it's going to be a fantastic and fun World Cup, except if you're in the stands. But anyways,
I think that's I think that's a little bit overblown, to be honest with you.
I think it's amusing.
I mean, you go to a Muslim country that, like, I just feel like I know that they switched course pretty quickly, and that's what sucked.
They should have seen
like 2 days before. But I feel like now whether or not the World Cup should be in Qatar or not is a different story.
That's the issue.
But the fact that it is there, I feel like you got to respect what's going on and how they live their life over there. So. Yeah, what do you guys think, bull or bear?
You know what? It's hard. I mean,
people are asking. I don't
know.
Is this a sports show, Charlie? Well, to be honest with you, it's whatever we make it.
Yeah, it's whatever we make it.
But it is a trading show.
It is a trading show. And we'll get to Disney because Disney's super strong today, up that 10%. It's just Iger's back, man. That's what it's all about. Chinese ADRs, the usual. They've gapped down this time, so to my chagrin, I'm looking at Alibaba again and JD.com. But yeah, there's going to be the chips going to be in play as well. We saw TSM moving around a little bit last week. Going to look back to those. And of course, Coinbase, FTX story's not done. Under some more pressure. I thought when I sat down here, Coinbase had a much better chance to get to all-time lows. It looks like we're going to be bouncing away from them. At least temporarily, but that $40.83 is also within 10 cents of SSR. If coin gets down there, I expect there's going to be some bids. But wow, yeah, the crypto story is not done by any stretch of the imagination. Like Brendan said, it should be a bit of a fun week. Yeah, we have a lot to get to here today because there's definitely some movers, and then throw in some big tech as well.
Yeah, we're really excited. We're gonna. I'm just trying to find. Is Justin here? Not yet. Okay. I'm just trying to get him to put up a poll because I think we should do a poll for bull versus bear. What do you think? You turned it. I remember the one day you turned it around.
It was right though.
No, it was horribly wrong. No. He turned. You
it was
turned
the day after.
No, you turned it to a bear or something, and then the market ripped the rest of that day. The one day that you turned it. So I'm
the day after.
I think we can confirm this on the chat. But what do you think today? Because I feel like whatever you say, there's going to be a dramatic move in that direction.
Uh-oh.
Bear.
He says bear.
Let me push this. There we go. That market goes red there on that bear. But it was a whisper. He kind of whispered it. Yeah. I feel like before it was very confident. He came in, he turned it around.
That was very ho-hum.
That was very ho-hum.
I'm gonna get this poll up.
Sideways, people think. All right. Well, anyways, okay.
You can't go sideways all day. Well, you could. But.
I would love a coffee, even though I just kind of
thanks.
put one. But I'll take another. I'll take another after my long couple days off. One day.
Couple days.
That means we buy the dips today. I agree. All right, guys, let's go here. We got the sticky note out. We got the watch list out. We got a big show once again for you in a shortened week. But hey, shortened week doesn't mean that much. Except for get your trades in now because Wednesday might be a little slow, and then Friday, of course, is the half day there, Brendo. So lots of stuff to happen though today. We'll see DWAC. I saw that was up 7 or 8% there on Friday. We'll see what happens after Donald Trump's Twitter account apparently reinstated. However,
he ain't coming.
He is not coming back, but he is though. That's the thing. I feel like I don't feel like there's any chance that you're going to have a presidential bid and not be on Twitter.
Remember,
that makes no sense to me.
Speaking of DWAC, gotta say this, that the vote for the extension is tomorrow. So let's see if that actually happens, because that's still not even a done deal, right? Like you got to see what happens there, because obviously if that doesn't even get done and doesn't even de-SPAC, then clearly DWAC could go back down to 10. But big day tomorrow for DWAC.
There it is.
Remember, it was the 6th time they canceled that vote the last time, so it could obviously happen again. I mean, tons to get to this morning in that regard. So let's jump into a few things here. I just saw the winner of the best assignment of the week. Guys, CNBC has a reporter on location in the Bahamas covering the FTX story. So good for her. Here we go. This is what happened over the weekend. Futures, downside this morning after Beijing reporting not only more cases of COVID in the city, but a few unfortunate deaths as well, both back to the upside. So some pretty harsh language coming out of officials in Beijing specifically regarding more restrictions, more possible lockdowns to come. Back and forth we go with these Chinese ADRs. The other big story, obviously, this was kind of a surprise. Walt Disney higher here. It was up more than 8% as well. Bob Iger back in the seat for another 2 years as CEO to try and right the ship over at Disney. I saw this note as well, which was kind of interesting. Goldman out this morning saying the bear market's not over yet, so everyone should calm down.
What? It's not over.
Calm down. I thought we're not technically in a bear market anymore. Like when you go, doesn't have to be 20% from its recent highs, or is it? It's not.
Is there? You know what?
I don't know. I don't
think I've heard a firm definition on how you exit a bear market. Brendan, do you know?
Yeah, I was just going to say the 2008 bear market, guys. There was 3 separate 20% retracements that all led to new lows. So it's a soft rule, if it's a rule.
Soft rule. Okay.
Soft landing.
Soft landing. Yeah.
Soft landing. Maybe we won't have a soft landing, but I don't know what Goldman Sachs is doing. I mean, look, you can look at all the stats, right? I mean, you see oil coming back down. A lot of the inflationary targets and things that we look at for that seem to be coming back in a little bit, which is great for that. So I think earnings is the next big problem because the S&P is still at, what did we say, 19 times forward earnings right now on the S&P, so that's a little bit too high. That probably needs to get down to 16 or 17. So if that does happen, then I think there are values that come out of some of these names, and it probably is the tech names. And you do have a huge rally in names like McDonald's still, Eli Lilly, some of these staple names that continue to go to the upside. So, I mean, the Dow Jones is near I think it was there last week, near all-time highs. And you know, I just feel like it depends where your money is. I had this conversation with my father yesterday, and it's just like depends where you've been at. Because he looked at me and goes like, "We're up on the year," or something like that. And I said, "What?" It's funny because I actually got him to buy the most sketchy stock we have is Palantir, and he was like, because we're in at $8, and he was like, last week it finally got back to positive or something on that name, and then now it's back down. I just checked now, 730. But yeah, I feel like if you're, I want to buy some more oil right now. I feel like that's pretty safe. And then yeah, buying some of the mega cap names on huge dips, I think are good. And if you buy decent companies, I think you're okay. We saw Disney today that was really getting hit down to $85. And I was talking about this for a while. Like I wanted to dump my Disney shares, really not happy, and then I didn't, but really happy that now Bob Iger's come back in instead of that Chapek dude. So hopefully that can all get figured out. I know they stepped up a little bit on social media. They made some mistakes there with some, I don't know, mistake or not, but they got a little political there for a bit. I think hurt their stock. And then we saw a movie with Ryan Reynolds. Was that? Oh no, that was Apple. Sorry, not Disney. It was Ryan Reynolds and Will Ferrell. It's called Spirited. It's actually I feel like I got duped because it was like a musical. I thought it was like a legit, like funny Christmas thing.
Yeah, but
it was actually.
I saw the trailer looked like a musical.
I just didn't see the trailer.
Oh, okay.
It's not.
You know what I want to see?
But it was actually pretty good.
I want to see this like this Santa Claus movie with the dude from Stranger Things, where he plays Santa, and it looks like a John Wick version of Santa Claus.
Is it? What is the rating? Is it like an adult movie?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Oh, good.
For sure.
Okay, that might be cool.
But I gotta say it. Hey Jude. There you go, Jude Bellingham, 1-0 England. I don't think that's a surprise to anybody, but I'm excited about that. But the thing about Chapek being
does
gone...
Iran not have a goalie, though? What happened to that?
Unfortunately, the chat told me that Iran's goalie was down for 15 minutes with a head injury, currently had a concussion. So the backup must have given up the goal. So hopefully, I don't know the guy's name, but hopefully he's okay. But there's differences between Chapek and Iger I think we're going to be listening to, or at least hopefully thinking about, because it was Iger that wanted to undercut prices. And right now, Disney's increasing the price, which I'm assuming is still going to happen because, it's like 2 weeks or something like that. It's supposed to be increasing the price of Disney Plus. And then the pricing on the ad-based version is already going to go out as well. So I don't know if any of that changes. We'll have to see if any of that gets implemented. Obviously, the fact they're able to raise prices and if people pay it, that's a good thing. That was good for Netflix. So I'll be interested to see the first types of changes that come through because there were some legit differences between the two of them.
Boom, the Boom Cup coming in. Thank you, Randy.
Thanks, Randy.
And is that espresso for the guy up there?
Yeah, he's always about
Wow,
the espresso.
Brendan now getting the Starbucks delivery, eh? The home delivery here from Randy. We saw Brankos. Randy and Brankos both got the Toucan today.
Although
I wasn't sure if that was Brankos though.
Although Randy's dressed up compared to Brankos today.
Yeah, I was looking at Brankos. I was like, damn, we got to pay that guy some more money. There's good. I like that too. What is it? It's 0 degrees here today, or is it a little bit? +5.
It was -2 when I left.
Wow, +5 Celsius. But by the way, the Argos last night. Did you know? Listen to this stat.
The comeback.
Yeah. So the Toronto Argos won the Grey Cup. But listen to this stat. The last 7 Grey Cups the Argos have been in, how many do you think they've won? Like the last 7 they've been in.
Well, I know they won 3 in the last 15.
3. Try 7.
All 7?
The last 7 Super Bowls, Grey Cups that the Toronto Argos have been in, they've won. And yesterday I actually bet them +175. Made a little bit of money. Come on, Randy. Come on.
You can at least do it properly.
I mean, the guy has no nose. What is the?
So the poll
I'm sorry that when I'm here, we don't get much. We don't do much
see the
stock
poll.
stuff here.
You guys tell me what the poll is at.
Where
I can't
is the
see
poll?
it. Is
Did
it
it close?
2-0 already? It's over. All right, I can put
Where is this poll? I can't
England
see
up
it.
2-0.
Anyways,
I can't see the poll. You guys let me know what it's at.
I do want to thank True Trading Group right here for sponsoring us again this morning. Thank you so much for that. But it has blocked the poll, so I don't know.
Yeah, I can't see
60. We just turned on our ear. 62% bear. So thank you to the no longer faceless Fahad, because apparently that happened on Friday. But there we go. Yeah, I'm sorry that when I'm here, we get more derailed than when other hosts are here. But as long as that's okay with Brendan, as I look over there. What the hell? Like Brendan, I know you got a haircut here. I got to get a haircut too. But this guy over there.
He gets a haircut every day.
Like when you don't have kids, that's the thing.
No,
you know what I mean? It's like you have all this disposable income.
And time on your hands.
And you know, like I got my kids are like, Dad, man, you got like a lot of gray hairs here. I'm like, yeah, partly that's because of you. You're losing your hair, this and that. I look over at this guy. This guy looks like he's 25 still.
Because he is 25.
It was exactly 4 weeks for the record.
4 weeks for
You
what?
didn't get a haircut 4
Since the
weeks
last one.
ago.
That is no way.
That's a lie.
I can
no
see it.
First of all, Brendan,
way.
honestly, like, dude,
no, you can't show us anything.
I have
there's-
who are you
receipts.
fronting for?
I don't care. Yeah,
What
I
are you
got
trying
receipts.
to prove? What are you trying to prove? Nobody here,
4
nobody
weeks.
believes you.
Literally
Nobody
nothing.
believes you. Come on, son.
This is.
Come on,
This
son.
is. And I do have. I'm going to spoil this for people. People wonder if Brendan's single. He is not. So I don't know if I should say that on the air. I
Yeah,
don't
now
know.
our viewers are going to just drop off like a...
No kids keep you younger. Yeah.
True that.
All right, screw you, Brendan. Let's go.
Yeah, I want to talk about crypto here a
let's
little bit
work.
because we're going in either direction here for Bitcoin and Ethereum. Bitcoin downside right now. Trying to bounce though, guys. It's worth noting off 15,900. Look at Ethereum though. Nice little bounce coming in for ETH at the moment, back to 1135, 1140 we'll call it. But under pressure regardless. There was this note this morning in crypto land. Yeah, Bill Ackman getting into helium. Revealing this position in this helium altcoin.
Okay. I mean, okay, so Ackman's in helium. That's interesting enough. The only thing, well, not the only thing.
I still can't get over 4 weeks.
No, it's not.
I can't even focus anymore.
His fade looks like it was done. Like,
This one's new. That's what he's saying.
What?
No, he's saying this.
He doesn't
fade
do
is
it every
new.
4 weeks though. He does.
Saturday was 4 weeks.
Yeah, so he has a fresh cut now, but he hadn't had one since 4 weeks.
But you can go back and watch the clips, and you can see that his fade stays.
This guy-
Like,
this
you
guy's-
see you see what my hair looks like before I get a haircut. Like, go back and look at the tape on Friday, and then look at it today. Brendan never has that kind of differentiation, so there's no chance,
That's
man.
what I'm
Like,
saying.
I get it every 4
It's
weeks.
not fair. We're not unable to compete.
No, of course not.
That's all. It's like England versus Iran apparently here.
Well, yeah, that's over. Well, yeah. So I mean, look, I'm watching Coinbase today. Maybe a little bit of SI. And when it comes to the crypto space, I'm just looking at that low. All-time low is $40.83. SSR is $40.74. Unless I screwed up my math there, pretty close to that anyway. I'd be off by a cent, I think, at worst. So that's what I want to watch for today. And if you get back to the upside, there was the previous low. This is 44.5 bucks. That seems like a reasonable level in here to like 46, where you could get. I'll zoom in so it looks a little more reasonable, where you could get a pop and then a bit of a fade. But until, I kind of feel like you're not going to get that close to the low without challenging it. So I'm really sticking with the short end of the thesis here on Coinbase. If it does break out, just have a look at the wall that is $50 on Coinbase. There's probably 3 separate places that I think are pretty spicy on Coin, especially if if it gets to the upside, and then obviously everyone's looking at that all-time low. So yeah, Coin under trouble. I might look at some SI, could get to $25 here today, but right now the market's bouncing a little bit, so those levels have gotten away from us. But yeah, this contagion's not done. And I was having the conversation, I was trying to explain the whole FTX mess to my barber who just got into crypto. Like that's, basically I'm like, it's bad. Was the best way to explain it. Because I'm like, yeah, if I get into the nitty gritty, I'm just going to scare the crap out of you. So anyways, until it's a short till it's not, as far as I'm concerned.
Isn't your barber invested in helium or something as well? You might like that. Bill
I forget
Ackman
the name of the.
You might like that Bill Ackman.
The token he's in, I'd never even heard of it, and I was like, anyways.
I was looking at Carvana here a little bit, down 5%.
Yeah.
Starting to break a little bit lower here, lower. They did a nice little run up, obviously, to $15 or $16 at the beginning of November there. Came out, I think they got a price target of like 10 cents, I think, from somebody,
Wasn't it
Morgan
1
or
cent,
Goldman, or for some reason the 10-cent thing is, was it CCL or someone got 1 cent? I don't know, but I'm pretty sure Carvana got in the pennies anyways. Whether or not it's $1 or not doesn't really matter. But I'm just looking at this level right here. We do have some giddy up here at $7, but I'm thinking about a 750 break, and then we use like 8 as our out, because I feel like if you break 750, you could test that bottom of 650 right here. So I'm looking at Carvana today breaking. I'm going to be adding this to the sticky note now on this breakdown. I'm not sure.
We got to pay.
I'll have to. Oh, that's okay.
Yeah.
Paying for shorts is fine, but I don't know what the news. I can't remember if there's news on this name or not, because it was a nice little.
No,
move
there was
down
there
on
was a
Friday.
story. There was a story that
Yeah,
they might run out of cash
750.
before sometime next year.
Oh,
So
wow.
they don't have enough cash to make it through next year. That was the thing that I read on the way in this morning.
I mean, you want to talk about no cash? I mean, what the hell is
A lot of people are running out of cash.
Let's
by
check
next
out Bed
year.
Bath & Beyond really quickly here. Now that we're talking, oh my geez.
Yeah, I know, right?
I almost feel like I want to like, okay, before anybody, we're going to do this, before anybody guesses what Bed Bath & Beyond, like before you call it up on your screens and don't show mine yet, I just wanted to see if people can guess what they think Bed Bath & Beyond is. We'll do it when we come back, but what do you think, guys? Put it in the chat. If you looked, then you know, but maybe if you haven't, what price do you think this is? This is a little bit of a shock to me. I didn't realize we were down here this low, but we'll discuss this when we get back from Brendo. I didn't even realize how low this name is. Talk about running out of cash. Wow. Bed Bath & Beyond, Brendo. Low here.
Yeah, this was Friday as well for Carvana. It was actually up on this initially. 8% of the workforce getting cut for CVNA on Friday. It was about 1,500 layoffs, I think, in total. Yeah, 1,500 total for Carvana. Let's talk a little bit about some of the other EV makers here. We'll get into the Chinese names, obviously. Wanted to mention Tesla on the watch list this morning. 321,000 vehicles going to be recalled in the U.S. That came out on Saturday. There's a tail light issue, apparently. It'll just randomly not work on some of the Model 3s and Model Ys. So remember back on Thursday, I believe it was last week, there was 30,000 on a separate airbag issue that was also in the U.S. So Tesla just cannot catch a bid here, guys.
Can't catch a bid, can't catch a break. But, it's okay because he's got more important things to do, right? Like figuring out what's going on at Twitter, obviously. So look, Tesla, it's getting pretty close to that low that we saw on the 10th, and that'll be this is a real wick down here. So it's like 172. That's in play today. Probably check back to 181 as my resistance. I think 180. We're not going to get a chance. Well, maybe you do. Maybe that 185, 186 brick wall from late in the week that comes back into play. I like that level more than 81, but you play what's there. $5 up is that 181, and then if you break that 171. You got to respect what can happen here. I got to zoom way in on a daily because this isn't going to be split adjusted. But yeah, you break that 171. It was such a big bounce off. Well, it was such a big run and then bounce off of that level that you think if it takes it, it's a psychological 500 sits at 167 or 166. Obviously 67. So I think you probably get there if you break that 170. Could happen this week. I'm looking still in shorts in Tesla. I think your best chance of the bounce is probably near that 170 level. But yeah, it's been an ugly ride for them. The one I actually want to be checking out maybe a little bit more was Rivian, because I really missed Rivian on Friday. This is one of the names that we wanted short off the open. It was a good day on Friday, but this was one of the names I wanted Rivian, and then it ended up making this secondary break to the downside. And I think if it gets back to that 2-set upside, I like 32s. I like this, almost like this 30.5 down at the lows, but when this takes out the first level on Rivian, usually it can run, and there's a big runway from 30.5 right up to this 32.5 area. So if I take it off the open, it's a tight stop. If it gets up here into that 32 area, then I definitely know I like that Rivian short. Been sleeping on the short in this for too long.
Rivian I feel like is such a missed opportunity every day. I feel like we look at that name and it's like, we want to short. The problem is it never gets to those levels. Like we want it to get to 35.
It dies at the open.
Right, we want it to get to 35 or 36, 50, stuff like that. It never goes. Okay, so Carvana I've added to the sticky note. I really like that one. I do got to buy some shares, pay for shorts on that one, so we'll do that in a minute. But I wrote down here, Tesla's also on the sticky note, so you can find this at TraderTV Sean on the aforementioned Twitter. It's down 20% in 3 weeks. I don't see why this name won't continue to fail, unfortunately, as you are testing some of these lows again. So for me, it's pretty simple, and that is you just play the momentum, you play the direction. Twitter's been tough for me to trade, Tesla has been tough to trade because sometimes you get chopped out a little bit, I find. But if you just wait for key levels, and again, I know that I sound like a broken record here because this is kind of what we always talk about, is wait and be patient. But let's just say you waited for this 185 area, right? So the 16th, 17th, and 18th, that would have been fine. You would have been able to short it, no problem. And then even if you go back here where we find the 185, back on the 9th, 10th, 11th, stuff like that, it was the bottom. So if you just waited here to go long, take it to the upside, then you wait for here to go short, take it to the downside. Well, I'm going to draw another line right now at about 180 there. And just say, like, if you wait and be patient here for a 180 tick, then I think that's where you're going to wind up, being the most successful, stress-free. We're talking about, white hairs here, stress-free, trying to hold on to a 180 short, much better than playing at 178, 177, 176. I do recognize that I could also draw a line right here at 177.50, coinciding back here in the 10th as a key level, and then back here on Friday. But I just feel like this name continues to get beat down. Like I said, it's over 20% in 3 weeks. Thanks, Brendan, for that one. It's on our watch list, those numbers. So if you really want to get, a little bit aggressive with it, then I think you could short. There's that 178 line that I put in. So 177 up to 178. For me, I'm going to wait right up here until we get to 180. I don't think we get there today, but if I'm going to trade Tesla, it's going to have to rip first, which, by the way, I know the poll is at bear. We are starting to go a little bit to the north side here with the market. So we'll wait to see. Notice Tesla's not bumping up here. So this is Tesla doing absolutely nothing right now, while the market has, whatever, the market's up 30 points, but Tesla is not breaking this 176 area. So I'd watch out for the short. I think we're right with the short. We just got to be patient on the levels.
We go. There are analyst upgrades and downgrades for you this morning. A few of those names and more on here. There's Disney. This is one of 3 or 4 to the upside this morning. Moffett-Nathanson with a upgrade. Silvergate on here. Good one from Wells Fargo. CVS, Squarespace, Conoco, Carvana. There's CVNA, negative note from Argus this morning, and Cenovus at the bottom there.
A couple of things here. Daniel in the chat. Disney is the first thing on the watch list, and we'll definitely get to that. But it's upgraded. The one that'll be surprising that it caught the upgrade is Silvergate. I'm a little surprised by that, but okay. Look, obviously, not everything in crypto has to go down forever, but the crypto bank itself, or one of them, anyways, has been under a little bit of pressure. They're flat on the day, so I'm watching Coinbase a little more interestingly because you're seeing some strength come back into Silvergate. But if it pops enough, I'm talking back into that 29 or the 32 levels, the 2 levels I liked last week, that can be worthwhile for a level for me to get in there on Silvergate. Coinbase is, I think Coinbase is going to be more of the focus because it is more on the move. But the fact this got an upgrade, maybe it just gives it a pop that I can find some shorts in. Not a lot of pre-market volume just yet. We already talked about Carvana. That's the other big name on there. And of course, Disney with the upgrade. Not much of a surprise. A lot of people have faith in Iger, and some of the reason why the stock's been beaten up is, people have been questioning the leadership. So yes, I've added Silvergate to my list just to watch, but it has to pop at least 10% for me to get the short levels that I want. And if that happens, I'm probably already in Coinbase.
Yeah, so we've already talked about Carvana here. I still think that this is going to be the one to short. They also get downgraded. They had the layoffs there on Friday. Look at this nasty move to the down. Like Brendan said, they were actually started the day up there on Friday and then got hit all the way back down and then stopped at the same level that I'm looking to short right now. So this is like 760. We're there right now, so I've already added it to the sticky note. I feel like on a downgrade, this is a name that we're going to want to trade today. Again, this is what it looked like on Friday. If we can zoom back out, take a quick little 3-minute look here. This is pretty bad. And then today, I don't know if it's going to be, the last straw there for them. The bottom is 650 that they made back on the 10th, I believe. So, there are further downside to this. But I'm just looking at this and saying, you know what, we want to short this. You have the 200 period at $8. Again, you take a couple hundred shares or something like that, short at 750, and you're out as $8. That should be, again, everyone judge it for yourself, but that's the kind of stuff that goes through my head. 50 cents worth of a hit. So you put your risk management in there. I think you short it if you get near 8. If you're able to get it short near 8, then maybe you give it a little bit more. Up here, 820, something like that, depending on how much love you want to give this stock today. But I don't really see it breaking higher right now, so I'm going to be shorting Carvana on that upgrade and downgrade list.
It's how things are shaping up on a Monday over in Europe to kick off the brand new week. Bit of a mixed picture so far. England positive, negative for the most part otherwise. 1% there for Italy, downside 0.25%, half for France and Germany. Spain kind of chopping around. Same story for the Swiss market, was actually negative moments ago. Turkey downside as well. Here's a look at The social sentiment board, once again, it's worth noting, these two are the same. So if you remember, we spoke about this with Jeff Mendel from OTC Markets going back a couple of weeks ago. MMTLP on OTC is, in fact, metamaterials, just the different class of shares. MMAT on here, downside as well, active once again for both in early trading. Positive for the SPY, you can see the Qs up there, not so much. Still flat on the day. There's Disney, AMC as well. Yeah, we'll talk about Disney, obviously, very positive. DWAC green as well, COSM, APRN, and Meta, to name a few on here. Tesla downside on that. Recall note, let's bring in Arun, get a check of the overall market to kick off the week here as we head towards the holiday on Thursday. Arun, it's worth noting, I mean, Wednesday is going to be the day before the holiday, obviously, but we get the Fed minutes Wednesday afternoon, so should be some action right up to Thursday.
Yeah, and that's typically the case. Well, I mean, the Fed minutes is a different story this time around, but typically on Wednesdays when you would expect the volume to really pick up towards the close there, and I think the Fed minutes add some catalyst to that. Because once you get into the holiday and you come back for that shortened session on Friday, I mean, most people aren't coming back. I mean, they're taking the day off because it's a shortened day. So I would imagine it's a 3-day week. If you want to be, if you really want to force it, maybe the half day on Friday, but 3-day week. And I think where it's a great finish to the week to having the Fed minutes going right into that end of the week, essentially, on a Wednesday. So it should be pretty quiet. I don't say quiet, but it would be tepid trading until we get to that point. I think for Wednesdays when we would expect some volume. But for now, we'll work with some levels here. I got 40.15 up top. That's one. And then if we can get above 39.75, we actually may have a chance to get to that top end, close to 4,000. But we do have to get going. Right now, we're flirting with the 39.60s. We are going back and forth on that in terms of action. I'm not sure if we have enough yet, but we'll see at the open. 39.75 will be the checkpoint that we need to get above to get to at least 4,000 into the 40.15s. Now, to the downside, I've got 39.40 down below. And below that, if we actually get underneath 39.40, we have a ton of space. So if we actually start to creep down there, we could open up a little bit. But again, volume comes into play. Are we going to get the volume that we need to get going in a big way? Well, I guess we'll find that out at the open because it's been somewhat quiet. Even last week was somewhat quiet after the open. So we'll see how this goes. But for now, 39.40, 39.75, and then we also have 40.15 up top. So those are 3 levels I'm working with, and we'll see how this market wants to make a move after the open.
Stuff. Thanks, Arun. Yeah, heading in the right direction so far this morning here in the early going. There you go. That's the link to the watch list, guys. Make sure you pick that up every single day. It comes right to your inbox now. Just hit that link. Enter your email address. It just shows up then for free. It's great. Let's get into the first one here. Disney, back to the upside in a big way. I just looked, holding up right at day highs right now for Disney shares in a surprise move, if you haven't seen it yet. Bob Iger back as CEO for 2 years after he retired less than a year ago. 71-year-old Bob Iger back in charge over at Disney. Just tested that high once again here, guys. Up, 10% on the morning.
I think everybody remembers Disney, under Bob Iger, obviously. I think he was only gone for a year and a half or so. But, I mean, a big move to the upside here today. I think change of management. We've seen this with a lot of different CEOs. We saw Starbucks go to the downside when Howard Schultz stepped away. And then Disney's just been in a world of hurt since COVID, basically. I mean, they came out, they dropped Disney Plus, and it was been fine for them. But, they're losing a lot of money there. So I'm not sure when and if that's, well, they said 2024. Hopefully that starts to make a little bit of money near the end of 2024, I believe. But, yeah, it's a nice move up here, up 10%. I think that's good based on CEO change. I don't know. I'm pretty sure he's a big parks guy, so maybe they'll get some stuff going there back. But again, the parks aren't really the problem for Disney. I think COVID just continues to get hit there. They do have, we talked about China starting to shut China, they had, 3 COVID deaths there. And I think that there's some of that worry is still there for the worldwide travel. And Disney has a lot of, just outside of theme parks, man, they have a lot of vacation destinations and things like that. So I think they're going to continue to get hurt there. And then the box office, I don't think has been great, although Wakanda Forever, I guess, has been really good. But their Disney Plus not really kicking it into full gear yet there. So I don't know. I like it. They're above the 200 period here. I still think we want to play longs again. And whether or not Bob Iger or Chapek there, has come through or not, they are off this bottom there of $92, but a lot of that at is today. So, you know, without this announcement, would have they continued to fall back down? Pretty disgusting that it went back down to $86. That's like at COVID lows. So that's, you know, they wiped out everything they did in the last 3 years, just in the last 6 months. So you got to watch out for that bottom of $87. But as long as we're above $100 today, I still feel like that's a pretty key level. I don't think you're doing anything wrong by sitting at 100, taking the long and then getting out if it breaks it back down to the downside. So I feel like this is a pretty simple trade here for Disney today. And again, let's just see how the market reacts to this. I feel like traders will launch into this name over the next couple days, and then it may fall back down. So no matter what happens, like I said, I still think that there's this 110 area that was a high there. It failed again on that test. So let's see if he can change the game upside a little bit. There still is, like I was saying, there still is some social pushback against Disney for some of the policies that they've had. So we'll wait to see where this market goes, but looks like it might test $100 again at some point. It's only 9:05. Like, I don't know, man. We could fade out here. If you zoom in, you see this is just a 20-minute chart. That 50's held a little bit there. There's not much at 100, but then if it's going to be 99.50, so between 99.50 and $100.50, I think that's the buy zone there.
Yeah, I look at 102 here on the daily, and it's been a resistance level. Pretty much it was one back in October, then it broke out, rejected the 50 period, and now you're back here with 102 as the most recent resistance on the stock, and then you got 101 in the 50 period on the daily. So you've got a pretty clear band in there that if it holds 101 at the open and then breaks 102, there's tons of room to the upside to 110, like Sean said. But if if you're not holding that 101 and you're beneath the 50 period, then it ends up being a resistance level. So that makes it pretty clean and what I want to do after the open, right? Like, it's just a matter of, in that opening range, are we above or below that 50 period moving average? And if you're holding above, it sets up for a break at 102, which I know it's up 10%. It's hard to want to take a break there. But if we hold below, there's still some reason to believe that you can have some sellers come in there. So it's just about whether it holds 101 for me in that first 5-10 minutes. We've seen how crazy the action has been the last week in that initial open. So let it do that. I'm going to let it do that whipsaw action if it does, and then watch it settle. And then my direction is based on whether it holds that 101 at that open. I had a quick look to see if there's anything interesting on Netflix, but this story doesn't really affect them, and I didn't see anything I liked.
All right, quickly, Mobileye, not a lot of volume here, but worth a note. 4.75% to the upside, $30 right above us here. Multiple analysts with initiations on the positive side for Mobileye today. If you go to a daily chart, this has actually held up pretty well since debuting, going back a month or so ago. But MBLY just popped up on a volume scanner. That's the note from Beijing over the weekend. More COVID cases, few deaths reported as well. So they were talking about continued restrictions, more restrictions even, sending all of these to the downside. There was a move lower in oil as well. Obviously, more China lockdowns for COVID going to mean less demand coming out of China for energy.
Yeah, I just kind of feel like this back and forth it's getting a little crazy. But obviously, you got to pay attention to what's going on over there to a certain extent. But for the stocks, I'm just going to try and play direction and trend on every single day. And if you get burned early on, a lot of times these have been going one direction only, specifically Alibaba. The 50 period's at 77, so you're gapping down. I think if you're going to be breaking that, this was the level we're trying to short back on Thursday, right? Like, it was right in front of 77.5. It broke out there. The only good thing was getting out. Should have gone long. We talked about that all last week. And I think you get back beneath that 77, it can turn somewhat into resistance at that 50 period. So as long as it's above it, I kind of want to respect it. And if there's any pops, they have to be big ones to short. It has to either be at like a monster 80 level or back at like an 83 or ideally 85, 87. That's a gigantic zone. But other than that, it just has to take out that 77. That was the key line in the sand. JD might be a little bit more clear for me out of these names. JD.com was a lot weaker on Friday. Can't ignore that. These both reported, and JD actually probably had the better numbers, but this is probably clear as day. I think if it gets to Friday resistance in the afternoon at 56.5, that's a good level. And 58 is the big one. Like, if it gets to 58, I'm for sure shorting JD.com. So if we're going to fall right away, it does set up for me to like Alibaba because it's at that 77. But on any strength, JD's got the levels that set up a heck of a lot for me. And then, of course, watch out because NIO back at that $10 level as well.
Yeah, I'm going to try to be as patient as I possibly can be here. Oh, I can't. How do I change this? I'm trying to. Oh, there it is. That's why. I'm trying to change my layout here so I can have a 3-minute chart to show you guys more and more trades that I'm making. But I only want to take it from 7. Oops. To 4:30 here. I don't like to look at too many aftermarket or pre-market prints, so hold on a second. Just altering that. There we go. Save layout. I'm going to go with this layout now, guys. So you can see 20-minute, 1 day, 1 minute, and 3 minutes. So I'm changing up the game here a little bit. And I meant to, I was trying to fix. Oh, it just did fix. Okay. I was trying to fix a print there. So it looks like we do have an upside print now for this name. But okay, here, there's $80 on the 1 minute level. So I really like that coming through on a 1 minute. So we're definitely going to have a look at Alibaba right there. So I still think you got to be patient with this name. You've seen up here on the 20 how we faded back down. There's 80 again, 80, 78 right now. I'm just going to, think that Alibaba with this COVID talk breaks this 50 period at some point in the next couple of days, if not today, which is $77. So that's right here, right now. I would say you got to watch out for 76 on the downside. But for this moment, I do like Alibaba short, and I already have the trade in. It's not, it's got a hit, but short up here at $80. So that's the name that I like. I'm not going to try to complicate things. That's sort of why I've gone with this. I'm just going to try to be specific on what we're looking at, and I like $80 right here on Alibaba for a short. So let's see if that works out for us to our advantage today. Just a quick look here. Disney with a buy. This is the market on open and balance locator, and of course, it's only going to show New York names. NASDAQ will come at 925. So for right now, I always think that's Allbirds, BRDS, but I don't. It's not though, is it? Hold on.
No,
that's Bird. That's just Bird, right? Yeah. Bird is that. So BRDS. Let me find out what this is here. Oh, this is Bird Global though. Okay, so Bird Global there with a 3 million share buy. It's a 22-cent name, so nothing to see there. But then the big one that we've kept talking about is Disney. And then if you want to look at NEO, that's obviously an opportunity as well. As you see, that's down 2.5% on that same. I'm not as worried about COVID for NEO. I do understand that it does shut down the plants and everything like that. But NEO's a name that I still think is going to be strong at some point, and I'd rather look long than short. So for me, I'm going to wait for these guys to settle down a bit. NEO looking like it wants to put damage onto the short side today. I'm going to say no. I'm going to maybe look to get long 9,950 on NEO if that comes in.
Oh, this one pop up here. Google downside a little bit there. There was you can see some volume came in. On a note suggesting Google Cloud's considering getting rid of sales commissions based on deal values. So that caused that candle to the downside there for Google. If you remember Friday, this was among the weakest initially out of the gate in the tech group for Alphabet. So just keep that on your radar. Here's a note on Tesla this morning. There's Model 3s in this. There's Model Ys in this. Yeah, 321,000 U.S. vehicles getting recalled. Tail light issue can fail just randomly for no reason. That was on top of Friday. Remember, there was 30,000 Model X units recalled over an airbag issue. So here we go again. More negativity for Tesla.
Yeah, it's not so much it's not the recalls here for me. It's more just the valuation and the trend more than anything else. So you've gone 200. Look, you bounced off 170, 171 specifically. We talked about that. You got to 200, rejected a 200 break, and you've been trending ever since. So until we bounce maybe off of that all the way at the bottom, that 170, it's more like 172, then I think it's going to be a fade for me. I like 180 as a level. I don't know if we get 186. That was obviously great last week. So that would be a great level to be able to short. I think we're looking 180s on any kind of a pop. And I do anticipate, we've seen this before at the open, you can see these moves where you get like a very quick spike, or maybe push to the downside as well, but like $4 or $5, and then you do get the opportunity to fade it. So if it starts going up, I do not want to chase. If it goes 178, I'm waiting for 180. That's the level I like. I like Rivian as well. We talked about that. But you have to be patient at this open. A lot of times it's so tempting to chase a move in the first 30 seconds, but this stock market in the last week and a half has been putting in just gigantic wicks that if you chase, you'll regret it, because 30 seconds later you'll be getting a much better price. So I'm not going to be anywhere but in front of this 180 on Tesla. And as I said, Rivian, maybe a little bit tighter to a good zone that I like, that 30-50. If that breaks, I'd get out and then look to short in that 32 area. So I'm looking Rivian shorts, I'm looking Tesla shorts as well, but I got to get my price on Tesla.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, there's a size here on NEO at 1024. I mean, again, it's just a market on open trade, but there is some size right there. I just wanted to show everybody that before we moved on to Tesla, so we can watch out. That's kind of right there, like that 1030 bottom. So there is someone sitting here with 220,000 shares. Sorry, I don't know, 200,000 shares, I guess. Yeah, so I guess it is a decent size there. It's about a quarter of what it's done already today in the pre. But okay. I feel like, I mean, I know we did cover Tesla a little bit already, and this is a 1, this is a 3. Maybe I'll change it to a 5, but I do use a 3 up here. And look, I feel the same way I've been talking about it earlier, right? And that is that I think we did a pretty good job looking at the 20 period here for Tesla. And I mean, I was just saying, I think you want a short right here. I don't know, the lines always disappear. But I think you want to go short right here, about 180. Try to be as patient as you can. The example that I gave was this 185, 186 level. If you just waited there for the last couple of days, you were able to get to short and then brought it right back down. This would have been in the pre-market though. And if you look back into here, into sort of mid-November, this 185 was a bottom. So if you're patient, you're able to catch some longs there. And if you're patient here, you're able to catch some shorts. So then I just say now we're already down to 175. If we pop $10, great, we'll have that level. But first, I'd like to try this 180 as a possible new level. So 180 was just formed on Friday. So it's not like this is a huge level to look at, but I'm already waiting to get short in front of this. So I'm starting it at 178.90 or so. So now you're way down on Tesla. But you know, if we pop up $3 or $4, I think it's worth the shot there. We've turned it around. I don't know, is that poll closed now? Oh, there it is. I can see the poll right now because we're done with True Trading Group.
It's bare right now.
Yeah, so right now it's 61. Okay, so it's already turned over. So and the reason why I talk about this is not that the poll is going to determine which way the market goes, but you know, if we are thinking downside there, Tesla is working out for that today, down 2.5%. I think it goes more, and I think the right trade is at 180. So I'm going to be as patient as we can. The order's already there for 180, guys, on the short side for Tesla.
Just worth a note, crude oil breaking downside now, 2% on the session for crude, just broke through 79. I just saw natural gas is up 5% on the day so far as well. So opposite directions there for energy markets. Here's Coinbase. Speaking of up, just breaking through the pre-market highs here for coin on a bounce. Not seeing the same kind of movement from the actual crypto markets right now. Bitcoin's still kind of chopping around. Ethereum, there was a bit of an uptick, but nice move back to the upside here for coin. Unfortunately, this FTX fallout seems to continue. There's a lot of uncertainty that remains in this market and will for the foreseeable future. What do we do here, guys, with these crypto stocks this week?
Yeah, like as far as I'm concerned, I mean, the trend hasn't been very kind to you if you've been looking for long opportunities in Coinbase. And that doesn't mean it can't change, but you can see sort of like the big lines in the sand on coin. We don't get to 58 today. If we do make any kind of a pop, 50 is a pretty big level. And then you just look at this floor. Like it's sometimes support and resistance. We actually had a video on this in the weekend. Sometimes you get support turning into resistance. That's the first thing I'll be looking for. Right at this 44.5 bottom. So it's this 44.5 bottom into where we closed at 45 and change. And if that turns into resistance, then that's the first level I'm going to be looking to go short on coin. And if it breaks the top, then you know where you're wrong, right? Like you get out of this channel into the upside, it's about 45, 77, or 75, let's call it. You break that, you just get out of it, and then you start looking for a 50 level. I would have liked SI maybe if it was at a higher level, but I'm probably going to have to stick to Coinbase. So it looks like it's going to get up to this level as we get into the open here. It's close to 920. I feel there's a pretty decent chance that we could be seeing these prices pretty much right away. If you're looking at some other levels out there or some other names out there, I know people like to try look at Maras of the world, and MSTR is going to be in play, but I just try to pick one. Coinbase is usually good enough to move. These are all going to look relatively the same. I mean, if you're looking at a Mara, the equivalent might be a little bit closer to $8, so that's like 10% away to the upside. But they're all gapped down with the exception of Silvergate because it has an upgrade for some reason. And Coinbase is the one I like. You got to have yourself an out because we've seen what can happen if you start squeezing a little bit to the upside.
I just noticed Intuit popping up here. It's not really doing anything, but Intuit and the NFL renewing their partnership through 2026. So heads up for INTU. There was, I guess, a print Yeah, it's one of those kind of days. Let's talk about Grindr here. What a day that had on Friday. An absolute rocket to the upside. It halted, count them, 15 times on the session back on Friday. And this all has to do with this. It's good that they actually put this in this note, but 98% redemption when the SPAC flipped over to its own symbol, which leaves very, very low public float. So if everyone keeps their shares, there's not a lot of shares left for the public to trade. So that was part of the reason Grindr had such a huge day on Friday on the low float angle.
Yeah, see, so what that tells you is you got to be very careful if you're shorting the stock. But anything too crazy, and it's very likely to give you some retracements. We saw that play out on Friday. It's holding up. It's holding up on support in the afternoon at 31. So there's a chance it does another breakout. Yeah, I'm not going to write it off. If it does, I'm not paying for locates until I see it actually move, because I feel like you have to be patient on these. So I'm not looking to get into this one. Oh, I'm just going to go long in front of 31. Nah, that's not going to be the play for me. If it does absolutely tank, I think it finds support and probably somewhere in the low teens there in front of 10. But if there's a big move up, then I want to look to be able to fade it. But the chip stocks are going to be in play, and I wanted to get to them, sure. Because a couple here, like, yeah, I mean, Intel's been one of my favorites. I don't want to say darling because I've been shorting it a lot, so it doesn't really fall into that category. But it's had a bit of a bid since earnings, and I'll acknowledge I didn't think the earnings were that great. But the stock was going up anyways. The last couple of days, you've been seeing it fade back in there. Reestablishing in the afternoon this 30 level for resistance. That's not where I'm going to be focused. I like this area here, 30-30, maybe into that 30-50 area for some lower highs. We put in Intel. I've put NVIDIA on my weakness list. Friday was the day it was pretty much only shorting NVIDIA. Did try longs. It didn't work on AMD, and we can get to that in a bit. But once it got beneath this 155, it was pretty clear. It was just a downward trend. You're breaking support. So I like 55, 56. I'm already there in front of NVIDIA for that sell. So if we get any kind of a pop, I like NVIDIA for a sell. You can see the 150. Maybe that breaks as well to look for a trend to short to the downside. But first things first, I'm going to be looking for that pop in. And we've seen it happen before. On Friday, it was just a free fall. But on Thursday, it did catch a little bit of a bounce before rolling over. I'm anticipating more of the bounce play and then fade 155 specifically for NVIDIA.
I just looked at this stock right now. Apple, you may have heard of it, and what's up to everybody?
What do they do?
I don't know. They do something. Consumer or something. Yeah, I don't know. But I think they might be like a farm company. I'm not sure, Apple. But anyways, you are starting to make a move off of 150 again here. The market is starting to go back up to the upside right now. So a nice little boost here in the NASDAQ, creating a little bump through this 11,650 level there. So nice little bump up now, taking it the other way, right? I was looking at it to break that way. Looks like for temporarily, we are starting to break higher right now, coming in. So I don't know. Is that a snowball? What are you doing? What is Randy doing here? I was like, what does this guy have in his hand? It's a snowball right there. Here we go.
What is going on around here? No, don't put it. I don't even understand why you would do that.
Well, we have a snowball on the desk now. Maybe the test is to see how long this lasts for. But I wrote Apple down on the sticky note today, and I just thought that a 149 downside move right there was something to watch out for on a bid, right? So we weren't here on Friday, but on Thursday we definitely were, and it was. Look, it's his table. Like, so when there's a huge ass welter mark because of the water
elbow to
on
get
this
wet.
table, then he can fix it. 149 there as a bottom for Apple. So I want to be long this. Oh, God, I was going to say now my charts are going to go away. But I do want to be long this name, Apple, off that 149. So let's wait to see if it continues to work. There's Neo again. But I think this is a strong name, especially if the market's going to go back up to the upside today. So I want to be long Apple, and I want to be long down here. So we're going to wait for 149 to come in on Apple. And then I know Neil was talking a little bit about chip names there. A name that we always like to focus on is AMD. AMD continues to be, again, a pretty strong name when the market goes. But this has been hit down pretty good over the last little bit as well, from 76 down to 72, 72.50. So I'm still waiting for levels. You can see on the 3-minute is part of why we brought this thing up. See short. So we were short the last couple times we traded this, but right into here, 74, 74.50. So that's part of it right there for AMD. Yeah, well, the plate is not a bad idea. At least it gets there. I still don't know why we have a snowball there in the first place,
I don't know either, but
there it is right there. There is a snowball's chance in hell that the market goes up today, I guess. All right, let's go back over to Brendo with only 5 left.
How long does it take to melt a snowball at 23 degrees Celsius? We'll see. Here's oil right now, guys. This is what's happening to crude. 77.50 just broke. It's basically going straight down, almost 4%. On this note, Saudi is looking to increase production by a potential 500,000 barrels per day ahead of price caps and more embargoes coming for Russian exports. So that just came out. That's causing this right now for crude oil.
Okay, yeah, and look, Oxy's down 3%. Well, almost 3% going into the open here, and the 50 period on Oxy is going to sit at $68. And look, it's bounced off the 50 period, but not cleanly. So it's been riding it since about the middle of October, but there's been a couple of breakdowns. So when it gets to 68, it's not like it's a hard line in the sand or anything, but I think you could see some support there as long as oil's calmed itself down. I think we can definitely see some opportunities over there in Occidental. That's one I'll be watching here today. I know XOM is another opportunity as well, so we got to be paying at least some attention to oil. Come on, load up. There we go. But the thing about XOM, it's not at as good technical levels. I think it would have to get down to like 106, 107 for support, and it's away from the big levels. I've been setting an alert for 115 on XOM for obvious reasons if it gets back up there, but I don't think we're going to see that here. It looks like we're going to get 68 on Oxy, and that's why I have to favor that one for an opportunity to trade today.
Yeah, a little bit higher up for me on XOM as well, up here to like 111 or so, 110.80 I think is where I'm going to start the short right now for XOM. So coming in right there. All right, quickly here as the imbalance locator is now being updated because
what is that?
925.
2.6 million.
We talked about that already. Birds. Remember, it's Bird. It's 22 cents. It's just called Bird Company. It's stupid. I don't know if it's stupid or not, but it's only 22 cents. Mullen there. What's that at? 26 cents. I know there's a lot of people looking for that to break 30 again. So we could look at Mullen if that does happen. QCOM got... Wasn't it some negative news last week? But I feel like QCOM's up right now. Yeah, 120 is a good level for QCOM, down on the day, but still a nice little bounce up there for QCOM, back up to 123, and then just now, yeah. So it came on the imbalance locator pretty strong there. So I don't know, Brendan, if there's news specifically on QCOM, but it's right there for 630,000. That's why I was saying, like, here's the daily on QCOM. I thought it was doing much better.
It was.
And then right now, yeah, a little bit of a dip down there for QCOM, eh? So, yeah, that's going to the downside right now. But, all right, so QCOM 130 right there, looking like a decent level for Qualcomm. We're not there now. We'll see what happens on a dip. Maybe support that 120 here. So here we go. Market on open. I don't know how you have that number, Darwin. If let us know. You're saying it's 250 to sell. If there's a way we can find that, I'd like to give that to all the viewers if we can confirm a market on open. We know where to get the market on close number from Financial Juice. Maybe it's there again, market on open. I don't know if he has that. We've never really,
I don't know.
We've never really quoted it, so that would be kind of cool to do that. And then I did want to look at Amazon one more time here because this name is, wow, only $93 right now. Yuck, man. Look at it rip, though, right now. Amazon making a nice move to the upside here on the 1 minute chart, taking out this $94, $94.80, $95. It looks like there's more room to run here on Amazon as it goes basically flat. Well, I mean, the market's coming down, but almost flat on the day here with a nice little battle here for Amazon, taking out some levels high side now, right at that 200 period, though, 93.80 could be a good short for them with only 2 minutes to go.
Yeah, and just one other one here. Going to talk about some Meta. 109, look, in the 15 minutes, going to stand out like a sore thumb, the levels on Meta. If we can go to my chart, there we go. 109 to the downside. You're still in this channel from all of last week. Top side, 114 to 114 and a half. I'm sitting, it's not a bracket order, but I'm sitting on offers in front of this 114, 114 half, and then in front of that 109. I like Meta on either end of said spectrum. Also want to have a quick look at Airbnb from last week. This was the one that viewers, thankfully on Thursday, were pointing out how weak it was, so we were able to short it on Friday. Today, you got 98. I think that's pretty obvious. All afternoon, 98 was a bit of a short. We ended up closing there. Going to get to that 98 pretty quickly, and there's a big gap to be filled between that and then 102. So I don't know that I like the short at 100 sitting right in that middle, but 98 and 102 definitely are going to stand out. We talked about the Chinese names. I think you showed them NEO on the imbalance, I believe, or okay, on the imbalance. So NEO above that 10, at least for now. I do think Bob's a little bit closer to some key levels, but NEO, that $10 one could be big. I thought they got a price target increase by somebody, but down 3% because the rest of the space is not much happening in DWAC, but CVNA, just worth watching here. It did very briefly break Friday's floor at 760. It's now reclaimed. It's still very much in play for a bottom break. I do like the notion of shorting in front of like an 820 level, that top from Friday. So got to have yourself an out. I think 825 makes a pretty convenient stop level on a pop in CVNA.
All right, it's Randy's on the bell. We only got 20 seconds to go. That's the most aggressive stock for me to look at right now is Carvana. Remember, when it does break 750, it is short sell restricted right now. So you're gonna from Friday, so you're gonna have to wait for that
Randy
to go short, I believe. Randy, you're on the bell with only 3, 2, and 1.
Well, that was rather calm by Randy.
That was okay. I like that one. Good little levels ring there for a Monday, so I like that. Let's wait to see Carvana opened up here very, very soon. We're going to wait to see what this market does. A little bit of a bounce up. Carvana not open, so we'll pass on that. Apple still 150 and looking good as well to the north side. We're being patient here off the open. There goes Disney breaking 100. So we did not sit there. We wanted this to open up to see where it goes. So here comes Disney coming back in pretty good right now. 99.30, 99 and change. Disney cracking lower here.
Yeah, so I got Amazon almost right away here off of Friday's highs. That's going to come out real quick. Like, it's one of those, you have yourself a tight stop, and sometimes you get wicked out. So there's the afternoon top there on Amazon, pretty much in and out. But Disney holding beneath that 100. I said I wanted to let that 101 be my litmus test, and if it opens below it and holds below, then I like that short. So for now, you are seeing the south side of that. CVNA still hasn't broke to the downside, but coin is starting to get into the pocket. And that's that 44.5 range. So this is where I'm looking for the first curl on coin. If it breaks out at like 46, you got to give up the ghost. Tesla, it's up, but only $1. Not going to see 180 just yet.
Yeah, we were just in the money on this. We actually went short on Disney again. Not again, but for the first time here, near that 100. We're short at 99. It's going to break a little higher. We're going to get out about $100.25. This is not a big position. This did go in the money about 30 cents for me. But again, that's about a 1-to-1. Well, we're going to lose a little more than that if it breaks out through 125 cents. But anyways, it's about 1-to-1. Let's see if it comes back. Here it comes. Now it's starting to fade out a little bit. I am bidding, sorry. There it is. Carvana just came in as well. I just got bidding on Disney 40s right now to try to get that 1-to-1. So there it is. Carvana breaking through 50 now. Looks like it's open. So we do have a new position on Carvana right now. So we'll hit desired for a new position in CVNA, Brendo.
There's a note, guys, that just came across on TSM suggesting apparently Tesla has placed a large order for self-driving chips from Taiwan Semi. So initial move down here was bought back up on that.
Yeah, and of course, as usual, you know exactly what Rivian did, which is not give any kind of a pop. It's just straight southbound on Rivian. You can never get into this. Disney just made another crack at 100. I just got into that one. Tesla here just got above 176 or so. So it looks like, Tesla, you see what happened to Rivian, but Tesla only now trying to break the bottom. Huge size at 175. That's what I want to get to. So Tesla on a 175 break. It's about 250,000 shares on the bid of 175. This could go right away.
Okay, guys, we are really...
No, Phil.
Okay, we can go over to Tesla, but Carvana right now is printing like nuts right now to the downside, 750. We added this one to the sticky notes, and we'll go bang, and we'll go bang one more time for that Carvana trade right there. And then also out Disney, a piece at 50. We only got out 20%. Let's see if Disney now goes higher side right now. But yeah, Carvana, the big one for your boy right now. 20 cents in the money on a $7 stock. Hey, we'll take that all day, but we'll see if we get lower. I'm hoping for lower in Carvana right now. Apple just came in at 149.
Yeah, so we did get the break. There was no fill initially for me anyways on Tesla, but then after it came back into the upside, I was able to grab some. Disney is now starting to head into the downside as well, so no longs on right now. Going to have a bid in front of the low of the day on Disney. Got to respect that. Coin, we like this area for a bit of a flush. you're seeing it get right up to that 44.5 and start to reverse. So now that it's turned at our entry level, this is where I want to be able to get into the short off to that high of the day. So I'm fading pretty much everything. Don't really have any longs in here right now. Tesla just got a first fill. We'll try to hang on to that and then see where we can go to the downside. Don't have any chips. Because Intel didn't go up to be faded, and neither did NVIDIA. NVIDIA just right down, bounced off 150, clean, and back into the upside. That could set up for a 150 break, which gets pretty ugly on NVIDIA. Right now, we're just going to go arrows to the downside. Tesla, Disney, I'm not in Coinbase just yet. And Carvana also falling there. We'll check in on NIO in a quick second.
I don't even want to hit arrows down on Disney. Disney's not doing anything.
That was for Tesla.
That was for Tesla, yeah. I was going to say, because I'm holding this Disney, and it's not doing a whole hell of a lot. We have gotten some out of Apple there, went into the 40s, so of course we took some of that. Let's see if we can hold the rest, but I am more nervous about the long than the shorts. We cashed out of 25% of Carvana. What's up, Brendo?
Early halt here. SHC halted upside on volatility. There was a favorable court decision that came out over the weekend for this one. It looks like SHC up 43% already.
Whoa. All right, we'll take, I mean, we got overfilled long there on Disney, actually canceling our whole trade there. So we're actually flat on Disney. We were able to take 2 outs there on the short side, and then we got busted out long there and got some out at Disney at $100.75. So, and unfortunately, our Apple went, this is why I'm not putting on big, it's getting close to putting on some risk. But for right now, we got out of Apple as it breaks back down below. And again, that one we actually wind up losing on, but not too much, because we're able to get in and out there as Apple just wind up breaking to the downside right now. So I did some work over the weekend. I'm going to go and look at some of these names with these kind of charts with you guys here. 20s, dailies, 1 and 3s. So hopefully that'll help us figure out the right levels and give you guys a little more context to some of the stuff that I'm looking at. But yeah, Lucid falling down, and you mentioned Rivian as well.
Yeah, Rivian, so a couple of halts. I think Brendan got you those halts, thankfully. But Rivian, all Rivian does is go straight to the downside. I'm trying to get a pop if I can, but I can cancel some of these that I'm not gonna get any chance at. So there was a pop into 100 on Disney. Sorry, 101, I should say. That's at 200. So the 50-period moving average on Disney is at 101. That was my line in the sand. It gets above that at the open, and I don't like it. It sets up for a 102 break, but it did just reject it a couple of times. So if the market does come in, I still have a bid out in front of 99. On the wrong side of 99.50, I should get in front of 99.50 to take some more out there. Disney is showing some strength to the upside. Carvana, not so much. And Tesla has caught a bit of a bid here. So Tesla catches a bid at 173.50. I still like the short side of the trade beneath 175. For now, that's holding up pretty well.
All right, we just got into Roblox, so we have a new position right now. Let's see if it's going to work. I mean, I don't know. The market did come back down a little bit there. Roblox down 2.5%, and it's really just breaking Friday's bottom, which is 30.31 basically right there. So that was a level that we were looking at for Roblox. Plus you had here some lower levels there, 31.10. So now we're short. Darn, it looks like it's going to break that 31.10. We're just trying again on Roblox there to see if it does take that level out. I just thought with this market coming back to the downside, now it wants to go up. So we'll probably get taken out at 31.10, which again is fine if that does happen. That's why we're short at 84 right now, trying to hold on to this Roblox. We know it can go if this market comes back down. So we're going to hold out for some hope here on Roblox. Short right now at $30.85 against a weak market. Brendan?
Not a lot of volume on this one yet, but popping back to the upside, remember LYV, big move down Friday on that DOJ investigation into Ticketmaster. So move back up here, but pretty light on volume so far.
So back up to 750 is going to be at least a Carvana right now. I like 760 maybe for a bit of a reentry, but there's a bit of a wall forming on Disney. Every time it gets down to this 950, there's some buyers in there. So I just took a couple of legs out as this one looks like it might give you some rinse and repeat action off of 101. So got a couple of legs out in front of 99.50, said I'd get in the north side of that, and then if it broke, we can hold for even lower. Tesla's holding fort pretty well here, and then just going back over to some of the Chinese names, because I know NIO, it's like you can't have, it happens, man. Yeah, obviously we're trading 3 things to the short side. NIO 10 break was about as clean as it got. It got down to 965. and looks like that was a bit of a missed opportunity. So it is what it is. I say that all the time, but you got to get some of these when they're in there for you. I did just grab some Coinbase here. It's gone a couple of times into this high. The last time it failed 44.5. I just grabbed a starter here at 15s. If it takes out the top, I want to get out of Dodge on Coinbase. That's about 44.65 high of the day.
All right. Yeah, I'm still trying to watch out for the same little levels here. Roblox did fade back down a little bit, so it looks like our 31, we just should have been more patient. We'd have a better short. We'd be getting some out for 10 cents, but we don't. So we're going to still hold out for that level. I am bidding at near the, well, I mean, I'd like to have the low of the day again where we got our first short back down to 74 because we did have a nice averaged in price here for that. But right now, Roblox does look like it wants to go back up. You got to watch out for this market, and it just sucks because Apple, it doesn't. So we're out of Apple, so it's fine. But Apple, I was debating the reload short at one, not the reload, but a short at 149 there. Looks like we came all the way back up, tested it, and now we're starting to get a little lower. So although I am short Roblox, that was part of the reason there I didn't want to get shorter on Apple, but Apple right there, 149. Looks like this is going to hang around here for a little bit, just like I like the 150. I feel like we got to be a little more patient with this right now, so I'm actually gonna hold out on Apple. Check out on AMD right now, trying to get up to that 73. That could be a level as well coming through. But
Alphabet.
Yeah, Alphabet's doing something.
Yeah, it's the strongest thing I can see.
Okay, yeah, because Amazon, I was going to go over there. They just went red as well after having a nice beginning to the day there for Amazon. So they just turned red. So that would have been something there, breaking VWAP to the downside at 94.50. So Amazon, something to watch out for here.
Yeah, and again, 99.50 bounces
there goes Roblox.
on Disney. But yeah, like I got stopped really quickly on Amazon on the short. That kind of sucks. But here comes Google. Google is a strong name here. I think if we're going to go upside, this is the one you got to like. Breaking out from Friday's highs, that's like 97.5 or so that we closed at. So on any kind of a dip to 97.5, I'm going to like it. There's another name out there. I keep forgetting to always go over to this because PanW had a pretty good day on earnings. It's beneath where we had that nice consolidation long off 168, but it has a chance to break this up. If it breaks and holds 168, starts forming support there. That was a level that was good to us on Friday. Just want to make sure I got to that. But it took another leg out on Disney, and this will be it. Like I'm not getting any more shares out in front of 99.5. Like either it breaks this and fills in the gap. We've already scalped some out here, and I feel like we're not going to scalp anymore. Tesla, the original short on that breakdown trade, if I take a break on big size, that 175 level was just a size level. Usually going to scalp it and try to hold. It broke back up the pre-market levels, so I'm out of it for now. I would only reload if there's any kind of a reclaim of 175. Like it's either that level or 180. I don't like anything else for Tesla.
Ooh, so we're still in Carvana. Our Roblox got taken out, which is crazy because it's all the way back, but that's okay. I was looking at AMD. It looks like we're going to get short right now. There we go. We are short now into AMD. So let's see. This has a 73 ping on it. Wow. Okay, you see what I'm saying? Like when this market goes, man, you are just getting railroaded on a stock like an AMD. But we're going to take the short for the same reason in case the market goes to the downside. It's been a nice move up. We're right at that 200 period right now, and we're right at 73. So we said we'd be patient with this. It's already up $1. Let's see if we can short this in that dollar range right now for AMD, and then have it come back in for us a little bit. Our target's going to be just a little north of 73, but not much, like 73.10, something like that, to get out. But right now we're short right here on AMD. What's up, Brendo?
A few people circulating a Wall Street Journal note suggesting Ryan Cohen, that Ryan Cohen could be building a stake in Netflix, guys, saying that he is currently on search for other low-price stocks and is building up a quote-unquote passive stake in NFLX.
That actually, that's a little interesting. Look, Netflix just actually broke out, so I think maybe that's why it broke out. But either way, 287, that was the floor on Friday. I like that for a floor here today. That's enough to get me. It was already breaking this price anyway, so I feel like if we're going to get anything to the long side, that sits there and makes some sense to me on a break. Google, not really a pullback just yet. I'm still favoring getting in there. I'm going to throw my bids. Just
Tesla doing
sometimes I like to see it pull back and consolidate, but I kind of want to just be part of this party. I'll just stand in front of the bid if it does want to go there. We're tight and close to that Coinbase high. It looks like it might want to give that breakout, unfortunately for me. NVIDIA, Still waiting for it to pop into this 155. Not a lot of strength. It's actually fading off the pre-market highs. So it's kind of giving this classic setup, which it's one of my favorite setups, which is you get a pop into the pre-market high, then you start fading. That's 153. So I guess I'll be making 2 short trades because you can trade the setups that you like. And if I see it set up like this, I have to do it. And by the way, Intel, this is going up and fading. Yeah, the Intel just went down. Straight down. Did not stop, did not pass go. Because
it didn't even pass go?
No.
Oh, it went right to jail.
Right to jail.
Okay, yeah. Got to watch out for those names.
It's like Rivian, man.
Rivian goes to jail every day, though. I don't know.
They
They
keep
keep
be sitting
escaping.
in the short.
Rivian escapes that jail. They have that get out of free card with Amazon, I guess. But okay, right now we'll start ringing the register a little bit here because some of the names that we've held on a little bit too long here today. But I feel like, especially with Neil talking about Intel there, we're already short AMD. So we only took a 10 cents there. So we didn't take a huge trade on AMD at all. But let's just wait for lower here on AMD. I definitely think we can get back to these day lows, especially if this market wants to come back in here off the 1 minute. So let's see if it fades out a little bit lower here for that. And then this has just been, Carvana was fine because we were able to get out early. The trade was early, not late. But I am noticing that we're ripping. I mean, this is a pretty good rip for Carvana. This is basically up, what, 10% here? No, sorry, 10%, what am I talking about? 730 bottom, you're now up 40 cents, so 4 or 5% off that bottom right there. So we'll re-engage in the short and look to get out if it does take out 780 right now to the downside for that one. Oh man, that's what I meant to do.
You see,
I meant XOM too.
5%.
Oh, I wanted that pre-market break right there at 109.50. It looks like we might have had it, then it would have gone against us about 50 cents, and then it would have came back down in a little bit there. So yeah, oh man, XOM making a move down to 108 and change as crude oil continues to get dusted. We just got another trade on right now. Disney, my Disney hits down there. That was a low bid from my trade before when we were looking to go short on Disney. All right, that's a mistake. So whenever we take that, we won't take credit for it, but there goes Disney. I got to make sure I cancel some of those orders. Just like I have Roblox bids right now. How low is that? Still the same level. Look at AMD. Beautiful trade here on AMD, man. 30 cents in the money.
Yeah, we're getting to VWAP here. That'll be the first out for me on NVIDIA if we can get that fill on the bid. I did get Rivian eventually, but it's on the way back into the upside. So I grabbed some in front of the pre-market low, but as it's churning into 30, I got to let it get to 30, maybe make a bit of a curl before I get some more shares. And I'm looking for a 99 break on Disney to take some more shares out there if it can even do it. And then just coming right back into CVNA. I know you just maybe covered it. Yeah, you showed it. That's 775. It already made a a curl off of 775, that pre-market range. That's a wick top. That's a re-entry point in front of, it looks like maybe 780, you're right. Give it an extra few cents there, but that's that top, and I like that top wick style trade. So I'm going to do the same thing that we just tried to put on an NVIDIA. But as quickly as NVIDIA got down into VWAP, and I'm like, I'm about to get filled on the bid, it's right back up challenging the high. So this gets pretty bullish if we break out, and I'm out if it takes this level, and then waiting for 155. Like, I'm not going to get stubborn about this. Just acknowledge the fact that it wants to take out that level. Disney is now finally through 99. So I can slap a trail on this. I'll probably give some of it to 99.25 and then hold the rest to fill in this little bit of a gap here. But NVIDIA just went up, so that stopped that. I'll stop the fail on NVIDIA. Maybe it's just Intel that I should have been short because Intel, as usual, just straight to the downside.
Yeah, that's Intel life for you, for sure. But okay, so we're just staring at AMD right now, and same kind of thing. We'll talk about. We've reloaded into that short. We're short now at 78, giving it a little bit more room through 73. So I just got to make sure that I have the right amount of shares and everything all set up. So we do. So we'll go short on AMD. Well, we are short now on AMD, and give it a little more love if it does get back closer there. It's because I got out. That's why. It's because I got out some of this. So it did put us back into a position. And then we did. Neil just talked a little bit about Carvana, but we are good there, man. We got out at 53 there on Carvana. We're short at 58, so we're only short right here. Let's see if it works more to the downside, Carvana. I'm hoping it does. Otherwise, it's that break of 80 for trouble spot there for Carvana. Brendo.
China Morning Post, guys, reporting that Apple has extended its wait time in that country for the iPhone 14 Pro model. That came out here, so that caused that move downside 150 down to 148.5 there. For Apple, again, this comes back to Foxconn and COVID shutdowns.
Yeah, I've been looking at Alphabet mostly for some strength, and I look at Apple here, and it's just beneath that 150. It's hard to love the long until you show a bid at 148. And I apologize for these wicks, but it'll be hard to maybe it'll be a little bit harder to see on the 3 minute. But the 148's been a level on my 15. If it's below 150, it's hard to like the strength in there. Coin just finally started rolling over, so this did break VWAP and we're headed south. And I got my first fill out. I've been pretty patient with this one, looking for it to rug pull, but we talked about the range that we liked. Once it broke the top, just look for it to get into the previous low on Friday and then see if it could have curled to yesterday's price. It never even got there. So heading back in southbound is going to be Coinbase as we get this short working. Google, Alphabet, doesn't really matter. Actually, my barber was like, stop saying Alphabet, Neil, because I kept confusing him when he asked me about stocks. Anyways, 97.50s now, it's almost like forget about it at this point. It looks like it's going to try to hold 98 here. That'll be VWAP. I do want to buy the dips in Alphabet. And when I see the strength here, I want to respect it. And this is definitely a long I want to get. I'm concerned about chasing it too far at this point. It is up 1% into what is still a bit of a down market. So I feel like I should be a little bit more patient than to chase it all the way up here.
Yeah, we're, I was just looking at Disney there. It just broke lower. I'm going to cancel that because right now we are printing pretty decent here. We got a good little print happening for us on our boy AMD here. We were going a little bit more aggressive. I know NVIDIA ripped up for you there, and so did AMD. We did hold this a little bit against us for this, so we are trying to make a little bit of profit here on this play because we did hold it against us about 20 cents. So now we're at 72.80. Is our short, so I'm going to take a little piece out here at 70 bottom if we can get that, and then we'll move on from there. Look at CVNA though. This is a name that we stuck with and we averaged into it. We put this onto our sticky note. We just got a 47 bid, so again a decent average in here for Carvana. I still think we make lower on this name, especially if this market fails. But market failing at this point seems to be a thing of the past. I mean, I don't know. I'm going to take we just got another low piece out there on AMD. We got a 69er. We'll just take a 76 there as well. I'm a little nervous about where this market's going now. So hopefully it comes back to the downside, but we're just going to keep on getting out of this short, put our day into a nice little spot for us here, and just work with AMD and Carvana. SHC, was that? I know this wasn't on our watch list.
That was that halting stock.
Yeah, did this halt on Friday or just talking about today?
No, it's just today.
Did it halt today? Oh yeah. This did halt at 935 SHC. So nice move up there, up 51%. I got to go back over. AMD's come back in a little bit. Nice trade, AMD. Let's get to the downside here on this short. But every time I get excited, it just kind of makes a move back up to the upside. So we'll see if we can take a 64. There it is, and then a little bit lower than this for AMD. We'll wait to get a 53 if we can get that here. That's my next little out as the market's coming back in a little bit, but not much actually. Yeah, there it is. The market looked like it was coming down, and now it's pretty much stopped again. So, hey guys, welcome to Trader TV Live. Please hit that like button for show.
Yeah, and look, we're trying not to ignore too many symbols, but when you got multiple positions on, you have to focus on what you're trading in. It's not just Alphabet. Look, Microsoft is the exact same move to the upside, almost 1%, and holding higher. So I was looking at Alphabet first. That's my focus. Unfortunately, Microsoft, not that bad. A 243 does set up pretty nicely. And then here's your 50-period moving average bouncing off 240. I don't think we see 240 today, but definitely some big levels coming in. If it breaks 44, this one could really start going. Brennan again?
A decent move up for a couple of the Chinese ADRs. Here's PDD, Pinduoduo, just took out session highs. Anyway, still down on the day. FUTU, which is a online education company with a nice move, back to 53 here, now up 5% almost. They reported better than expected results, but initial flush anyways down to 49. Huge move up for FUTU.
FUTU, that stock, man. FUTU, you too. Good little stock there for sure. Oh, man. I mean, so I just punched out some more on Carvana when I thought it was breaking 50. We got some out at 50. We are looking to reload this AMD trade, but that looks very dangerous because the market is now up pretty decently off those bottoms, right? I mean, this is what I mean for the market. And this is the thing. Every time we turn this thing on a Randy advice here, it goes the other way. But 11.7, we're still red. So Randy still wins on this one. But 11.700 looking to get taken out right now. So I am sort of questioning a little bit here. We'll take more out on AMD. I mean, if I can get a 73 there, we'll do that. So that's what we just did. We're short 91 now. So there's some big trades on board here. It's just getting a little bit nervous. So we will reload the short on AMD see if we get near that 73 again. But other than that, I feel like now that we've cashed out of a lot of this, we don't need to do too much more. So let's just wait. If we get that 95 fill, we'll take it. So other than that, though, that's what we're going to wait for on AMD. Carvana's starting to go down.
Yeah, it's interesting because like the market, I'm watching the ES and the NASDAQ get toward the high, and it's like there was just another push down in Coinbase. And you know what, as a matter of fact, I'm going to take the opportunity to get some out in front of 43 because the market gets to a top, and then your short starts coming in and working. What you got to do is make sure you ring the register on that trade. So I'm going to get some out there on Coinbase. I talked about Rivian, and it's getting a bit of a bounce, and it did, look, it wick topped that 30, it's like 30 and a quarter high, the pre-market high. So I was able to get some more shares in there, but with the market now trending, I'm just going to throw my stop, and if it gets above those quarters, give it up. Now I want to see if it can actually fall. I do still like Google and Microsoft are the place to be, and now they're starting to come back in here. So there's was 15-minute. You can see it pulling back in. Now it's going to challenge this 98 level. So if we can hold 98, I think it's got a great chance to get back toward those highs. And I'm looking for something that I like on the long side because it's been all shorts. If you see me along in IMGO, that really doesn't count. It's a buyout.
Okay, just real quick, man, we did it again right there. We reloaded our AMD short and just came in a little bit there. So, so far so good here on AMD. We just got out at 60s there, 64, I think it was, 66, sorry. So we are taking a nice little trade on that one. We'll see if that comes in. And then, by the way, Carvana spit lower as well right now. So that's starting to go down to the downside. And then I did want to look. I did see someone just now. What's up to Wall Street Fighter? What's up, my guy? We'll see right there. 90. This is where I want the short. I actually want the short now on Amazon. So good thing we just called this up. This is a level. I was like, where's 93.50? It's right here right now. So we should be going short right now on this name. There it is. We are now short. So there we go. Sorry, we just got into it. So new position alert for Amazon, new position for Carvana. No, it's still making to the downside, but this is a new one for Amazon. It just took the 200 period right there. So that's what we wanted to look at right there. The 200 period was actually at 60. So I guess a little bit of a mistake. We waited for, not a mistake, but we waited for 50s. So let's go Amazon downside right now. 10 cents in the money. Let's see if it can go a little further than that.
So in one of my favorite moves of all time, instead of getting out a piece at quarters on Google, I got out of everything. So I'm just going to jump, like I'll just jump back into the trade. It comes right back anyways, so I end up getting the same price that we entered before, like right in front of 98. My stop's already in place, but that'll be it's not a reload, that is just me accidentally getting all of it out. If we do get back up to the high of the day, I'll try to respect that. But the shorts are continuing to print into the downside. Like I said, Coinbase starting to go down. You already covered Carvana there. And then obviously Disney. I said I would trail some of Disney out. Oh, these wicks. I said I would trail some of Disney out if it got back above 99.25. Sorry, 98.20, 99.25. So I did get some out there. Now it looks like it wants to challenge that low of the day, and I want to hold for a bigger gap fill. So Disney absolutely printing to the south side. Really just looked. I said all I cared about with Disney was here's your 50-period moving average. If it holds beneath that at the open, I'm shorting Disney in front of that level. That's starting to really fall in. Everything working to the downside with the exception of Rivian. Google reload. We'll see if this one wants to hold up. This and Microsoft have been like the bastions of strength. That's probably, I'm getting overly dramatic if I say bastion of strength, but it is holding above VWAP for now. I took the first leg out. Well, I meant to take the first leg out, got it all out 99.25, 98.25. I'll go ahead and take the first leg out in front of that again because it does not feel like this market wants to hold, despite the fact that you're seeing some strength in some of the big tech.
Yeah, we're doing the same kind of thing. What's up? What's up, Dan McIsaac? Yeah, I feel your pain a little bit here today with a lot of flat trades. Oh wow, AMD we just got, what the hell? I don't know. AMD just popped up there for some reason. We just got short right on the flat number there of 73. That was funny. We were just getting out at 60. So I don't know. AMD making the move back to the upside here. We cashed out of some Amazon already. Let's go to Brendan. I don't know what was up with that AMD move. What's up, Brendan?
I was seeing a volume spike across the board there. No number to come here at 10, so we'll keep an eye on the market. NWTN, a few people mentioning this one halted again. This is a SPAC, guys, so they closed or announced the closing shareholder approval of their business combination. So NWTN, a SPAC, up to $8 here.
All right. We did really good here on that move, by the way, for AMD. So go ahead. Sorry, I don't know what that news was, man, but here it is. We're going to cash out some more of AMD right now. We just got short 95, and I'm bidding. Yes, there it is. We just got 79s right there as well. So I got a little bit nervous on that short. So we're starting to cover some in the high 80s, but just now it's starting to dip down. Good trade for me here. And again, I just didn't have any idea where that came from. That's where I thought we were going to Brendan. I don't know. Did you get any? Look at AMD. Holy shit.
TSM has been really weak, and it's actually rolling over here. So, but the market's coming back in. All the shorts are pretty much printing.
Yeah, let's go, man. That's what we just hit that fail on the market right now. Carvana, big time movement to the downside, guys. Look, I missed you guys on Friday. I don't know if you missed me, but I missed being here. I hope that we're doing just as good of a show today as was Friday. There goes Carvana to the downside, guys. Here goes Amazon to the downside. Man, your boy is back right now. Let's hit the alarm. Thank you so much, Rob. Ooh. Fancy cup, I like that. Thanks, Rob, for that one as we get the caffeine reload right now, but let's go.
Oh my God.
We're back in the saddle, guys. And again, I hope you're enjoying the show one more time because there it is right now. Bang, 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 bang. Bunch of bangs happening right now, especially Roblox. Could have been bang worthy, but right now we have Carvana 40 cents in the money, Amazon 50 cents in the money, AMD 40 cents in the money. As this market, Neil, you are 100% right. You've been hammered. You hammered that Disney trade, which seems to be the right one.
The only long...
I was net short Disney, but gave it up.
Yeah, the only longs that were working, like this is Google, so I got into Google, got out at 25s, got back in and got out, and it ended up losing 15 cents, so it's not quite the same amount that we're winning, but that just gave it up as well. And I hate it. Microsoft's doing the same thing, so we got to this is actually not melting. But look, we talked about this looking for shorts today. I have been looking for a couple of long opportunities. I just can't seem to find them. It is all about these shorts. And I'm going to be very, very patient with some of these outs because when you start trending like this, you want to make sure you give a chance for these moves to happen. All that said, Coinbase 42, that looks like an out for me. Now remember, Coinbase is getting really close to all-time lows, so I want to try to respect that. You know what? Forget this. I'm actually going to cancel my bid, but if it bounced off 42, I'll slap a trail. I want to short pops on Coinbase. I'll probably look back over at Silvergate and hate myself. But Disney now breaking 99 one more time. Carvana's already headed into the downside. If you're still looking at Tesla, I did not get the re-entry into Tesla. I think we have enough things short. Why did that stay on Coinbase? But Tesla wick topped. I was waiting for 180 when it did it. Reclaim 175, headed right back in to the low of the day. So Tesla under some pressure. NVIDIA, after I got stopped, it then makes a wick top. Didn't get to 155. My level was 155. It never got there. Still rolling over. But look, holding VWAP for now. So TSM's weak. Intel's weak. NVIDIA, it's down, but it's not nearly as weak as those other two.
I kind of know what this means. We're going to repeat it anyway. Sean just bang broed this market, so we'll go bang on that one as well there as we are net short. So if that means we're banging this market out, then we are doing that. We put Carvana onto our watch list early. It was on the sticky note. We added Carvana, so there it is right now breaking. Look at this name, guys, today. Carvana, there you go. You want to go up? We're reloaded right there as it goes now to the downside and still bleeding lower. So we're at one-time daily goal now. So it's been an okay day. We didn't put on as much risk as maybe we should have, but this AMD trade has been pretty nicely done, cooked to the downside. I'm just starting to get some more out, and maybe that's a mistake, getting out like that all the time, but we got to do a little bit of damage here when the market falls for us. You guys want to know probably my the cleanest trade was this one right here. We're now 60 cents in the money. We're going to chain this market red here as it looks like the bull wins on that, the bear wins on that one today on our vote. We got to close that poll. Let me see this poll right here. If you haven't voted yet, I wonder which way you're going to vote. But right now, the bear, 61.39. That's actually pretty close considering where the market is right now. But if you haven't hit the like button, please do so. This is what I'm talking about when we're saying now the net's starting to go. But look at Amazon right here. Beautiful move to the downside. Let's see, there it is. We just took an 83 fill. This is, like I said, probably my cleanest trade, breaking 93.50 right there to the downside for Amazon. So a weak stock gets weaker and weaker as wow. And you want to talk about another weak stock? Carvana down to 22. AMD right now trying to break 50s as well. So yeah, man, good day here today. How's your day over there at the big desk, Brendo?
Hey guys, 10 o'clock brought to you by Chart Prime. They offer top-notch indicators that automatically find chart patterns, support and resistance zones, pivot points, and so much more. Use that code on the screen right now. TLive will get you 20% off Shout out to Chart Prime back on board for another week. Here we go. A bit of a mixed board. The Dow is standing out here as relatively strong, 0.05, only in positive territory, but hey, it's green. 0.25% for the S&P. 1, 2, 3,000 Russell, all downside. Same story for the NASDAQ, about 0.5% for both the composite and the 100. If you were with us in the pre-market, we gave you everything you need to know on, well, Disney, on not only Coinbase, but the entire crypto sector downside as well, with the coins following suit. 1 week low for BTC this morning. Another 321,000 additional recalls for Tesla this morning. It was under pressure. Bonus round, just saw an Etsy activist note pop up there. Watch out for Etsy moving. TSM we mentioned as well. A couple of notes regarding Tesla, in fact, and their new factory coming to Arizona. Still negative though for Taiwan Semi. Here's oil. No bounce yet, or trying to bounce off 76, but this is the lowest level since January, guys, for crude. Back over to you.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a disaster for the oil names, and there was definitely some opportunities in there, but you had to stick to, look, you can't chase every single move. You've got to find some levels that you like and some stocks that you like, and I just grabbed one. I'm trailing Coinbase because it just bounced off 42, so we got the one entry, and the outs are pretty standard. First consolidation, gets them out. Second consolidation, the pre-market, gets them out, let it fall to the low of the day, right? It's just allow it to get to the next level each time and then make your trade. Or in the case of, like, make a decision. Like, make a decision at a decision point. So I've made a decision on Netflix. Well, I've entered it in front of the low of the day. I know I tried Google. That was a decent scalp, and then it took out the bottoms. Netflix just made another test into these lows. This is 286 down here. If it can't hold that, I'll give up. I'll give that one up. Disney is still churning to the downside. That's now broken away from 99 and is starting to fill in the gap a little bit. There's no obvious levels in here until you get to, like, I'll go 15-minute chart because you can probably see a little bit better if I go 15. There you go. So you have this 97 down here. That was just previous resistance. That makes the most sense to me. If we get to 97, I'm going to be getting out of Disney looking for a bit of a bounce there. It's still, I think it's positive news that Iger's there, but right now you're just seeing some profit taking.
Yeah, I mean, that's why it was up 11% at some point right there. But again, guys, thanks for watching the show. You found the best trading show now, so hopefully you bookmark it. Can you bookmark YouTube pages? I guess you probably can.
You know what? You know how you do that?
By subscribing. Yeah, hit the subscribe. Yeah. Get that notification up again for it every single day. As here goes the market again, fading to the downside. So, and again, if you're not watching our show, at least follow us on Twitter, because here it is right here, man. We talked about that earlier, over an hour ago. We're adding Carvana breakdown right here and looking short. So there it is right now. Boom to the downside. We hit Carvana. We also, here's the sticky note that everyone's talking about on the chat as well. So there it is right there. Disney, Baba, Tesla, Apple. So good trading on that. And then right here, good call on Amazon. What's up, Wall Street Fighter? You and I looking at this name again here today. Nice move downside as we still, wow, why am I doing this when I mean, I don't have much to do. The market, like my net is just extend nation right now. Look at Amazon. A little bit on the bid here, to say the least. There's a stacked bid there, Pratty Daddy, on the bid. I know he likes to look at that stuff. We'll take a bid out there at 50, but there was a stacked bid on Amazon at 92.50, so we can watch out for that. And what we mean by stacked bid, of course, as you just saw it, is you got some bids right here at 50, trying to protect that downside, 92.50 for Amazon. So we say thank you, come again and take out that. 45 cents in the money on Carvana. That's 5 or 6% right there for you. Amazon obviously is that dollar and just broke. So see you later, alligator, as my kids say. And then there goes AMD, man. An absolute destruction of a stock for me today. My number one stock is going to be Carvana, but not far behind it is AMD. I mean, we just keep protecting that 73, and now you're down there to 72 flat. So probably another good outcoming for AMD. But Neil, why are we getting out of our shorts, man?
Well, I mean, it depends on if it's. So I'm looking at Rivian here because it was relatively strong. My 15-minute, it did just try to get back up above that 30 level. And I just took some out because you had this like 29.5. And you know what? I should cancel. I'll cancel this second bid. I don't really need it. Don't need it to be in there. I just scalped some out on our original entry point. And I have a 29 bid that we'll let it fall down to. But you look at how big this gap is into the downside, and you maybe should have just let it try to run here. I know Neo was a big swing and a miss because, quite frankly, if you don't even swing, you leave the bat in your shoulder. Then I consider that a gigantic miss. That's $10. Neil's now at $9.75. So I don't know where I want to get into this trend unless it's closer to $10. I did just grab along in Netflix. I want to give this one some room, but you can see where that bottom is. And if we can't hold this on Netflix, the news came, look, there was a possible catalyst that had it breaking out. But just like Google, if you break out and can't hold these levels on the way back in, then I'm getting out of Dodge. Microsoft broke down as well. Tesla's about to get into the downside. But this is the point where if you're in the shorts, you haven't paid yourself, you want to go ahead and do that. But really, you got to give a chance that this market rolls over and takes out these levels in the NASDAQ. Whoops, Coinbase is a NASDAQ stock. But I'll show you the I'll show you the NQ first. If we get through 11.6, there's a pretty big gap to be filled. So I'm looking at all the shorts that I'm in and asking, well, how much do I want to hold? I got some ribbing out. I definitely want to hold on to the rest, see if it can go lower. I think the rest of these are pretty much the same story. Here's Coinbase. It did trail me out at that 42, but heck, this stock could set up for both the bottom break at 42 even. I want to short this one back into 43 in VWAP. So there's going to be re-entry points, I think, for that Coinbase.
Yeah, just looking at some Black Friday deals. All right. 92. I mean, so, you know, always. So first of all, Carvana. I mean, let's go. You guys short Carvana? There you go. A couple of those for you there. We just cashed some more out there at. I mean, now that it's starting to go back to the upside here, let's just punch a little bit. Oh, we got a half print. We just punch a little bit out there at 22. So we got 21 halves. We're getting lighter on a lot of these positions because of what Neil said. Like at some point, you know, although it depends on the name you're trading and where these stocks are, but I feel like there's been such a dramatic move here in the last 20 minutes or so in this market that maybe we do find a bottom at 11.6. So that was the bottom here in the pre-market, 11.6. So let's see if we test that. Probably worth it. So now, just to recap, so I know a lot of you are following this. So Amazon right now, we're out of 80% of this stock. We have 8 different outs here, all just sitting on the bid, letting them take us out to the downside. So that's what we were doing, pretty much scalping it. And then AMD the exact same way. It's now floating around the bottom here, debating just taking this out. You know, again, this is a 3-minute, a 1-minute. We've changed up our style here on the show. 72.50, I guess, could be another out for me if we go back up to the upside. Sorry, 72.50. 72.50, yeah, sorry. On that, that's another good out there for us on AMD. So debating getting another 10% out of that one at that level. That's right where the 1 minute, yeah. So I mean, that's right where all these are, man. VWAP, the 50 period is right there. So 72.50, one more marker out for that. And then Amazon, this is the one that I kept confusing it with. This has made a nice move back. So we got one out there at 50, one out at 50, one out at 60, but we missed that 40 out. So let's hold on to this one a little bit more because of the way it bled down. But I do like AMD at the bottoms here. Let's see if we can touch 72. That's where my next bid is. But then I don't want to not take profit if we cross back above VWAP. So 72.50 will get out of a piece, but it looks like AMD is trying to come down and test 72 flat again. What's up, Brendo?
I keep seeing this Etsy popping up on volume here, guys. Back to the upside again. This thing's already gone. 112 up to almost 120 there at the high. It was Starbird and Jana Partners apparently mentioned in that activist note. So 3% more volume coming in here for Etsy.
Yeah, I'm just going over my levels on Etsy because, okay, this is a pretty obvious 110
Etsy's,
and 120.
Aren't your hands freezing, or is it just me again?
Well, there's literally this is not. So, by the way, this is not melting, but just to give you an idea. So Sean said his hands are cold. Yeah, we're not.
Fahad,
this is not melting.
No, I thought Fahad didn't know how to zoom in.
I don't want to talk about Fahad. Just says some stuff sometimes that we know to be untrue, because these guys were doing that zoom in thing and trying to pretend like it wasn't them doing it. What?
I know, Fahad's like, he's blaming Lucas. I see Lucas doing something completely different now, and
Fahad
this guy's zooming in by himself on the board,
Fahad talks
everything like that. Wow, holy shit, you have a lot of positions.
Yeah, so well, a couple of them are in buyouts, so it's not really moving. But Etsy here, it's 110, but then 120 is a big level the last couple of days. Obviously on Thursday and Friday, it's met some resistance to that price with previous support. So if you're long this one, watch out for 120. That's obviously a big one there for you. Rivian just cannot seem to break this 29.5. So I've thrown my bid back into this 29.5 level because you do have a wick bottom. And if you hold this 29.50 level again and then break back out, that's actually a pretty bullish setup in the case of Rivian, and I got to be able to respect that. Not really holding up as well to the downside as I would have liked. Going to get back over to Tesla because Tesla, if I'm showing you Rivian, I did have the short in Tesla. It stopped me out there, so we got some for profit, then 1-to-1 I had to take it. This is still trending down. So I kind of like holding on to Rivian. I kind of feel like it should go. If we take out the bottom here, that'll give me more confidence in the Rivian trade. Netflix is right back into those lows. If it can't hold that 185 or 285, then I got to get out of Dodge. But it's this Etsy that's catching my attention as it gets closer to this 120. If it gets all the way to 120, I do favor this for a short, but looks like it's not going to quite get there, unfortunately.
Yeah, my kids, first of all, Jake, what's up, my guy? My kids are not watching right now, but yeah, I just looked over and it's like, oh my God, there's a lot of positions right there. Yeah, they should be in school right now. But, you know, if the school was smart, let's call it what it is, they'd be broadcasting Trader TV live. I mean, there's not enough education. I mean, this is why we started the show. Quite frankly, there's not enough education about finance, and you guys know that, let alone day trading. My kids know a hell of a lot about it already, and they're 10 and 8 years old, and that's because I believe financial literacy and understanding is super important. So my kids are already fully aware that I have, you know, investment portfolios set up for them, why that does. My kid got an A+ in math. Why? Because he did a project on real estate prices in our neighborhood, and he's 10 years old. And then he also told me, did I know how much Drake's house cost? And I said, okay, let's move on that one. Because, of course, it's in a little bit of a different bracket than my house. But that was really cute. So he put that. And then I forwarded that picture of his report card and that talk about real estate prices to my father, because he also is into that. So I'll sit there and look at Realtor like all night, pretty much. Just you know, looking at different, not all night, but that's it. What's up, guys? What's up, Brian Thompson? So much love for you guys. Yeah, you're right, Rolling Records, man. We got to keep our kids, you know, educated about all that stuff. So good on that. They even know about dividends and things like that. That's why he came on, and he was our junior analyst. He talked about Microsoft. You know, where do you think he got that name from? But all right, so let's go, man. I don't stop. I mean, you got to keep your kids going, right? So all right, Amazon to the downside there. Tulio, they say, Dad, trade good stocks is what they say to me. DraftKings, I'm looking for good stocks, man. Roku, we talked about that a little bit today, and Etsy. Roku's down 4%. That could be a name to look at. I was going to get out of Amazon, but there it is, man. It just dumped again as this market fell back down. Yes, we're at the highest spot we've been at all day right now. As there goes Amazon. We didn't look at Roku, but Amazon to the downside right now. Yeah, making lower lows. Wow, what is blowing? Oh, it's Carvana. Carvana just took out a whole bunch of levels, man. Down in that downside. So we just got a bunch of fills, 17s and 15s on Carvana to the downside. So I think that's what's sort of sending the net through the moon here. And
maybe to the floor could be Intel. It's at a double bottom here. I'm still looking for the first pop of significance to get into the short. Obviously, you saw what happened with NVIDIA, but that's actually right back to my entry price. So look, NVIDIA puts a wick top through 153 on a higher time frame. You're going to be able to see it pretty clean. This is what it looks like on the 15-minute. It's now a wick top. If I get wicked out, then I like to set up back into the short. We always talk about this. If you get wicked out, you got to jump back into it. So I'm going to get back into NVIDIA off this 153. Acknowledge the fact that, hey, it got me first, but I was into it maybe a little bit too early on NVIDIA, and we'll take a second swing at this. The same thing sort of happened in Netflix because it wicked the bottom, got to 284.80, so I jumped back in front of that low of the day. There's not too many longs that I like. It was Google, Alphabet, I should say, but that broke pretty cleanly. Still in a bit of an upward trend, so it actually bounced off of Friday's close, looking like it's caught a bit of a bid there. If we do level off and hold 11.6 on the NASDAQ, then I still like the same names from before for bounce longs. It'll be Netflix off the low. It'll be Google here at 97, and then I feel like Microsoft was doing pretty well. I think it's still doing pretty well off this 242. So Friday afternoon's tops, this is where I think you want to be. If the market's going to come back upside, I feel like these are the three names that make some sense to me. Haven't even traded Microsoft, but this looks better and better the more I look at it.
All right, we'll spin this. We don't do it that often. We're waiting to get this all changed up on this one. Hopefully we get more graphics ASAP. We're still looking for anybody to help us out. If you do have any experience in that, marketing at tradertv.live, if you want to help us make some more cool graphics like that. We are trying to work on some here, but you know, people are swamped, so we got to wait for that. Carvana is still downside. Amazon as well, man. We just took a piece out at 40 there. It did dip down to 20, so we're going to wait for that price to come in, but 92.40 right now. We just took another piece out there for Amazon, getting really light on all these names. Big moves to the downside, and if the market's just going to sort of do this right now, then I mean we're going to just get out. I mean it bounced down to 11,600. I still think we could break it. If we do, unfortunately, we won't have a bunch on, but you only do so much, and the crystal ball only works for so long. So that's going to be a good trade there. Good outs for us on Carvana, AMD, and Amazon. So those are the three names that I still have on board now. Is there anything you guys want to take? You guys don't want me to take that out? Well, I don't know. It's too loud. I want to change it. I have a client that's good at marketing. Okay, well, I mean, send over everything, man. It's more about we're looking for the production side of making those graphics. So if you guys have any experience in that, let us know. We would love that. We just use a stream deck here. We've already talked about that. You guys can send in anything you have. You just going to talk about Neo there?
Yes.
Holy shit, that's what I was going to do because it's right back to $10.
Back to $10.
So I'll throw it over to you if you have an idea. I haven't looked at the chart yet.
No, I mean, there's only one thing to do is play the 10 level. It obviously sets up both ways here. I get it. You've made a higher low. You made a wick bottom on a higher time frame. Wick bottom just means you get a capitulation on high volume through support, and then you try to reclaim said support. So I'll be on the offer at like 98s. 97, 98, maybe even some 99s. If it breaks out, fair enough. It's probably not that bad for a breakout and a reversal as well. We did grab some softy, Microsoft. I didn't want to jump in. We talked about softy pretty quickly there. As it bounces, get some out in front of VWAP, get some out in front of the high. But I'd like to be able to try to hold this one to the long side if this market is going to go. Like, this is the strong name, so I want to give it some respect. I just got into some NVIDIA. As that tries to roll back over, roll back to the upside, that 153, I have the same stop as I did before. Instead of adding twice, I'm going to wait for it to actually reject 53 before I add back into this or add to this position at all in NVIDIA. So a bit of a different approach where I want to see it rolling back into the downside before I was able to add. I can't even see, like Intel doesn't, whatever, it just broke the low again.
Did it? Oh my God.
It only goes, like there's no, like you have to be so aggressive on the pops, I think, to be able to get into this party. And as that market tries to go back in, if I see the chips go down again, it's like, can I get anything in that 240, 270 range on Microsoft? Not really catching any bids just yet, but I want to give this one some room. I feel like I was out of Coinbase maybe a little bit early, but it bounced off 42. I tried to let it break that low of the day. Now that kind of feels like it's validated. If this rolls back over at VWAP, 43 quarters. I'm looking for reentries into this position, but I feel like it was the right decision to take the profit and run after it bounced off that low. Anytime you can get right into your pre-market, not a pre-market level, but your original pop level, which was Friday's bottoms, and it goes right into the bottom of the range for you, you're going to take that 9 times out of 10, but then look for the solid reentry at this 43 level. Needed to roll over, though. This market's catching a bid. NASDAQ 11.6 has proven pretty strong.
All right, guys, Trader TV 30 right now is live. 30% off has just been initiated by Trade Ideas. So if you guys are interested in grabbing anything from Trade Ideas, they're the only company that we are affiliated with. I want to give a big shout out to Michael Noss, who literally just messaged me this a minute ago to let me know about that. So thank you, Michael Noss. And again, like, you guys can grab our layouts and everything. And what I really like is these races. I mean, they could tell you what's been weak. Bed Bath & Beyond was the last one weak. Coinbase, Bed Bath & Beyond, Lucid, Neo, Oxy, Disney, like all the names that I'm looking at, and I curated a list for myself, and for a low price of free, Michael Noss can give you that Trade Ideas layout that Neil and I both have different layouts. You guys could definitely look at those different scanners, things like that, but Trader TV Live 30, and it's just an affiliation that we have with them. Obviously, we are going to make a small amount on the affiliation, but if you guys want to go over there, have a look. So shout out to all of that, and again, they're the only people that we are affiliated with. So check it out, Trade Ideas. And yes, what's up, Dell, day trader there? Dell, you've been a good friend of mine here. It is Dell, the day trader. You've been messaging me before on Twitter, so do that again if you do have any interest in building these for us. Message me on Twitter, Dell, and you've been a great. I remember you sent some pictures of your food and my food back and forth there. A good friend of the show, so of course, Dell, the day trader, message me ASAP, not ASAP, because, hey, I'm on the show for another 40 minutes. But after that, I'd love to look at that. As the NASDAQ right now, Neil and Brendan, both breaking lower right now. So just so you guys are aware, unfortunately, I did take a piece out of AMD. AMD was just dancing around 20s too much. I took out at 25. You're now breaking lower. No bids in sight for your boy on AMD. We only have a small piece left. Amazon now breaking lower again. This has just been a rocket ship. no, ship would make upside. Downside move here, whatever that is, today. Meteoric move down for some of these names, and there goes Amazon right now. Now $1.50 in the money, AMD $1 now in the money as that's breaking. And probably the best trade of them all, to be honest with you, because we gave this one to you as a one-hitter. Carvana, well, all these trades are one-hitters. AMD 73, Amazon 93.50, Carvana, wherever you wanted it today. But some nice downside movements here. I don't know if it's small cap recap or not, but right now this market is small cap recrapping itself to the downside. As there we go, shout out to Trader TV and everything that we're doing here on the production side of things. Thanks Fahad, thanks Lucas, and thanks everybody. Anything that you're short maybe right now before we go, or
everything?
Good to go. Everything.
Well,
okay, good.
Netflix is trying to hold the bottom. Microsoft is trying. The only longs that we liked aren't even going to hold up here. I mean, well, Netflix hasn't broken, but Microsoft has just broken to the downside. We gave it this little consolidation there. It doesn't seem to want to hold, but you got to have a stop on the longs and then give those shorts some room to run here. I've been mostly net short all morning long, and I think we're going to have to stick with it because we just broke 11.6 on the NASDAQ. I mean, if we don't, it's only by one tick or so there's still a chance that the market wants to try to hold up here. But yeah, the trend is pretty clean, and even the strongest names have now given it up. And this is still not melted at all.
It's melting.
It's barely melting. It's too cold.
The thing
in
is,
here.
there's like, there's no like, I mean, these lights aren't hot.
I don't know. The lights are a little bit hot.
Are they?
But I think we're supposed to go to Brennan. So.
All right, let's go, Brandon.
Sorry, Brennan.
Hey guys, yeah, small cap time brought to you by Trader Edge. Thousands of traders are finding an edge. Back testing using Trader Edge. Stop using spreadsheets. Back test 3 times faster. You get a free back testing guide, full strategy building course, a $470 value. They have a 7-day free trial. Check them out. Link on screen there at the bottom. Shout out to Trader Edge, bringing you small cap recap again this week. Here we go. ICU still kind of chopping around here. I mean, it's in a dollar range. So, I mean, any time it pops up, maybe revisit on the downside. But this was 650, which is this kind of ledge over here is 650. So I was just using 650 when it broke in the pre-market there and then popped up right at the open. Gave you a great opportunity versus 650 to be short. Down to 550. So volume kind of dying though. Watching this one as well, SHC. I feel like it's not a short until it gets below 8. If you go to a daily chart, 8 is really support. So it could catch a bid here and some volume and maybe head back higher. So just trying to be patient here with this SHC. And then this one as well. A lot of people discussing this morning. I mean, it's 20 cents. 195 up to 215. Not a huge range here, but up on the day anyways, guys. For Meta Materials again. Back over to you.
Ooh.
Yeah, we talked about that one, but also remember that it's dual list. It's listed the other shares over on the OTC markets. We had Jeff Mendel talking about that. So I want to get to Rivian because this is getting, the longer we hold on the bid, at least the market holds on the bid, and the longer this bid holds at 29.75. Is now another time we're able to get some shares in front of that 30 level and then rinse and repeat it. There's just no real capitulation other than that wick at the open, and you always have to be concerned with this if you're short. Yes, it's giving you the range, but if we take out this top, that is a long setup. That is a wick bottom. That is a consolidation higher and a flag. And if the market holds support here, all the more reason why this might want to break out a little bit. So I have some concern over Rivian. Disney has not really given many. It's now, look, Disney's caught a bid off 98. I know I like 97, and I'll zoom out and show you guys. I mean, the only reason I like 97 is the notion of this resistance turning into support. But I have to respect the fact that before we broke this gap, the stock had a 98 support on it, and it just bounced off a 98. So if this is where it has to be, then this could be that line in the sand. It bounces a second time, I'll just get out of Disney. But I like that 101. It was simply the 50-period moving average, and I like the shorts in front of it. So I'm going to give it some room, but this could be a temp bottom, especially with the market holding one as well. I got back into the first NVIDIA trade, the same NVIDIA trade that didn't work the first time, was a wick top, and then a reversal. So I'm right back into it. And then we're going to see if this can maybe get down to those lows. I'm going to get out at 153, pretty much the same stop that we had earlier. I don't have any bids out just yet, but I should pop one at 152. And then looking at this 151.25 level into the downside, you know, it's hindsight. Hindsight's always 20/20, and shorting Intel is 100%. No, it's just not. Nothing is. But Intel now down at these lows. You know, I'm choosing to take the setup short on NVIDIA as opposed to just punching short at the bottom on Intel, which pretty much every single price would have been good, but that's on me. I should have gone to Intel for the shorts first, like usual.
Yeah, and I mean, Like we got stopped out on basically the only bump up of Roblox had all day, right there. So I mean, we got stopped out at 31.10, and the high was 31.20. It's now down to 30 flat. So this trade, although we wouldn't be $1 in the money, we definitely would have got some out when it came back to the downside. But still, Roblox, we identified that as a short. And when the market's doing this, obviously a lot of shorts coming into play today. There's Roblox, and this is why we like demand below the 50 period. It's been a couple days in a row of downside movement here. Excuse me, there's chugged to some water. Roblox still off 30, good downside move. Still should be in this name. Well, whatever, we got stopped out, so we shouldn't be in it, but would be nice to be in Roblox as that's breaking lower, which brings me, just because Brendan talked about Meta Materials there, let's go over to Meta, the stock, right now, and that's breaking lower as well. So as a lot of names are starting to break down, yeah, I mean, $100 flat, sorry, 110 flat, not 100. That might be next level here for Meta. There's 110 coming in on the 20-minute, so you could get a little bit of support there, but we're net short right now, and honestly, $1.70 in the money on a clean move for Amazon. Obviously wish we still had that, but that's all good that we don't. Carvana and AMD all breaking lower. I know you looked at Google. That could be something for a lower trade as well. The one name that I'm not in that we had on our watch list, well, we had every Chinese ADR on our watch list, but it was this one that I was looking at more specifically, and that's, of course, Alibaba. That never got to the high side today where I wanted it to, into 80, so it came pretty close there off the open. We got to 78.70. I was actually waiting at 78.90. We talked about that in the pre-market. That didn't hit, so we were pretty close to getting short, but we don't have it. So right now, Alibaba, still not great. I mean, if we can come, I'm just showing this to you because 78 is a decent level there for Alibaba, so maybe there might be a little trade happening for me at 78 for Alibaba. So that's one trade idea that I'm trying to look at, although I don't love the trade. It's not bad. I mean, maybe Neo's better. That's staying under 10, and then Oxy. Yeah, what level did you like on Oxy? Because that's at down 5% now.
No, it's below.
Oh, it's below that now?
Yeah,
okay.
the problem with Oxy is it churned right through, and you can't trade everything at once, and that's sort of unfortunate because, you know, Oxy, there's that 50-period moving average. It's at 68. It was right at 68.25, and you'll kind of see like it got through and then just bounced now, got right back to 68.25, and is now resisting the 50-period moving average. But at that moment, this is when I'm looking at NVIDIA, and we're just taking the reload on NVIDIA. As a matter of fact, I just rang the register 152 on NVIDIA. I'm going to get my 151.25. It'll be in front of 30 actually bid on NVIDIA and try to hold this to down. So you got to pick and choose your battles, right? So yes, I certainly did like Oxy, but these other trades did come in first, and we have to focus on them. mRNA and Palo Alto were two good stocks from last week, but PanW, and this is going to be frustrating because we like this one for strength. I don't know that it was that clean for me to get any of these trades right at the open. You really have to pick your spots. It broke down, gave a wick bottom, indicated like it was going to flush like everything else, and then it broke out in a big way through last week's high. And 168 was a level I liked. I know right before the open, I was like, hey, PanW, we like 168 for a break. But unless you just sit there with a stop order, you have no chance of getting that fill because look how quickly it went to the upside. This might be something that I could take if it comes back in. But Palo Alto up 2%. They had a great quarter. I know they're expensive from a PE standpoint, but quite frankly, they've kind of always bucked that trend. So you just almost have to stick with the long, even if you think it's a bit irrational.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm a PanW guy. I've actually invested in that name. I like Palo Alto. I think cybersecurity is just going to be hot, right? I mean, I don't see any reason why that stock should falter at any point coming forward. But, that's what the market does. Unfortunately, it goes back and forth. One name that's near a bottom here that probably needs to be a long. But, again, it's just if you're looking for longs. How about the bank? Right now, JP Morgan down to 133, making some nice little levels right here on the 20-minute. So this could be a long also, JP Morgan. But right now, it's already 10:30. I was just hearing in my ear. And it's time for crypto with Brendan. So let's go see what's happening over there as the FTX saga continues. It ain't over.
More headlines, to deal with on that front this morning. Unbelievable numbers to deal with this morning as far as FTX and their creditors. Here's a look. The largest, this was out over the weekend, the largest owed $226 million. Top 50, the total now reaching 3.1 billion owed to creditors potentially in this mess that continues to unravel. 15.9 was the low there for Bitcoin this morning, which was a one-week low. We didn't quite get down to these levels from the FTX move down, but getting back to the downside here for Bitcoin today, as are the rest. 2.5% right now, 16,143. 1133, down 3.5 for Ethereum. More red numbers down here as well. Doge, ADA, XRP, Matic, and Polkadot as well. All 4+%, guys. More negativity for crypto markets to start the week.
Yeah, I looked over to see if coin was through that 42. It's not, but it did roll over at that 43 level. So, you pick and choose your spots, but, this was probably a good re-entry point. The problem with this, with Coinbase at times, when it makes that move, you're like, oh, it's so easy to just short 43s. It's not really, because the spread opens up like 10, 15 pennies. And if you're sitting there trying to get 43s on the way down instead of the way up, it is easier to miss that trade. So at this point, I will stick an offer just to try to catch anything on any kind of a pop. I want to get into this if it wants to try going to the upside. NVIDIA starting to check back down, just checking my order. I might get closer to 154, 150, 140. Now that I look at it a little bit closer here, because this did catch a heck of a bid down at 151. I could definitely see it doing again. So some weakness over there. Disney just broke back into the downside, so I wanted to make sure we gave it a chance to break this 98 and get into 97. But with this second break of the bottom, if it doesn't go to 97 here and the market holds the low, then I'm going to have to slap a trail on this, not let it get past like 98 and a quarter. Going to lock in the Disney trade here. And if it's wrong, it's wrong. 97 is resistance or support. It's a resistance from last week that I anticipate turns into some support.
All right, we're just sitting here like, I'm sorry I'm not trading, but I'm not that sorry. I mean, Amazon right now is $2 in the money off of a clean trade that we had earlier. AMD is $1.10 in the money, again, off something similar. So, I mean, so far so good here for me today as we go. We're just trying not to step up and slip up here on some of these trades. So I don't think we're going to slip up on anything, but we definitely need to try to make sure that we hold some of these profits that we have on board right now and make sure that we make the right trades. That JP Morgan one is an interesting trade for me down here at 133. So just debating getting into some of these bank names as we make some lower moves here. Will these futures continue to stay underneath is the question. What's up, Brendan?
DraftKings, big move down here, guys, on a volume spike. There was a data breach. It looks like some possible money taken out of an account. So a spike here on volume for DKNG.
Possible money taken out of an account? What does that even mean? Okay, so I mean, there's one thing to get data breach, and there's another thing to get like customer funds stolen or something like that. So that doesn't sound.
I mean, there's a difference between like, was it stolen?
Well, that's what I mean. Like, what is that story?
Was it an accidental transfer? Like these? I mean, I don't know. Like you hear crypto exchanges say that, yeah, we made a transfer that shouldn't have happened.
Yeah.
But a lot of times that's because you're scared that. And you want to protect some of the money. But Coinbase just got back into the upside. So I just got that fill. But I pull over to DraftKings. I mean, 15, pretty a monster level on DraftKings. But look at the chart and look at 15 on the 50 period. I think you're just shorting in front of $15. That's about as simple as it gets. And if it breaks 14 even, bit of a rug pull opportunity. But I did just talk about coin, so I just got into that fill. As coin bounced back into the upside, close enough to VWAP. This time I am in front of this. If it gets through 43 and a quarter, we'll get out of it. This is now shorting a little bit lower than we were earlier.
Yeah, same thing there about DraftKings. Without enough information, I mean, it is going to be a little hard to trade that name. So we'll continue to watch out for DraftKings and a possible move right there. Just to give you guys an update, debating getting out at this 72 level here, sorry. Just getting my levels confused here because I'm also watching Amazon and thinking the same type of thing about getting in and out of that name. So Tesla's continuing. I just saw someone in the chat say Tesla continuing its move down. Wow, 173 today. We were... I never really had an opportunity to get into this, and that might sound silly, but what I mean by that is just the move that this name had to the downside there today just kind of started early. We got a bump up to 176. We were waiting at 178. We talked about that again this morning, that we wanted to be very, very patient with that trade, and even 180. Remember we said, like, if you're going to get a little bit aggressive with it, then you could have that 177, 178. I mean, look where that is now. I mean, you didn't even have have to get that aggressive. It's really paid off, down 4% now, down $7 on Tesla. Big move to the downside, but look where it's bouncing again, 172. If I'm not mistaken, that's that bottom right there. That bottom wick is 172 flat. So watch out for your Tesla trades down there. I feel like that's a good trade, breaking lower here on Tesla. DraftKings is bouncing. I may take this Tesla trade long more than anything else right now at 172. But that JP Morgan, why didn't I not just take that? I sat there and talked about it, and it's nice. Wow, actually, sorry. I thought it was up 30 cents. It's not. It's still at these lows. So I'm going to watch out for 133 here on JPM.
Yeah, we're now cleanly through. Disney, I put a trailing stop on Disney. We're cleanly through 98, 97.5. 97 remains a target, but looking at the market bounce again, I'm going to take another shot at another long here. But yeah, it's going to be NEO. NEO down 5%, but that looks like a $10 little bit of a consolidation upside. If it breaks 10, I want that scalp trade. Even if you only get 10 pennies out of it, that's not too bad. That bounce in the market, or at least slight bounce in the market, is going to get NVIDIA right back up into VWAP. I said I'd get a little more aggressive with my bid. I ended up not moving it. That was a mistake. So this time, if it does pop back into the downside, I'll go 151, 50s or 60s. But I'm looking to add back in on any failure at 153. So here we are once again, right back up at that key 153 level for me on NVIDIA. Going to get back into the shares that we're able to take out. And Coinbase, not really doing a heck of a lot. Like it just went in the money about 15, 20 cents or so. Still challenging VWAP here. I want to get some out in front of 42.30 and then hold the rest for a break of 42. I think if 42 goes on coin, the only thing left is the all-time low, and that's at $40.83. So I'm trying to be net short Coinbase if we see that price. I don't know if it's actually going to happen here on coin. We'll see. I mean, Silvergate was another one that I said I was going to look for a trade. But I needed that to actually pop to some decent levels. It never got there, so no trade for me. It's also trending to the downside. I don't see much of a bottom in sight for this particular stock. I mean, $20 makes some sense. And thank you, Buried by Ghost, for the super chat on Metamaterials. So it's up 28%, but this has been a very slow grind to the upside on Metamaterials. And I'm looking at the daily chart, and part of the reason I'm not that well, not yet anyways, is here's $2.20 on Metamaterials. That's pretty much the high today. This has been resistance going all the way back to the beginning of the year, came March, but close enough to the beginning of the year, that until it gets through this, I don't know how far it can sustain a bit of a big break. So 220, this is the level, and it's already rejected it a couple of times here early on. So it needs to clear through that, maybe get through the quarters, and then it's a breakout. I got no issues. You look at that daily chart and say 225 long, it makes all the sense in the world to me. But I think a lot of people are probably shorting it in front of that level, saying it hasn't been able to break it. All year long, 220 has been the wall on MMAT. Till it gets through quarters, I don't know if I want the break.
Yeah, good thing you grabbed that super chat, because I was just looking at it myself right there and was thinking the same thing. So, yeah, we're on the same page with MMAT. Good trade if you do have it. All right, so right now, Meta, I mean, just from one meta to another, but it's not done on purpose. Right now, Meta trying to break through 110 now. So that looks like, that looks like a decent short, man. The last time we got hit down here, we wicked to 99.30. So I think that's worth the trade. Give it about 30 cents or something like that. We've really done really well on breaking levels, man. We're short right now, $2 in the money on Amazon, $1 on AMD, and 50 cents on Carvana. So far, so good. Let's take this 10 break on Meta if it does come in. So 110, of course, so 109.90. There it is. There's the break right now. I missed it, so I'm just going to punch into the short right now. So there it is. We are now short in Meta. Let's see if it works out for us. We're going to give this up to like 110.40 or so to blow us out if it wants to go back up to the upside. So right now we're short Meta. Let's see if it works out. But what always is working is Brenda over there at the big desk.
Hey guys, yeah, I was just checking Rivian. There was a note suggesting you can now get an R1S in Canada. So Rivian starting international deliveries on the R1T and R1S in Canada. Not doing anything to the stock. Anyways, here's the S&P right now, 0.5% downside for the S&P 500. It's all about energy. This is all the energy group. Look at Halliburton today, down 8% right now. All of these really 4 to 7.5%, 8% downside on this big move in crude oil. If you missed it this morning, the Saudis coming out saying they're going to increase production by up to 500,000 barrels per day going forward to offset some price caps and further embargoes for Russia. So big move down for crude, big move down for all of this group today. A little bit of weakness in the tech group as well. Semis are red, hardware equipment makers are red. There is positive names in the software group alone, but not enough to offset the rest. Worth noting, PayPal down 3% on the day. More negativity back in travel land here. CCL, MGM, LVS, and Wynn, all 3 to 4% to the downside on that note over the weekend in China of more COVID cases, COVID-related deaths as well. Domino's having a nice day trying to offset. The retailing group negative as well, outside of a few that we were discussing last week, in fact. We'll get Best Buy earnings coming up this week. Target was last week. Tesla there almost 4% as we saw downside. Healthcare stocks are showing some strength. That's Disney, obviously 6% back to the upside on the Iger news this morning. The rest, though, of the communications group all red on the day. Industrials, utilities, consumer staples, and the banks among the only bright spot on the day, positive as a group, but not enough, unfortunately, to offset this mess over here. Energy stocks leading the market lower right now, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, wow. I mean, energy getting hit. I do want to relook at that. I have the Canadian ETF like equivalent to XLE, so we'll have to have a look at that one. I did, like I was saying, I want to get into more oil exposure, and this might be a good day to do exactly that. All right, so just before we threw over to Brendan there, we did come over and had a new trade on, and it was short Meta. So right now, I'm just doing exactly what we said we do. We're going to try to go 1-to-1 on this. I feel like the momentum is with us, obviously, to the downside. So let's see if that hits. Our first target is going to be 109.65 or so to give us that that 40 cents, as right now the market is trying to break lower.
It just took out.
Yeah, so right now we're breaking. We're just looking at 11,600. And what about the ES? 39.50 right now as well.
Yeah, I just got out of Disney. It just hit 97 even, but that's actually not what I was going. That wasn't my reaction for Disney, but it was more DraftKings here, because DraftKings, it's now accelerated to the downside. It's broken 14. Look, I understand the news was definitely negative that Brendan brought to us, but without knowing the exact details of it, it's hard to just say, yeah, just hammer short DraftKings, because we've seen these things. You get flash news and it bounces back up, but this doesn't look very good. Through 14, now down to $1.25, and almost, like, it's going to get close to and probably will hit SSR. So short sell restriction is 10%. That'll be at $13.50 and maybe a couple of pennies there. So watch out for that. A lot of times you can get a bit of a bounce. The shorts have started to come in. Coinbase is now broken at 42, so we got the reload. The only thing left for Coinbase is to pop a bid in front of the all-time low, which is what I'm going to do now. So I'm going to get a bid in front of, it's $40.83 is the 52-week low with the recent IPO. The all-time low. I just get used to looking at a chart like this and calling it a 52-week. This is the all-time low, and we're $1 away from it on Coinbase. If this market continues to the downside, I can't come up with reasons why we shouldn't see that price. We're going to see it at some point. Today, I think is a decent shot. That's what we got back into it. NVIDIA has yet to print the bid for me. We got the reload in NVIDIA. Ooh, that wick is ugly. So I want to get some, we'll go right back to the well in front of 152 for the first out. That's where we got out the first leg last time. So we'll get some out in front of 152. I said I'd get here at 151, 60 to 70, where it found support, and then try to hold for a 151 bottom. But this market just continues to roll over and over and over. And now finally, the last level on the NASDAQ has broken. Not a lot of strength left in the market. Some of the chip names are holding up, like NVIDIA doing a pretty decent job. But if you look over at something like an Intel, I will continue. Sometimes I'm like, oh, you don't want to look at that chart because you missed out on a trade. I will continue to look at this chart over and over again to remind myself that this is the first place that I should have been when I like chip weakness. All that said, 29, Thursday's bottom on Intel. I'll probably be there at lunchtime on the bid just to catch a little bit of a level. It's a pretty big one, obviously, every single even dollar on Intel. But once again, this stock in the crapper.
Yeah, good one. We are right now in the crapper, also with Meta. We already took 30 cents on that one. It actually went down to 72 and we took a bid there. We were waiting at 62, but it bounced off that and then ripped all the way back to 110 on us. So I was like, okay, the next time this thing comes down here, I want to try to grab that short. Get that piece out. So we are out of a third now, and actually that reminds me, let me adjust now my script order because we're still going to use that same high spot there of 110.40. Let's see if this one can hold down. And I don't have to look back at the AMD chart, but yeah, I mean, the weakness in the chip names here today, just like Intel, NVIDIA, all that, we really believed in it. So that's why we have 5 or 6 ins right here on the short side. Is just obviously looking at a move like this. We were uncertain today. That's why we had that bull versus bear poll that's out there that we might as well close at this point. You're down that 1%, but I did want to thank everybody who did participate in it. It looks like it was back and forth earlier, bull versus bear.
I have one question.
And right now it's 63-37.
My question will be this, and I love the fact 4,500 votes on the poll, which is tremendous.
Great amount.
I mean, that's a tremendous amount of votes on the poll, so we get a really good sense of what everyone is looking at. But then you go to, I look over and it's like 1,700 likes. It's just as easy. I mean, you're clicking one button. If not just for the opportunity to look at the trades, analyze the market, crowdsource good ideas, celebrate the absolute throttling that England just put on this morning. But it's an opportunity to learn from each other, right? And I think that's what we always sort of talk about here. We're going to be putting our trades on live for you regardless anyways, but I think that's what it's all about. I did want to go back over to this MMAT just to make it clear, because I feel like I said this pretty quickly, and I want to make sure. I said I wasn't chasing the long for like entries like this, like, you know, maybe dipping VWAP or dipping 210, but I do like the 225 break, right? So I don't know if that was clear when I said it. This is a daily chart. This is 220. So I want it convincingly breaking that level, getting through the quarters, and then I will go long. So it wasn't to say that I wouldn't go long at all. It was more that I didn't want to chase it up here. I just want this actually breaking through that big level on the daily chart before I get into a long trade on Meta Materials.
Yeah, so I just want to say the same kind of thing here about Meta, and that is that you got to be careful with your trades, and it's kind of the levels that you're trading at. So just watch out for all that. Carvana is down again. Look where Carvana is, guys. $7 flat right now for Carvana. I mean, we have this the only mistake on Carvana is getting out of Carvana. So, you know, that's been a big move to the downside here. We'll see if we can still try to respect what it's doing, but you know, again, Carvana completely destroyed. And if you're watching us early, if you don't hit the like button, I don't know what's going on, but if you don't want to do that, fine. Come over at least and follow me here on Trader TV, Sean. We had Carvana here. We talked about that early. We actually added it to the sticky note. So there's Elon Musk. I don't know where my Carvana one is. There it is right there, added to the sticky note, down 10%. We put it out over an hour before the market opened that we were looking at this Carvana 750 level. So nice little downside move here. And, you know, to say that it wasn't expected, it was. So that's why we put it on there. We stick our neck out and put some trades there for you. Look at Amazon, man. I mean, I don't know what to do.
Oh my God. About
Amazon. We're short at 9. Can you believe this? We're short at 93.50 on Amazon right there as I look over at Sharif in Prad right now. 93.50. This is down to 91 right now. What a huge move to the downside here for Amazon. It just keeps on going lower. I'm kind of speechless about this move on Amazon. So wow, again for that. And then we're just going to keep watching Meta, man. We're net short these names and have absolutely no desire to get out of any of these. So let's just keep holding them short side. It's not embarrassing, but wow, to get out of Amazon here when I thought $1 was pretty good. We're now sitting in 250 here for Amazon, back down to 90. What a crazy mover Amazon is.
Yeah, and looks like DraftKings does want to go SSR at this point. It just bounced off 1360. This is still going into the downside. It's getting pretty ugly here with DraftKings. I know some people grab that. So this is why we also bring you live news, because you want to trade what's moving. Wanted to make sure the actual news. I said you should be short to 15, but that for a day trader, you know, that was never really a setup for me. That 14 level was probably pretty good, but it's starting to get real ugly for DraftKings. With 13.53 bounce right now, if it holds this low, that would be an SSR bounce. But I'm not just going to jump in front of it as if this is a solid level. It's always just a theory, that 10%. But we got to go to Brendan for some money talks. What's up, bud?
Hey guys, 10 minutes ago, Randy's making an appearance for Money Talks this morning. Let's get into what is moving around in currency land so far. Some strength coming back into the U.S. dollar. We're seeing treasury yields back to the upside as well. U.S. dollar typically follows suit. So here's the DXY. This is a daily chart, so breaking through that resistance from last week back to the upside, 0.7. We're back to 107, almost 108 there for the dollar. So everything else downside as usual. 0.8 here for the euro, 102.5, 74 retaken by the Canadian dollar. And remember, 72.5 at the lows. We're back to 74, 117, almost 118 there for the British pound. We are expecting a whole bunch of economic data coming out throughout Europe and the UK this week and next week as well. So will be volatile for currencies again. Here's crypto at the bottom, 3.25, 6.5 now for ETH, and 6.8 there for Ripple. Guys, back over to you.
It is so tempting right now on DraftKings just to look, because it just ticked 10% to the downside. So it's triggered short sell restriction, which basically means that you can't remove liquidity from the bid to initiate a short position unless you get an uptick. That makes it a little bit more difficult for it to go to the downside or be leaned on, but longs can still cover the position if they want to be, if they want to get out of it. That's always the case. But when I see that, it's hard not to look for a bit of a long. 1350 doesn't have a lot of size on the bid, but the more it tries to level off here, I'll probably, if I can risk 5 to 10 cents for any kind of a bounce, I think I'm going to go ahead and do that. But all while this was going on and my focus was there, 153 finally went again on NVIDIA. So, got to recognize it's not really falling like everything else. We got a couple of scalp trades in there down to 52s, but then it broke that 153. So I'm out of NVIDIA. I just got a bid on Rivian. So oddly enough, as that got out, Rivian finally broke lower. So I'll get another bid out here on Rivian in front of 29 even. Then I just want to hold for potential fresh lows. Coinbase did make that break, like I said, of 42, but it's held 41.50. So I'm still sticking with out in front of the all-time low. That's $40.83. I'm holding on to these two shorts for dear life. And like if you're going to go long DraftKings, just make sure you have a bit of an out. As I was saying, I wanted it to hold 13.50. It promptly broke, got down to 44. So there isn't much standing in the way of this. Like, it just continues to absolutely flush. I'm not going to be looking for the long. I feel like the next long I'm going to have is probably Metamaterials if it breaks 225, because it's that with a potential breakout. I was looking for the Neo 10 break. Neo's back at 980. So even this cannot seem to catch a bid either. That still sets up for a 10 break. So I guess it's that or Metamaterials. But Rivian heading downside, Coinbase, we're going to hang on to that as well.
Yeah, so I'm kind of the same way on all this. I mean, I don't really know where the bottoms are going to be, so I don't know if we're going to bother to call bottoms right now. So I think that the best thing to do would be to hold on. The only name that is of any kind of problem, and it's not really, is this name right here, Meta. So Meta is the one that's not dropping down. It's been our most recent short, so that would kind of make sense there because the market is just hovering right now, not doing a whole heck of a lot. I'm looking for some, I don't know if you guys are out of Amazon yet or not. If you are, that's good. I don't really have a spot to get out right now for Amazon, so it just keeps on going down. But right now, $91 looks pretty decent. I'm going to try to look at a 90 break. So, I mean, I feel like we could try to hold it to get all the way down there for Amazon. And if it does, then we're going to be doing pretty good on that play. But we do have the out there. I just want to remind everybody, our out for Meta is 110.40. We already took 30 cents on a third. Let's see if we get knocked out for 40 cents on the last 2/3, putting this stock into a negative spot for us. Of course, that is Meta, and we said we'd look at JP Morgan when it got down to 133. Well, it did. It got down to 133 and bounced. So we don't have the long, but now that I'm seeing that bounce, that's not bad. So if it does come back in again, I think a 133 long here, as now the market starting to get upside a little bit now. I don't know if this move is worth anything, but let's see if it holds 11,600. It's trying to get back up there. Maybe that's the key, man. Maybe it is time to get out of some of these shorts.
Yeah, I'm kind of asking myself, it's like this is usually the time of day where it's like you have that last salvo in there on your whatever your trend trade is, and then everything else you're holding out for it. So I'm kind of contemplating whether I want another leg out in Rivian, just to maybe I'll be a little more aggressive at 30 if I take another leg out on Rivian, because every 25 cents on this stock has just proven to be a little bit more challenging of a level than I want to give it credit for. So I'm going to go ahead, back off the low of the day, and do what I did with Coinbase, let it get to that low and allow it to break, and then maybe rinse and repeat off that 30. Just want to ring the register one more time there. And then, look at what just happened in NVIDIA. You broke 153 finally, and is showing a bit of a trend to the upside. So look, I like to short beneath that 153. I tried it once and failed. Tried it a second time, got a couple of scalps out, and now it looks like it's off to the races. So this could be relatively strong. Now, if I got 29 in Intel, you'd probably see it there because I feel like that's going to be a good level if it holds. But I'm going to start to think about longs in NVIDIA. I haven't checked AMD. I know that's your bread and butter. But NVIDIA, it's just a stronger stock than all of the other chips that I'm able to see, so I want to be able to respect that. So, going to look at the afternoon and from the lens of I prefer NVIDIA now to the long side as long as it can hold that 153 level, and I'll stick to shorting a name like Intel, which is probably where I should have gone in the first place. I still like NEO at $10. I don't know if we get it. And with only 2.5 minutes to go, I feel like the next trades, oh, come on. You were just about to break the top. I was about to tell you, I feel like the next trades were going to be MMAT through 225. It was about to break 220, and now it's back to 215. So maybe that's not as imminent as I thought.
Yeah, I don't know what's imminent right now, other
England
than the
winning the World Cup?
Yeah, the market's no. AMD, England, great job there today. Obviously, was it 6-1?
Did anybody think they weren't going to win?
Yeah, and then we don't know what happened with that keeper.
I think it ended up 6-2 actually.
Oh, was it 6-2?
I think it was 6-2 at the end. Let me check.
All right, here, let me ask the 8-ball. Will England win the World Cup? Cannot predict. So that's right. Yeah, so it's right. It's hard to predict right now if England's going to win. But all right, Bear, get ready to short the NVIDIA bounce, says Nina. What's up, Nina? Yeah, I don't know if there's going to be a bounce or not. We're already short AMD, and it's actually right on topic here that we want to talk about it. I know Neil just did a little bit of work. We broke above the 50 period now on AMD, so I just put a stop in 72.35. So if we get above VWAP a little bit here on the 1 minute for AMD, again, we've been nicely shorted this. We don't have the bottom, which sucks. We should, but again, if I keep getting out like this, was that the bottom? No, because it's lower. So we're gonna have to try to use some of these lines here as we get ready to close out the day for us, and then throw it over to the big show. But we'd like to get that like button. I mean, I know we just did a little talk there. We have 362,000 subscribers, over 7,000 watching. 2.5 would be nice there for the likes. If we can get to that, that would be great if everyone can do that. But AMD, anyways, out 72.40 if that takes it. Meta out right now as it's going back up to the upside, so we're going to look to get out of Meta. And then Amazon, guys, unfortunately, I don't have an out for Amazon right now. I just want to hold this. If I zoom in on the 1 minute chart, though, this 91.20 is looking pretty decent there for an out on Amazon. So I'm debating taking that. I don't want to not have an out there. So 91.20 looks like a good out for me on Amazon to end of the day. We made it to the close here. We're 2 times our daily, so we're pretty happy with that. And I hope that a lot of you have had a good day trading. And we're back, Neil and I, back at 2 p.m. But for now, we're getting ready to throw it over to the midday, guys.
Yeah, with about 10 seconds to go, what do I think about 170 on Tesla? Look, I wish I had it, but obviously I don't. I can show you on the 15, it already broke down through 172. And I think when you take a level like 170, it's just, okay, it's a round level. That's all you're really concerned with. I was also looking at the previous $500 level, which would have been 166 and 3/4, obviously. But if we break that 70, that's where I would look for the next bid to be. But unless you already have the 170, chasing it a second time if the market makes a fresh low, not my cup of tea. Speaking of, that's my way of segueing to the man who always has a cup of tea every single day. The midday, it is going to be Trader Prad and, of course, Sharif.
Beautiful. Sadly, short week, but we will have fun nevertheless every single day of this Thanksgiving week, American Thanksgiving week. I'm your host, Trader Prad. This is, we got Sharif's in the hot seat. I think Sharif's really excited today based off of yesterday's a certain someone's performance. Which we'll dive into. But yeah, today's going to be a beautiful day, as every single day is. Make sure you're active in the chat. Make sure you put in the stocks you guys want us to take a look at. Sharif, if you want to start off.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm long a position right now, guys. I'm long NWTN. It's up 35% on the day. This one was a big mover from the morning. It had a couple of halts here. Let's look at this chart. Here are the couple of halts I'm talking about here. Right after the bell, 5 minutes after the bell, you had a 10-minute halt, and then followed by a 5-minute halt. It's since pulled back, but starting to test 7 again. This chart shows it a bit better. Here's the curl that I'm referring to. Have a look at the curl off the bottom, breaking the 50 period, now hovering below VWAP, looking to reclaim VWAP. We'll look to scalp some out through the break of 720 and looking into 740s for a high of daybreak of around 832. I've got another dip order here at the 672 level. Should it make its way down there, I want to add to the position. The position that I currently have is half a position, guys. So going in with half the size on this one, Bradley, I'm watching a whole bunch of things. There were some good small cappers earlier this morning. A lot of them now are giving up their gains and pulling back. Just for a reference point, ICU was one of them, SHC, this one I'm talking about right here, NWTN, ELP was also on my watch list. So those ones, some good small caps today. Also some good buyouts. Bradley, I don't know if you got on that buyout. IMGO, I ended up trading that a little bit too. That had nice movement to the downside, Bradley.
Yeah, I'm actually looking at MMAT. I had the MMAT $1.90 long, and I traded it pretty poorly. I didn't expect MMAT to really rip back to the high of the day, at least not so quick. I thought I had enough opportunity to keep trading this stock like a buyout. By that, I mean provide liquidity, get in, get out, the same prices multiple times. And I was pretty happy doing that successfully. But at the end of the day, missed out the meat of the move, the biggest chunk of the move. MMAT now up 30% on the day and had positive catalyst too. So just leeching off that positive catalyst and making new ranges to the north side for that stock. You were talking about the buyout position. Yeah, I traded that a little bit. Also traded that one pretty poorly, honestly. So as you can see, just getting in and out at the same prices, traded that poorly. Now I'm waiting for it to pop up close to that buyout price of $36 so I could short it and maybe have a nice move to the south side. The S&P 500 futures just recently pulled back to 39.50, which I believe we're going to keep on rejecting for the rest of the day, at least for a little while. So I punched into a SPY short. SPY shorts previously were not really working out for me at the lower day ranges, but as we pull up to the 39.50 area, 394 on the S&P 500 ETF, a quick little short, 15 cents in the money. I want to show you guys my best trade of the day so far. It's actually Roblox short. Roblox short, I tried to take the 31 break, but then I had to add to the trade at the height of this range, around 31.11, 31.15. Gave it to the stop of 31.20 for the high of that range. Never really came into play. Ended up getting $1 per share winner, but boy, I could have held it for a little bit longer and turned that into a monster winner for myself for Roblox. Missed out once again on the meat of the move, but pretty happy with capturing most of it and getting my best out at $1 per share. And Baba was pretty much my next best trade along with JD. Baba got out pretty much right here around 76.85, got in around 78, and constantly kept repeating this trade a little bit. But at 9.40 wasn't working for me. Came back to it around 10.30, and the trade was absolutely clean. Same with JD.com, leaning on the idea that China had few casualties off of COVID recently, and cases in China in regards to COVID are going up apparently. So multiple reasons to look for shorts on Chinese stocks, and even other stocks like the Macau stocks, your Las Vegas Sands, your MGM, and so on.
Grinder making a big boy move down. Look at this flat bottom breakdown here. We had multiple tests off that 30.42 level, let's call it 30.40-ish level. Look, going back to around even 9.40. We've been testing off that level. We bounced back up, reclaimed VWAP, then came right back down to that level. That 30, 30.50, 30.40, whatever you want to call it. And then look at that aggressive jump down from 30.50. Looks like we broke 28, 27.63. Only thing with this one is it's about a 30-penny spread at the moment. So this one you're going to have to wait for the move to really materialize before taking profits. Otherwise, you could really get cut up just based on the spread itself. I had this one right when it broke 30. I'm like, yeah, okay. I'm keeping my eye on the market. The market's trending up. I'm like, okay, I'm not going to punch into this one. Wrong decision. This one made another, $1.50 move after I hesitated there. So Grinder making a bit of a move down. But guys, this one was up huge off its, what was it, a SPAC or an IPO?
SPAC.
It was a SPAC, okay. off Friday. I believe Friday was its day, and now giving back some of the goodies there, down 21% on the day. So Grinder continuing to give us intraday opportunities. Let's go back to the trade that we're currently in. That's NWTN, up 36% on the day. Came right down to my average down level here, $6.72. We have a resting order to add to our position. It basically was 1 penny above that. It might have even touched it, but maybe not the ask. That's probably why. So anyway, we're flirting around 7. Looks like we're creating a bit of a range in between the 50 period and VWAP. There's a bit of a range here that's kind of being respected for the moment. VWAP at 707 and the 50 period at 675. So a bit maybe of a 30-cent range there. Grinder continue to make a move down. Let's flip back to Disney. I've also been keeping an eye on Disney. This one looks like it's curling back up with the general market. Here's the chart. Bring it in. Come on, baby. This is the chart of the market. Look how we're bouncing off these lows here, curling back up into that 39.50 area. Disney kind of doing the same thing. So a bit of ebb and flow in between those two stocks, Bradley.
With the S&P 500 moving back above 39.50, I was thankful enough to be able to jump out of my SPY short for like a 3-cent winner. So I had an order out there that wicked me into that order, a free out basically before I get hurt if I continue to hold on to my shorts over here as the market moves back up north side after breaking the previous low a day of 39.50. It's dropping down to 39.45 for the S&P 500. Still down 0.5%, and NASDAQ down 0.8% on the day. Looking for opportunities. We're going to keep going through the scanners over here, and people in the chat too. Make sure you're putting out stocks in there. I see someone saying MULN, dead cat bounce. Let's go check out MULN. Ooh, 25 cents. Not too long ago, the stock was at 50 cents. I think we were waiting for it to move to $1 from 50. Looks like that's not going to play out anytime soon. Might have to continue to wait a little bit longer as MULN sadly did pull back from that 65, 50 cents area right back into those. I'm not sure if this is the all-time low ranges. Let me quickly go back here and check if this is. Zoom out a little bit, pretty close to the all-time lows. 25 cents coming into play one more time, but it looks like we did drop to 20 cents back in October. Back in October, we dropped down to 20 cents. We're at 25 at the moment, 5 pennies away from that number. 6% down today, though, sadly, with 76 million shares traded on this bad boy. Still not popping up on my volume leaderboard scanners, though. Some reason the most volume apparently traded on this stock is only 19 million shares, which I know is not accurate. Maybe that's, but we'll revisit that trade idea scanner later. I'll have to probably fix that scanner for myself. Also looking at the scanner for relative weak stocks because the market's down today. So on that pops up at the moment, Square. Square continuously being pushed to the south side. Just recently breaking the 62 area and making a new low a day. Let's see if we see a continuation of the selling pressure coming in on Square. Breaking the 62, maybe go to 60 today. That is a possibility. Down 5% already, 6% already on the day. But looks like we are trying to hold these bottoms at the moment on Square as the market's moving back up north. So it could be a nice little long for us to get into, risk the low a day, and see if we can get a nice little move back to $63 over here on Square. If the low a day breaks, we just take that loss and quickly move on from it. We're also watching the tape here, looking for buyers to come in and mid-prints to kind of hold the bottom and no real sellers to show up. We don't want to see reds or blues. We want to see greens and yellows to come in.
Bradley, have a look at my screen. Fahad, if we can go to my screen. This, ladies and gentlemen, is what utter and absolute domination in the NFL looks like. 40-3. All right? And let me tell you, it should have been in the 50s because there were a couple of field goals, especially the first field goal that we got on this in the first quarter here off the strip sack by Micah Parsons on Cousins. That was a thing of beauty, probably. I know you probably didn't see that. So we got a field goal. That should have been a touchdown. That was a couple of boneheaded plays. Likewise with the first drive on the second quarter. I wanted it in the 50s. There were 2 drives there, Neil. Neil.
Take the W, man.
Yeah, man. I gotta. Neil's saying take the W. I mean, I get it for sure.
Can I steal this for a quick second?
Go for it.
Much like in trading, just take the win. You cannot be unhappy with what the Dallas Cowboys did. That's essentially like if you were short Carvana at the absolute top and it goes to 7, you're mad that it didn't go to $5 and break everybody's back. Come on, just take the W. Be happy. The Cowboys aren't winning the Super Bowl, so be happy.
We
that
don't
they
know that. We don't know that.
The Cowboys are not winning. I'm still in this moment right now. The Cowboys are not winning the Super Bowl, so be happy that you got a 43 victory and walk away with a smile on your face. That's all I'm saying.
I get that, and that makes practical sense. But the thing of the truth of the matter is there is mistakes that the Cowboys continue to make. And, you know, like the discerning eye can't help but to see those and want to point them out. I guess that's the point I'm trying to make. But yes, huge win. Neil makes a point, 40-3. It was basically just, it's like a shutout almost. I mean, it's as close as a shutout you can get without actually getting the 0 on there. But a hell of a play by Dallas. Shout out to the playmaker. Him and I were texting back and forth during the game, and what a game it was. I was very pleased with it. All right, let's get back to some trading. Here's what's going on with the NWTN. We got in that dip order at 672 that we wanted. Ended up making its way down there, and we got filled. So now our average cost basis on this one is 689. We're currently printing 684s on the ask, so about 5 pennies out of the money. The spread is 2 pennies. So let's see if this one can break through 7. I mean, it has on these occasions. Lately, it hasn't been able to, but the better level, in addition to 7, is VWAP. VWAP at 706. Let's take and reclaim VWAP and get some prints up in the 20s, Bradley. I think NWTN is priming for an upward move. If not, you know, my out as a trading plan is going to be that break of 642. So there is this period of consolidation here. I could, if I was more aggressive or less, sorry, not more aggressive, but more inclined to protect my profits, I could take the break of 650 as my out. But I think I'll give it those 10 extra pennies to the break of this trough.
A viewer is asking me, Prad, do you think Tesla will go test VWAP? I don't know the future like that, my friend. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. But what you can do is surround yourself with, and create those scenarios for yourself. And you know, maybe you can create a trade around those scenarios. If it goes to VWAP, I'll do this. If it breaks 172 and buyers come in, maybe I'll go long on the break of 172 towards VWAP. So make those if-then statements for yourself. So if anything that does show up for you to see, to make a trade out of it, you'll be able to. But just saying like, oh, it will go test VWAP. Oh, it won't go test VWAP. That's speaking in absolutes. And that's almost like, you know the exact future that's going to happen in the market, and nobody knows what's going to happen, right? So that's my answer for that one. Tesla today, though, has been beat down quite a bit. I mean, it's been getting beat down for a long time, and it looks like the stock could go easily to 150 very soon. I think even Luca mentioned once when he was on the show that Tesla is going to go down to 150, so that might just actually end up happening, true for it ends up being. And I just got distracted by the Netherlands and the Senegal game. Just there's a goal happening for a second.
We've got the game in the background here, guys. Obviously, we can't stream it for you guys to see because that would be copyright infringement, but we've got it on the side, and we'll give you guys updates as to what's going on, should and when, somebody score. Right now, it's the 13th minute. Netherlands and Senegal are tied 0-0.
Is it copyright infringement if we live cast it like minute
I
by
don't think
minute?
so. Yeah,
we can live cast it our own way, right? Trader TV
talk
Live
about it.
World Cup live casting. By Sharif, 13th minute. Pogba's running in right now. No, Netherlands definitely the favorite here. Yeah. They're the stacked team, proudly. Senegal. I need Netherlands to win. I need England to win. I need Netherlands to win, and I need USA to win today. If they do win, I'll win some money. So those are my picks for the day today. We'll end up seeing what's happening. Pulling back to some of the stocks that are moving around, maybe for us to take a look at. Let's see what the scanners are hinting at. The scanners are pretty pretty dead. Usually the scanners are deep to the downside. You see more than 10 stocks. Today I'm barely even seeing any stocks on there. But one stock that I can talk about as soon as I see it, it pops out in my face. It's MRNA, down apparently 3% on the day, making a new low a day, trying to push towards $176. Let's see if we do break 176. But like I said, the market clearly moving to the north side. So our long on Square right now, getting ready to pay us some money. We're about 10 cents in the money on Square by catching the long on the bottom of the day. I would love for the stock to go up to $63 or more. Give us a beautiful $1 per share reward for anyone who's in this long with me. Trader Pride, if you cast, it won't be copyright infringement. Yeah, I was just joking about that. But I think, I got better things to cast right now, like the market moving around.
Cast means like to talk about what's happening.
Yeah.
Okay.
Casting, like,
Yeah,
you're
so
you're
like
a
we're
caster.
broadcasting
Yeah.
and we're talking about what we're seeing but not showing. Is that what that means?
Yeah.
Okay,
Like you're a
cool.
broadcaster. Like you're casting the minute by minute gameplay or whatever.
Got it, okay.
Yeah. All right, so we're looking at Square still. Ooh, apparently NVIDIA is green on the day. NVIDIA up 0.31% and trying to push towards the north side, making a new high a day for NVIDIA. What's going on over here with the chip stocks? Let's go take a look at AMD. AMD actually still in the red, down 1.62%. What's up, Neil? Missed the NVIDIA long, he says. He just put his head down, upset that
Oh my
NVIDIA is
goodness.
breaking 154, bringing in the volume. Look at that long on
Disney.
that dark pool gateway. 114, wow, that's a lot of shares if that was a real size that went off just now. Sharif just mentioned Disney. Let's go to Disney.
Disney's curling up, guys, here. Off that bottom that the market made that bottom at that 39, 44 area, 45 area. Disney likewise kind of bottoming out near that 97. That's its bottom. Ever since then, it's been curling up. 98, 70 and change is what we got here at the recent high, Bradley. So breaking through this peak here. Let's see if we can continue above it. We got 99 coming up, which was the level that I earmarked today. Didn't end up being as good as of a level as 98. Look at this period of consolidation on 98, but I had 99 earlier in the day. And if we were to move back here, 99 doesn't end up being as important of a level as 98. Looks like we're retracing back into that level. So I want to see how the stock, 98. We're retracing into 99. So let's see what it does around then. It also happens to be VWAP at 99.05. So those two levels coming into play for Disney, Bradley. Let's check quickly what our NWTN. Geez, this one doesn't look as good. Now starting to trend down, creating lower highs. So this one has me a little worried. I'm going to keep my stop through the break of 640 for the time being, but I do reserve the right to readjust it up over for the break of the $0.50 at 650. So this one doesn't look like it's primed to jump up. But these small cappers can do anything. The reason what I base that on is the chart pattern and the decreasing volume. Obviously, the movement in the tape is indicative of the amount of volume, and I don't see much going on in the tape here on the left, Bradley. So this one not looking too good, but grinder continues to grind to the downside. And we just tested 27 there, 27.08 now is the more recent low, down almost 26%, Bradley, close.
I mean, what were you guys expecting, right? The stock is a grinder, and just mathematically speaking, the population compared to, or not the population, but the user base compared to Match.com or Bumble will most likely be lower.
Has to
and
be,
since
yeah.
the stock is trading at $7,400 on the day of SPAC over there, only thing you can expect it is to go back to the downside, and it is doing that exactly now at $27.22, down 25% on the day, which means it's triggering SSR. Anytime a stock goes down 10% or more on the day, triggers SSR, and it goes on to the next business day, last 2 days. Basically, it's going to be harder for you to short the stock by taking out the liquidity on the bids. You have to wait on the ask for the stock to go higher in order to give you that short fill. And already a little illiquid, only 800,000 shares traded by 11:20 Eastern Standard Time. If it's 11:20 right now, in Eastern Standard, it's 4:20 somewhere out there in the world, right? So for those of you who celebrate that, go have fun with that one. But 11:20 Eastern Standard, only 900,000 shares traded on Grindr. The spread opens up a little bit. Right now, the spread looks a lot better than what it was previously. The spread was I think 50, 60 cents like 30 seconds ago, but now it's a little bit better. But the point is the spread opens up. You want to be careful. You don't want to be gambling with this trade. Market, S&P 500, still trying to see what it wants to do around 39.50. We are trying to stay above 39.50, which cancels out my thing from before, which is the the market won't break 39.50 idea. So we are trading above 39.50. I'm hoping that ends up giving me a good long on Square for myself. We have to wait and see what happens with this. Square is moving up at the moment. We're 18 cents in the money, 20 cents in the money on Square. So let's go, buddy. Let's keep on pushing to the north side with the help of the market. Would love to take some profits near 63.
Got long Disney at 57. Hoping we can break the peak up here of 98.70s, mid-70s. So if we break through that peak there, I'll start eking out some profits. But my ideal target is through the break of VWAP. We're already in the money. Let's send it up to Brendo at the big desk for social sentiment.
Hey guys, yeah, we'll give you an update here on what's being discussed on social media. Not much change, which is kind of rare. Since what we saw in the pre-market, here's a look at the board right now. Still some negative sentiment coming through for Tesla. Mullen on here, DWAC back to the red side of things as well, along with Amazon after a pretty bad week for all three of those. Apple, there's that grinder, GRND downside as well, off of just an absolute monster debut on Friday. AMC, the SPY down here as well. There's the Qs, if you remember in the pre-market, that was actually gray. So red now, MMAT and MMTLP, same stock, if you're wondering. So that's that Metamaterials. Tons and tons of comments coming through on social media about Metamaterials once again today. Disney, very positive. One of the only bright spots today in big cap world as far as the overall market is concerned. On the Bob Iger news, guys, back over to you.
All right.
Bob Iger, yeah, the previous CEO being reinstated into Disney, hopefully will be making some changes again for that company and putting the shareholders back in priority and taking the stock back towards the glory days of 100 plus whatever price the shareholders wanted over there. Ooh, it looks like I just got triggered a short that I've been waiting for all day. It's going to be Best Buy near $70. Best Buy has been already down in pre-market, extending the losses in pre-market to the downside a little bit more, going down from 71 pre-market lows, no real volume there, but breaking that, going down, breaking 70, going as low as 69.40s, and now pulling back to that VWAP area of $70 with the help of the market moving up north too. The S&P 500 not too far from VWAP, same with the NASDAQ market over here. So I'm expecting this to sell off a little bit and go to the south side. So building into a short over there for myself. I've been waiting for that entry all day. At the same time, taking some profits on Square. Square giving me some of that.
Ooh. What do you want me to do?
What?
Money.
Square giving me some of that money as we're 45 pennies in the money at the moment, pushing to the north side. I might have to open my own stream deck over here. I think that's what it is. But here we go. We're gonna open up, bang, and now that we open up, we can try these emojis after next time. But let's go, baby. Profits are being paid on the long side on SQ for us.
Yes, sir. Got into that Disney long, and look, it really went against me now. I'm back in the money on this one, looking to take profits. I already took some out at 70, looking for the break of 70 there, but 70 seemed to be a level, at least on the last attempt. Now, look, retracing, this one's getting all sorts of volume and all sorts of volatility just recently. I mean, it had been stair-stepping up. Now it's up, down, up, down. So this one, a little shaky. For the moment, our NWTN trade does not look good. We also went short grinder there, looking for the continuation short, hopefully for a flat bottom breakdown. That looks like it's what's developing at the moment. 27.88 is where we're short, so we're a little bit out of the money on this one, but the pattern, I think, still holds valid. Disney, flat on. Still, my long on Disney's at 57s. I took some profit out at 70s. That was a quarter position out, so I'm holding 75% of the position still. So I'm in three things: Disney long, NWTN long, and grinder short. Bradley.
I'm looking to see if AMD will pop up too. Wrong box. What do you mean low battery? This thing's been charging all weekend. Come on. Thank
It's not
you.
saying low battery for me.
For me, it is.
Oh,
This
no.
thing's been charging all weekend. I don't get this thing. But anyways, AMD, I'm waiting to see if AMD can pull up to 73 for me to take a short fill on this one. Already down on the day, unlike its partner in crime, NVIDIA, which recently took out the high a day and is now positive. So I'm expecting NVIDIA to turn negative at some point, and I want to get my fill off AMD, but I don't want it anywhere close to where we are right now. No diddle in the middle processing. Only at the high of the range for me to take that profits over there. Square at the moment pulling back down as the market looks like it's done going to the north side. But if the market's going south, that means Best Buy shorts. Let's go. We're 12 cents in the money on that one at the moment. Can we get a bigger move to the downside on Square? Sorry, on Best Buy, get a nice little 50-cent per share profit, and then maybe even $1 per share. We would love that. In the meantime, I want to quickly go over to Roblox to see what Roblox is doing. Roblox is currently moving back up north. Looks like we did not get the perfect low of the day catch on Roblox. We could not paint the candles over here on this stock today, but still our best short of the day. Number 1 stock, Roblox. Number 2 stock for me, JD, which actually pulled back up to 53 over here. Maybe thinking about getting another fill short of JD over here, somewhere close to 53. Let's just throw that order out there, see if they do give us a fill. Also want to go back to BABA to see if BABA pulled back all the way to VWAP. We're pretty close to VWAP, but I think we actually reject the lower days over here on BABA most likely. Also the range lows, the previous range lows where I took my profits out at 77.50, 77.60 might be the new resistance coming in for BABA, which is already down 3.8% on the day. Looks like Square trade is now done so. We are jumping out of that trade. The market's pushing down south side pretty drastically once again. So we're going to be jumping out of that trade. But if the market's moving down, which means the short that we do have, we're going to hold on to that one a little bit better. That's going to be Best Buy, baby. Let's go to the south side. I also want to quickly go over to Fruity Loops. FL Studio. FL Studio today, I'm not bothering to fix it anymore. I'm going to continue saying Fruity Loops. Today moving back towards the 100-period EMA, but the stock did have a positive earnings report. So maybe, you want to be careful shorting this stock. I took the 35 break, did not work out for me. I got stopped out. Well, not the 35 break, sorry. When it returned back to 35, I took that fill, and then I got stopped out on it. And the stock clearly wants to trade above 35, so I don't want to be bothering with this short anymore.
Yes, sir. Continue just to watch here as the stocks do absolutely nothing. My positions not really changing position at the moment. Disney moving sideways a little bit now. I've got my out on that. I've got my profit taker set up on that as well. I'm looking for that 974, 98.74 move, and then I'll take about 20% position out there. NWTN starting to flatten out here. Looks like we may have seen the bottom on that 660 area. Let's see if we start curling back closer to the 50 period. We've got a bit of several crosses here on the EMAs at 20 crossing the 50. So that's usually some mechanical systems use that as a sell signal. So yeah, not looking great for NWTN. I'm going to leave my stop where it is. The other two are all right. Grinder still continuing to create that flat bottom to the side. I'm looking for that continuation after we finish that sideways period of consolidation. I've got my out there at 27.11. That's where I've got my profit taker. So Disney pulling back. Yeah, the overall market is moving back now, trying to see where we could bounce off any of these levels. We got that 36.44 low. We're seeing 49s now and 48, so not too much lower to go. But Disney, yeah, not looking a good trade at the moment, pulling back with the overall market proudly.
Part of me is wondering what to do with Roblox as it's close to $30 right now. VWAP at $30.20, 25 cents or so. I'm expecting 30 to maybe be rejected as the market's already moving back down. Watching 39.50 on the S&P 500 as to how that reacts. If you're wondering why I keep mentioning that 39.50 area, that's because the overnight bottom was around 39.50. We just never broke that bottom, or even if we did, it was maybe by like a couple points, and then we start trading above 39.50 again. Pre-market, we did get up to what, 39. 70s or so, and then we started selling off ever since then to the downside on the open live market hours, sadly. So the overall move is to the downside. Roblox already selling off ever since the I mean, look at the 1-day chart over here. Let me expand it for you. 1, 2, 3. Today being the 4th red day in a row for RBLX. The continuation of the bleeding. So I'm expecting this $30 area to be, maybe somewhat of a wall, but it's not expectation. It's what the market's showing you and what does the stock show you. I'm not really seeing too much volume coming in around this level. Maybe this level is not as important as I want it to be, so I'm just going to have to be patient for this level to come into play for me. But you know what I don't have to be patient with? It's the shorts that I already have on board. JD now going south side for us, paying some profits as the market is teetering around the 39.50 area, and Best Buy still continue to pay us those profits to the downside. Sadly, BABA did not give us the fill. We had the order out there at 77.55. We did not catch the fill, and now BABA going straight to the downside. Would have instantly had a 50 cents in the money on that position if we got that fill, and now maybe even $1 as we go right back to the lower days on BABA. Looks like the Chinese ADR is continuing to have some weight on them for the rest of the day here.
Yeah, man, a whole bunch of stuff's going on in China at the moment. Disney is kind of just doing its own thing. It's got an interesting range here, 98.30 to the downside to 98.70 to the upside. It's just, ranging in between there, and my long is 98.57, so I'm kind of like halfway in between there. Waiting for that profit to come out 98.74, but now retracing down. The market looks like it's making another leg down, so Disney will cooperate with it and move down. It looks like we're now in the money on our grinder short. That's good news for us. Let me just go back quickly to what Cactus asked for. Cactus in the chat, he says, can you please look at ICU? Yes, ICU was one of the stocks I was trading, had my eye on. I actually traded it earlier today. It was a big mover here right at that 8:15 time slot. On news, it made its way up to 10, retraced. Now it's consolidating in between that 550 to 650 area. What is notable about this at the moment is that it's now reclaimed VWAP off that 540 bottom, and now is printing over 6, and it reclaimed VWAP. So you have the reclaim of the whole dollar as well as the reclaim of the indicator. So let's see if this one can continue to print. The after the bell high is 650, but prior to the bell we have many different highs here. We have a 6 3/4 high at that 9:20 time slot. Then we have the close high, which is at 7:34. And then you have the ultimate top wick here, which I mentioned earlier, is at 10. So playing to more reasonable levels, I'm looking for the break of the break of 675 to the top side to see that there's a decided trend change on this one. So ICU definitely still in play for the rate. I hope that helps Cactus. Let's move up to Brendo at the big desk with the European close.
Hey guys, yeah, 11:30. We're just waiting for a few final prints to come through for the European session for the week. Here's a look at a few of the indexes we're just getting right now. Eurostock 600.2, the 50.4, still positive on the day, but has been a bit of a choppy session or choppy start to the week outside of big move down there for Italy, 1.3% on some not so great economic news or economic data out in that country this morning. 0.7 there, Spain standing out as strong in the Swiss market, Turkey also positive on the day, but back and forth as we wrap up a Monday session here for Europe, guys.
Go for it.
All right, yeah, look at that square now breaking the bottoms over here. It looks like that previous long that I caught, I was pretty happy going, oh, I caught the bottom, but boy, we had to jump out of that trade real quick or it would have gone sour for us a little bit more as it breaks the lower day and is now at a new bottom. So square longs did not work out for you. I mean, we are profitable on that trade, but you would have had to jump out of that trade real quickly. So be careful with this one, guys. You know, why fight to catch the bottoms when this market clearly is struggling on the day. JD was 25 cents in the money, same with Best Buy, but they both pulled back up and looks like the market is actually creating a higher low than the previous low, and maybe we move back up north side and make a higher high. So be careful with your shorts. Make sure you're using the appropriate risk management systems that you have used before and maybe are trying out new ones whatever it is, just make sure you're applying risk management and not letting a winning trade turn sour, not letting a positive stock turn red for you. BITI took profit short Bitcoin. BITI on NASDAQ, on New York, on Amex it is. But 400,000 shares traded on BITI today. As you said, most likely a Bitcoin stock or a cryptocurrency position. Let's go quickly look at what cryptocurrencies are doing today. 15,900. Oh my God, Bitcoin. Just taking every single dollar that I have left in my account over there. Ethereum now at 1,100 and Solana $18. Cardano at 30 cents. Dogecoin at 7 cents. Shiba, I don't even see what cents you're at. It just shows 0.00000. So wowzers, man. Clearly, cryptocurrency is getting beat up, absolutely beat up. Let's go take a look at Coinbase. Coinbase currently at a new low a day at $41.11, $41.20 right now. I know a lot of people are still talking about the possible fear of Coinbase getting beat up the same way FTX got beat up. And I understand the fears over there, but for the time being, I see a lot of articles saying Coinbase is not in the same basket as FTX. We don't have to be that fearful for it. Hopefully that stands true, because if Coinbase crumbles, I think Bitcoin is never coming back.
Coinbase and Binance, I mean,
they
left
crumble,
remaining.
we're over.
Yeah, it's interesting. All right, so we are out of NWTN. We get stopped out for a loss there. This is our initial entry, for the break of VWAP. That didn't materialize. We averaged in at this area that we felt was a good support level. That didn't work out, and so we take the out through the last remaining support level. That's the thinking here. I end up being wrong on this one. Up 20% on the day. I am currently right on my short on Grinder, but we'll see if that continues to stair step down. I'm wrong so far on Disney, as the market decided to pull back, and likewise Disney did the same. Let's see if the market continues, at least maybe try to test VWAP through that 39.57 break. I'm talking about the ES, maybe even reclaim 39.60 and then try for high of days, but we'll see. That's kind of wishful thinking a little bit on that one, but I'll leave my Disney out at the exact same area, which is the break of this trough at the moment, which is another 30 pennies from where the price currently is, but not looking good for my trade on Disney, Bradley. I'll have to figure some new things here before new trades before I enter anything else. I'm looking here to see what is popping off, and I don't have anything in my world that's making a move worth noting. So how's your world looking?
Yeah, same few stocks that I'm looking at, waiting for JD to give me more fills closer to the 50-period EMA on the 5-minute chart, watching Best Buy teeter around VWAP over here, up, back and forth, and watching the overall market, the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ, figure out what they want to do with these prices. 11,600 on the NASDAQ, 3,950 on the S&P 500. Let's go to the chat, see what the chat's looking at. GS, I'm guessing that's Goldman Sachs, Goldman Sachs. Goldman Sachs at the moment. Only 700,000 shares traded today. I mean, I'm not surprised with that. It's a $300 stock over here. Trading to the, why is my size filter not working? I'm not seeing any size being traded on Goldman Sachs. There we go. Now I see it. Oh, probably because I had a price filter. Aha, that makes more sense. There we go. Turn on the size filter. What? Am I doing something wrong here? Oh, probably because no one's really trading more than 100 shares on this position. So if I'm trying to filter it for 199, it just kind of dies out for me, and no share shows up. So like, see, if I can't even see 100 shares being traded on this position, then it's going to be hard for me to find some volume to be trading off of Goldman Sachs over here. Even though it is technically on a chart at a nice little spot. We're at pre-market lows. VWAP is exactly right here where the stock is trading at. Taking here short might not be a bad idea, but the lack of liquidity overall and not even the chance to take 100 shares on this position, not too exciting for me on the day today. Cosmos paid out. I did see Cosmos on my scanners in the morning. I just don't know what the ticker is. Can you please put the ticker in the chat for me? Maybe I could take a look at it. I think it's CSMO on NASDAQ. I forget what the ticker is at the moment. Let's keep looking for what stocks the chat wants us to take a look at. I think Ashutok wants to take us to look at MSFT. Microsoft curled down. I don't know about Microsoft curled down. I mean, look, the markets are red. Microsoft's positive. Microsoft has been bouncing above the 50-period EMA all day since the open, and we don't want to break that 50-period EMA to the south side. So I'm not sure if I even want to gamble with Microsoft. Notice the terminology I'm using, gamble. There's better stocks out there if you want to short on the day and continue looking for the shorts because the markets are red. I don't think that one's Microsoft. I think you go for Tesla, you go for your Chinese ADRs such as your JDs and your Babas. I don't think you go for MSFT. Even shorting Apple might be something to look into today. You know, Apple down 1.92% over here, not really showing you bullish patterns like Microsoft is. So I'm not going to be touching Microsoft for a short side. Same thing for Amazon. You know, Amazon has been clearly to the downside today, constantly getting pushed to the downside. If Amazon has any pop in it because the market's popping, would be a way better short to short Amazon and way less of a gamble to short Amazon to continue with the overall market bleeding idea than it is to be shorting Microsoft on a day like today.
Absolutely agree. I want to ask you, what did you think about the CEO change on Disney?
I have no opinion. I mean,
Yeah.
whatever works for you, works for you. If it doesn't, then trust me, I'll be there with my short buttons ready.
I know, right?
It doesn't matter to me too much.
It's just interesting because I felt like this guy, he hadn't even been around a year.
Oh,
and
he just
like,
took him out.
Yeah, I know.
Ref.
We're watching the game, guys. There's Senegal versus Netherlands. It's still 0-0 in the 41st minute. But what I was trying to tell you was I heard this Iger dude, he has more contacts in Hollywood, so he can recruit bigger names to come in and star in these movies. And I don't know, I feel like we need some star power lately. Like there's been kind of that drag on movies. You know, people are not going to the movies as much. Yeah. So yeah, there was a whole political thing that Chapek got himself into with DeSantis, and there was a whole thing on you there. So I think they just wanted to move on. I thought that was interesting. The first thing that I noticed this morning when I turned on CNBS, right when I was opening my eyes, I was like, okay, well that's super interesting. Guys, we took out a piece here on our grinder short. Our initial short was 27.88. We took some out 27.11. We have another piece here earmarked to get out at 26.84. I'm currently seeing 15s print on the bid, 27.15s that is. So we're in the money, but you know, just it's so spready. So you got to be really patient. Sometimes even when it gets to your level, it doesn't print until it comes down a little bit lower, and then the liquidity shows up. What's not printing, though, is Disney. And, yeah, I've got my out. I'm going to leave my out there. I think this is a bad trade, but it's one of those ones where I'm just too stubborn to change it. So
What is this?
What?
Rahim, please go down.
What?
I don't even know.
Where are you looking
Reading
so I can
some
look
next
at?
message in the chat from.
What does it say?
I think people are looking at Riot and they're talking about Riot to go down,
Okay.
but he said some Rahim go down. I don't know. I was wondering if that's something that you could help me on that side, but either way, it doesn't matter. People talking about Riot. Riot's apparently still going to the downside. I mean, what do you expect when cryptocurrencies are going down? You want cryptocurrency stocks to go down. RIOT, Billy, I think is another one, or BIT something. We obviously have Coinbase. We also have GBTC on pink sheets. What was that for? We got GBTC on pink. What's going on? GBTC to the downside once again, and we're down 6% over here. But currently, GBTC actually bouncing above VWAP at the moment. Yeah, there you go. People in the chat helping me with BTBT, MARA. Yeah. Why is Grayscale crypto down so much? Because Bitcoin in general is ground to the downside or to the ground. So GBTC, which trades Bitcoin, is getting beat up. I want to talk about JD because JD just gave me a profit target to the downside, 34 cents in the money. One of my profit targets just wicked in on that one. So let's go, JD. Thank you. As the market is below 30,950 again and below 11,600 for the NASDAQ.
Okay. Grinder hovering around that 27. There seems to be some buying coming in, even though it's not really reflected on the level 2 at the moment. There does seem to be some support at 27. Not surprising, though. given that that is the whole dollar value. Recall that I'm waiting for the break of 26.84 to take out some profits there. So Grinder now down over 25, almost, let's call it 26% on the day. The spreads is still a little wide at the moment. It's 15s on the asks and zeros on the bid. But yeah, this one is printing big boy for me. But my bigger worry at the moment is Disney and whether I'm or not I'm going to get stopped out here. Recall that the break of this trough at the through the 97 and 3/4, so 97.75, I'll be out. I gave this one ample room between the stop price and the limit price in case that Disney becomes illiquid at that level, because you know that is a level that I feel maybe some stops are going to be. Look at this. Yeah, the market trending sideways at the moment, but Disney headed down. So despite the fact that it was relatively strong earlier, now you're seeing signs of relative weakness. I'm like 3 pennies away from my stop, so a bit peeved about that. But, you know, buoyed somewhat by the fact that the Grinder is making up for it. Yup, and now I am at a Disney. Looks like I got stop hunted there as it bounces back up like another 20 pennies. Disney, a bad idea for me to take that long at that level. Will G says, can you do a summary on SHC? Sure, in 1 second. Tradesmith, if it's too late to get in tomorrow. To be honest with you, I haven't been really following crypto. Maybe I'll delegate that one to Prad after I have a look at SHC here for Will. Let's have a look at this one. This one was one of those small cappers that was moving earlier in the day. This one gapped up right after the open, a few minutes after the open. We went into a 5-minute halt. It had been making moves prior to the open, though. It looks like around 8 a.m. some news came in because all of a sudden there was volume and ample volatility. We topped out at 960. Looks like on the day that's the high. Ever since basically half an hour after the open, we descended below VWAP, and we've been kind of, you know, basically trading much below VWAP for the majority of the morning. 823 is where we're currently at. 765 is the low of the day. We got to reclaim VWAP here at 8 3/4 for this one to be interesting. Small cappers, they are less reliable to the north side when they are below VWAP than they are when they're above it. So that's just my take on things. I'm not interested until it reclaims VWAP, Bradley.
Someone said coin is plummeting. I mean, it was not right now, though. It's going up with the rest of the market. The markets are trying to go push up to the south, to the north side. Sorry, what's that dance move? Never do that at a you know, at a disco or
Do you think I would walk around doing that? No, that's my little profit taking on Grinder dance. Drop that money, son.
Yeah, but never do that anywhere else. Okay. Nah. Stop it. I don't want you to embarrass yourself. Stop moving like that. We gotta.
Man, I don't care. You really think I care? I don't.
We gotta sign you up for those dance classes that Luca goes to with the algos and the robots. You know, that's the real dance class that you want to be on.
Neil, remember when Antonio Brown did this at the beginning of the year, and I was supposed to catch on, and people were like, "What happened to that, man?" That was my, yeah. I liked it. I thought that this was going to be the main thing for the rest of the year. It didn't end up catching on. I think they did it for a couple of weeks, and then it just died out.
Just hit the gritty every time you hit a nice little win. Just hit the gritty and just cook it up a little bit. You know, keep it normal, man. What is this butterfly
playing,
dance?
man.
The butterfly dance.
We had trader Yushi, legit happy dance.
Yeah.
He was like 22, like he'd get up and do a little like.
We gotta get a happy dance, bro. We gotta work on our thing. Let me just tell the people real quick before I send it back to you. On my short on Grinder, I've got exactly 30% of the position remaining. My out at 26.84 materialized. I'm seeing now 55s on the bid and 85 on the ask. So we did break below that 27 whole dollar support level that I was discussing earlier. So this one looks like it's headed possibly to 26 here. Let's take out some more shares. Take out 15%. We'll take it through possibly the break of 50s. So I won't get too greedy with this one. I'm going to say 26.56. Give me some outs there. It looks like we even broke below that. There we go. Oh, did I just get? Oh my God! I added to my position. God, I'm a moron. I just added to my position there instead of scalping some out. So that's a big boo-boo on my part. Bradley, take over.
Yeah, I got you. We're going to keep looking at this. So looks like Best Buy actually stopped me out. So I'm going to move my order to the higher part of the range over here to $70.50 instead. If it does want to pierce back to 70 and go back up north, yeah, feel free to go do that. But I'm not going to keep on battling the same area and giving back my money, for sure not. So Best Buy is going to be my worst stock of the day, but JD pretty much trying to take over, what's the stock's name, Roblox, to see if it wants to be the first best or the best stock on the day for me or not. JD currently number 2, Roblox at number 1, but if JD keeps going south side for me, we could just turn this into the number 1 stock of the day. So let's see if it will end up being that way for us. I want to party with you boys, says Peter Cassil. Hey man, you know, you're partying with us every day over here on the market, so we're already partying together. But I get what you mean. I know you mean, like, you know, you want to go outside and hit that little dance move a little bit on the cha-cha on the dance floor a little bit. I agree with that. Party with the homies. Yeah, what's up?
What would you feel about, like, I'm not making any suggestions, but would you be open to like having like some sort of like reception with some of our fans, especially in the city, or?
Yeah, but like most of our fans are like American, right?
Yeah.
So like not many will probably show up to the Toronto
True,
meetup,
yeah,
but
we'd
like,
have
you know,
to RSVP.
Sean's thinking about that.
Yeah?
I think Sean said Trader TV Live meetup at Vegas.
Funds not secure.
Yeah, but like whenever
Sean
you
says
secure
funds
it,
not
it's on
secured.
you. You know, it's on you. Whenever you secure it, we'll show up to that.
Yeah.
Funds not secured, says Sean. You know, it is what it is.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think that would be awesome to meet some of our fans. It's happened on occasions where some people have showed up at the building. They sent like a $50 super chat. Hey, I'm outside. You know, we'll escort you inside, obviously with security, and show you around. And, like, sometimes they've even come on the show and talked. So it's always like nice to interact with our fans and get to know them even on a more personal basis. Guys, Disney is the bane of my existence. I still can't forget about this one. Even though I'm out, I'm looking to exact revenge. Obviously, it's probably, I'm just joking, of course. I'm not actually looking to do that. But I'm looking for opportunities to see if I can kind of gauge where this one is going. At the moment, it looks like I'm a little late on the short. It was a nice retracement. Let's have a look at the full chart here. It's a little distorted because of these dark wicks. But if I can kind of, here, let me get a different chart. One moment, please. Yes. Here we go. We got this Disney chart here. And so this was a nice break here. So this break of VWAP and all the way down to the 50 period. And then this retracement, to the 200 period. This retracement to the 50 period, this was where I think Sean got short and I got long at that particular area. And so I think because it was below VWAP, this was my mistake, right, to take it long. I tried to take it long preemptively for the break of VWAP, but that wasn't the right move. I think that because it was lower and it had been trending lower, the idea here was to short the pop, no matter how long the pop was. I mean, how many 1 minute candles is this? Looks like a 10 or 15 minute move to the upside. So that's my mistake on Disney. I'm looking for possible bounces off key levels to the downside, Bradley, maybe off that low of 97.02.
Right on. Guys, feel free to throw in the chat to see what stocks you guys are looking at. In the meantime, I would like you to hit that like button. The like button, very important for YouTubers such as ourselves over here. It helps with the YouTube algorithm, currently at 2.4K likes with 5K still watching, and you know, Neil mentioned how many people hit that like button compared to how many people hit the vote button earlier on. A little bit of a discrepancy in that number. So for anyone who has not hit that button yet, please just scroll down on the phone or on your PC, whatever you're on, to see if that like button is checked off for you or colored. You know, if you're using dark mode, it's white color like my screen. But if you're using the normal mode, it should go into the blue button, I believe, if I remember correctly. Also hit that subscribe button for that 32% of you who are not subscribed. We would love for you to hit that subscribe. We're now at 362,000 subscribers on our channel. So love seeing that number grow every time we look at it. And thank you for all the people in the chat who help us out with that every single day. You know, reminding the new members, reminding the other people exactly how to you know, help us out on the YouTube sides over here. We also have our merch store. If you go to the homepage of Trader TV Live, click on store, you'll be able to buy some of the merch that we actually wear on the show a lot of the times. Oh man, no more beach towel. I'm still waiting for that beach towel whenever I do get it. We'll talk about that one. But a couple people in the chat have green names. You're probably wondering, how can you get a green name? You can also get a green name like this person over here, OX the Consultant, is a member of the Trader TV Live family, and you can become one by clicking on the join button. A pop-up box will show up with Brendo telling you exactly what being a member of Trader TV Live entails, and maybe in the future more perks and benefits for being a Trader TV Live member. So sign up for that. All of this obviously is optional, but you don't have to. You don't have to do it if you don't want to, but we appreciate all the people in the chat like Logan, Third Eye, Diamond Reality, even True Trading Group North, who's given out so many free memberships to all of the people in the chat. But 5,374 votes, and we only have 2.5K likes.
How is that possible,
I
guys?
don't know,
Come
guys.
on,
That's not a good number. We have more votes than the people watching at the moment, so obviously a lot of people did leave because lunchtime's coming into play.
Course.
But having 5,000 votes and only 2.5K likes, I don't know about that.
Yeah, like, and back when I was watching the show, I was a viewer, I would watch to about like a certain time, a little bit after 12, and then I would have to go to different work. So, I mean, I get how people, they join in at different parts of the day. But if you're with us all day, absolutely glad to have you guys. Disney continuing to the south side. Look at this little pop back up. Looks like we had, like, you know, made a little pseudo bottom here at the 97.60s, popping back up into the 97.80s, and then wham, look at all that volume come in. The market dropping off now and creating a new low of day. Here is the chart on the market. We had that flat bottom at 97.44. That has since been taken out. 39.75 is your new low on the ES. So we continue to trend down. We're down 0.8% on the day now, 32.5 points proudly as we make newer lows. Let's have a look at what big tech is up to. I know that you and I had been looking at Amazon and Tesla earlier on and noticed that they were relatively weak. How are they doing now? Let's have a look. Here we go. Okay, so Google, yeah, it's got a $2, a bit more than $2 range. It looks relatively weak. Yeah, but I'm gonna have to say that it still is probably Amazon and Tesla to some extent, maybe Google. Meta still in that 110s. Apple, yeah, Apple just created low of day as well at 147.75. So that one's a new low of day, while Microsoft's low of day is at 241.19. It's well above that at 242.06. So it looks like Apple's the one near low of day. Apple and Tesla and Google, those ones near low of day, Bradley.
Yeah, market did break that bottom, but we're waiting to see if there's any continuation. Here's what stands out to me, guys. UVXY, the volatility ETF, is actually also down on the day, down 1.89%. We are watching the UVXY at the moment bounce towards VWAP, and the markets also go to the downside. If UVXY continues to stay rejecting VWAP and keep pushing to the south side, and if the markets just want to hang out at the lows over here, I don't really know if there's a big short trade for us to pull off. I would want to see UVXY breaking above VWAP, breaking out and going to the north side, maybe playing in the pre-market ranges, and then even going to the north side, playing with the $9 area. So not too excited for the shorts at the moment, but the market over here breaking the lows. But that's a big volume candle on the S&P 500 futures. Look at the S&P 500 futures at the moment. If you zoom in, you see how big of a volume candle that is compared to all the other volume candles since 9:30. Well, 9:30 on the futures is actually 10:30 Eastern Standard Time because they're an hour behind in Chicago. But so 8:30 would be 9:30. So ignoring the opening candle, obviously, because that's where most of the volume should be, on the open and on the close. For some reason, we got a big volume spike over here on the futures market to the downside. So obviously, we're still leaning on the red direction for the market as we're breaking the lows for multiple areas. But I'm not sure how to really perceive this with the UVXY, so obviously telling me that we are rejecting VWAP throughout the day. So I would want to see UVXY start going up to the north side a little bit. Never going to win if they keep calling it soccer. I'm guessing you're talking about Canada and the reason that we're calling it soccer, but I guess, yeah, whatever. Moving on from that one. Who wears short shorts? That's a good one. Let's see what we're going. Volume on your chart, cover up by your position graphic. Yeah, I expanded it over here. This is the one. This is the chart I was talking about, and I even expanded it for you. But I see what you mean over here. When we expanded it, it's getting covered. So right here, you see that volume candle on the right side. Right here, it's not really the greatest at the moment. JD, 50 cents in the money for us, which we did take more profits, but leaving that one alone. RBLX, we punched into a short on Roblox closer to $30, but looks like Roblox wants to go back up north as the market, S&P 500, immediately right back to 3950 for the S&P 500. Let's go take a look at where that is on the future. Oh, okay, I like that. We do like this as we're closer to 394 on the S&P 500 ETF, and the market right back above to 3950. Did you say happening now? Okay, yeah, we're going to send it to Brendo for happening now.
Hey guys, 12 o'clock. Sean making an appearance today for happening now at lunchtime. Let's get into it. A red board to show you right now, as the guys were saying there. Day lows, fresh day lows here for the market. 0.5%, 0.55 the Dow, 0.32 the Russell, 123,000. It's the 2,000 there, the worst off right now, full percent for the NASDAQ, both the composite and the 100, 102 and 0.98 downside. If you were with us pre-market, we told you everything you needed to know for Walt Disney. Bob Iger making his return. Not only Coinbase under pressure, but the rest of the crypto-related stocks under pressure as well, with this FTX mess still getting sorted out. Tesla downside again today, 3 days in a row. An additional 321,000 recalls announced for Tesla. Here's Disney right now, still holding on to gains. It rejected that 100 right out of the gate this morning and has not looked back since, although the market at day lows. Disney not quite there yet, guys. Back over to you.
Market at day lows. Disney not there yet. We're watching the S&P 500 pull back up, and I'm trying to get short once again, closer to 394 for the SPY ETF. Let's see if we can catch that fill. Roblox dipping back under 30, which means we might just be able to catch another win on Roblox and continue extending our P&L. I previously was trying to catch a short on the SPYs. I, by mistake, got into a long, so immediately punched out. That was a quick little winner. Thank you, Marky, for offering me a quick little scalp to the north side. Yeah, I mean, 2 pennies, 3 pennies, not a real winner, but a win's a win, baby. W Nation all day. So, you know, what was Neil saying earlier, which is dub's a dub. We're actually going to go back to Brendo over here real quick for a quick update.
Big move up here in crude oil, guys, to the upside on heavy volume. It's worth noting the Saudis are denying this report that came out in the pre-market this morning that they're going to add an additional 500,000 barrels per day of production. So the Saudis now denying that report. So a huge move up here for crude, guys.
Very interesting. Wow. Okay, so that, in addition to the China lockdowns, all these different headwinds, tailwinds coming in, oil is a wild ride. Like, I'll tell you that. Another wild ride is this Disney. Look at this move. This upward retracement back in the market was not echoed by Disney at all, as Disney continues to head to the south side, creating new recent lows. Look at that 97.20 is where we got to. So Disney on the move to the downside. How low can we go on this one? I mean, we do have that level we spoke of earlier, which is basically that 97.10, 97 level. Let's see what we do. What's our low, actual low on? Yeah, 97.02 is our actual low today on Disney. So that's going to be a really interesting area. I want to see what the futures are going to be doing at that exact time, because, you know, it has been moving very similarly. What are you looking at, Zom?
XOM is rip right now. It's absolutely taken off that catalyst. I heard Fahad ask a question, which was, how is less numbers better for the stocks over here? So that's actually not a bad question. A lot of people might have that same question. Obviously, if they're not producing more oil, less demand, and the supply for oil obviously keeps on going through the roof every single day. We got Elon and Jeff Bezos fighting for whose ships are better, so they're flying those into the skies. That takes oil. Your Vaseline,
Elon's are way better, though.
you know, the pumps that Sharif keeps asking me for takes oil also. You're not getting any more pumps. Stop it. You know, a lot of products in the world actually use oil. So oil supply keeps on going higher and higher. And if the demand's not there, the prices is naturally got to go higher. So XLE probably taking off. XOM taking off. Oxy taking off. Where am I typing? I'm typing in the chat. Let me undo that real quick.
Wow, Disney.
Undo.
Keep going, Disney. Jeez. No, keep going. I just wanted to make a comment. Continue with what you're talking about.
I'm pretty much done. So
Yeah.
XOM over here rejecting 110, which also happens to be the 100-period EMA on the 5-minute chart.
Yeah, Grinder made a bit of a low bottom there. I got out of my position after I accidentally added to the short. I got out around 26.60s. My initial position was 27.88, so almost 27.90. So that was not a bad out, but you know I got forced out of it. Now look at Disney, guys. The market's sideways. It's not doing anything. Disney is
We got Lil
continuing
Jon in the
to
back?
make new. Disney is continuing to make
Disney?
lower lows. Yeah, I know. I was trying to like figure out what you guys are talking about. 97.02 is the low on this one, guys. I see 97.06. Let's see what we're getting here on the bid. We're about testing that day's lows. Do we get a bounce here on Disney, Bradley, or like what's going on? Because the market's really not retracing.
We should get a bounce.
We should get a bounce here, right? Well, let's see. I'm going to punch long here. Let's see what's going to happen. I'm going to punch long. I'm going to give it to the break of 97. So we'll go ahead and put 96, 98. Oh, this is going to take me out probably. 96, 90. We'll give it to.
I'll join
There
you.
we go. We got the long there. We don't really have a great long. We're long at 12s.
They don't want to give me the fill.
Yeah, you didn't get the fill. Yeah, this one's flirting with the single digits and the 10s.
okay.
I put my out. There we go. I'm seeing a lot of below the prints coming in on the tape. We're about to test 97, guys. Looks like I'm going to get taken out. We'll see what happens here. Let's just pause for a minute. Do we hold 97? Some good size at 97. Some decent size.
That's
not great. Yeah, as Bradley makes a point. There it goes. We're going to break. And am I out? Or we just popped right back up, okay? This one all over the place, Bradley. Yeah, not a big trade for me. Went with smaller size. But here we go. We're holding still. So that 97 level, at least for the moment, is holding on for dear life. Let's go. Let's print some teens, man. What is it going to hurt you to print some teens? Get me out a little bit. Yeah, we're still flirting, Bradley.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing that I do want to mention is a quick little reading for the viewers who are trying to copy past this trade over here. Is notice how 97 broke and then held on the tape right away. The bid, sorry, 97 broke and held on the bid. We're now trying to move back up north. The selling's not really showing up as it did earlier on. The market is still playing with the same area. So if this long ends up being a good one, we could see it go right back to the VWAP for $99. Here was a good $2 per share. And my stop is pretty much on the break of lower day. So the lower day for Disney, DIS, will be 96.96 today. So 96.96 is the lower day. You saw it break 97 and then not really have a follow through to the downside. So getting ready to throw my stop out at the moment for DIS. Let me just do that over here. DIS, 96.96. So you know what? We'll just do 96, 90. So we'll do 89 instead. So how much size do I have? I have that size. I have my stop sent out. Now we just sit back and relax, let the stock do what it wants to do. Not only is my stop at the lower day, but I also gave it some extra room below lower day just in case to tell me, yeah, you're wrong on this trade. You're 100% wrong. We'll end up seeing if that one ends up working out that way for us. SPY keeps on flirting with giving us profits and then not giving us profits. We go from being 30 cents in the money to being flat on the money on the SPY ETF over here. I mean, makes sense. The S&P 500 futures is just stuck to 39.50. We're not really taking off above 39.50, nor are we really pushing below 39.50 like we did 10 minutes, 15 minutes earlier on. It looks like the The Senegal game is back from halfway.
Yeah,
or
from
halftime.
halftime.
Sorry.
You're great.
And we're waiting to see who
50th minute.
scores here first.
Yeah, I don't know. This one may end up in a draw, Bradley. It looks like a pretty drawn-out game.
You just don't want me to win any money. That's what it is.
You think so? Oh, yeah. Dude, I forgot who you got. You got Netherlands.
I need Netherlands
yeah,
and
that's it.
USA to
oh,
win.
dude, I totally forgot about that. Of course, I want Netherlands when I was just giving an objective opinion. It's like, okay, sure, let's go for it. Let's see what Netherlands got. They've definitely got the more individual talent, no question about that. But you have, some
the stats on
you have
positions?
some heavy hitters on the Senegal national team. You have one of the best central defenders in the world, Koulibaly Koulibaly, came from Napoli, now playing at Chelsea. He's a heavyweight. Soccer fans will know him. Who else we got on Senegal? You got, do we got Thomas Partey, or is he with Ghana? I forget. Thomas Partey is an Arsenal player. I forget if he's with Ghana or he's with Senegal. Benjamin Mendy, one of the best goalkeepers in the world, plays for Chelsea. Nathan Ake, one of the best left, I think he's a left or a right back for Manchester City. So a lot of big names on Senegal, in addition to obviously the huge names that we expect on Netherlands. Netherlands, perennial contender in the World Cup, Bradley.
Yeah, I'm looking at the possible win rate probability, 49% Netherlands, the live win rate probability with 86% for the draw, and 55% of the possession for the Dutch over here, and 83% pass accuracy for both of them. So it looks like they're doing pretty decent. But one thing that stands out is 8 fouls to 6 fouls, so 8 fouls for Netherlands. So Netherlands over there, clearly playing a little bit of a rough game. The market's moving back up north.
Yeah, nice little pop on Disney, baby. We took some profits there through the break of 20s. I recall 97.12 is where we're long. I saw prints on the ask of 23s. Let's see, we're moving back there if we can get 24s. We should, the market's trending up. Now, the market's retracing into that VWAP. But the thing is that concerns me about this trade is that the angle with which the market is moving is not the same angle with which Disney is moving. Disney definitely is noticeably weaker than the general market. So that's never a good idea if you're in a bounce long, because then, it's showing you that it really doesn't have the legs that the general market has. It's a laggard. And so this concerns me a little bit, but I'm going to leave my stop in the same area. I de-risk taking 25% off. I'm holding 75% of the position.
Yeah, I think that's the best way to do it. You watch the market pop. You're expecting Disney to do something. It's not really doing it. So might as well use that catalyst to get some size out, de-leverage yourself, and maybe come back at a different time for it. We'll wait and see what happens. Disney down to 96, 95 levels, says Bob in the chat. Took profit, not to be greedy. Yeah, greed is what kills you. What is it? Bears make money, bulls make money, pigs get slaughtered. Don't be a greedy little pig. Don't go oink oink in the market. You want to either slash the market with your bear paw or strike it with your bull horns and make profits that way. AMD range bound. I think that's the whole market in a nutshell at the moment, my friend. The market's completely range bound. It's not doing anything. Pretty one of those. I don't want to say inside day, because I think the market did break out of the range.
I mean,
exactly. Like I didn't want to say that because I think we did break. Let me quickly scroll. Nope, no, we were exactly inside the range over here. And look at this range that the S&P 500 futures are creating since 11th of November. If this is not telling you the future of the market, then I don't know what
ever since the last Fed print, we've been exactly.
This market's about to just absolutely die. Time to go get a second job, ladies and gentlemen. I might have to go apply to Wendy's soon.
You're a joker. Oh my God. Okay. Looks like, Disney, we're still staying above 97. I guess that's one of the better signs if I had to analyze this. On the pro side is we are maintaining 97, but we are still weaker than the overall market. Just want to drive that point home. Let's look at what is moving. Let's see, anything moving on my side screen here? Really, nothing is giving me much to talk about. Let's flip back to the scanner. Let's see if there's any new names that have come up. No, ICU, SCH, some of the same players. What's this, CDIO? Let's have a look at that real quick. Yeah, that's made its move. It's now retracing. NXL we saw earlier. EAF. Have a look at that. Okay, so EAF, it's one of these slow-moving stocks. It's only done 3.8 million shares on the day. Let's have a look at EAF here. Flip this one. Yeah. EAF. Okay, so what exchange is this? Okay, so it's New York, that's why. So EAF on the New York exchange. There we go. It's a nice steady angle to the high side, and I guess that's what is notably good about this one. Also above VWAP, it had that move right at the bell, made a nice little 60-cent jump, and then retraced back to VWAP and then held above VWAP the entire day. You could have gotten in on really any of these pullbacks and you'd be in the money. For the better part, I'd say, of the last half an hour, it's kind of been sideways, not really making any new highs. The latest new high that we had was at around 1138. So that 1140 time slot was the last time we had a new high. So this one, you can tell, is slowing down a little bit, but still definitely on my watch list if I really had to choose a small capper. NWTN is the one that we got cut up on earlier, and that's decidedly below VWAP. So won't be engaging on that. Disney's the only trade we've got on at the moment. There we go. Now we're printing back into the high teens. I feel we're creating higher lows for the better part of the last 5 or 6 minutes. So let's see if that trend can continue. We can possibly get some out in the 97.30s. I think that would be my next target. I got some out in the 20s previously, so looking to take some out in the 30s, holding 75% position. But the market kind of, consolidating sideways a little bit now, not really giving Disney that tailwind that it needs, because Disney is a little bit, a bit weak at the moment, especially relative to its strength earlier. What else we got?
Coming in, good yellows, good greens coming in. We got a lot of mid-prints action at least coming in. No one's really willing to punch the bids over here on Disney anytime soon. That means, they don't want to push the stock down yet. We're seeing, but the fact that mid-prints are going off, we don't know if they're going off into the ask or into the bid kind of action. So we don't know if also, there's like a idea that if mid-prints are being offered and someone's actually punching it, then why is that being offered and why is someone taking that? If mid-prints are being offered into, we can actually test that real quick with small size. We can test it to see if we're getting any size on the mid-print. We are getting a mid-print on the long side, so that's not a good thing because you don't want to get mid-prints into your direction. You want to get the mid-prints away from your direction. So you want to be a little careful over here maybe on Disney then. Yeah,
no, I'm out. I'm completely out of Disney. I feel that this is more of like a pop, short the pops, and this is like this is just a retracement in a bear flag pattern. So that's why I'm positive on it, though not on the day, but on the trade. 97.11 is where I got some. Where I got in, and then I got out some in the 20s, twice in the 20s, and then I got out here some break even at 97.11. Yeah, now look, breaking through. So we had the feeling on that one. I think we were both pretty accurate on that one. I have to agree. It started forming like, just the the bear flag retracement. So this is the bear flag right here, and then here's the continuation from the kind of the trough, the flag. So not going to take that one. I think that I was kind of lucky to even be positive on it.
I heard Tesla being mentioned in the back over there. Look at the size on 170 on Tesla. Okay, baby, I see you. Time to throw an order out for a 170 short on Tesla. Let me quickly do this. Bang, bang. Bang, 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 bang. All right. We got an order out ready to take that short on 170 short Tesla. I mean, low a day. We got a lot of size on that. That's probably Aunt Kathy sitting there with the, 3,000 lots over there. Let me just quickly pull out the calculator for us. 1575 plus 1. Okay, we broke it. Who cares about calculating it now because we're going south side. All that size is immediately getting whacked on Tesla to the downside. NASDAQ clearly breaking the low a day again. S&P 500 nowhere close to the low a day. But like if markets are pulling back, and yeah, Disney clearly going to the south side. Baby. We made the right call on that one. Thank God I tested the mid-prints because
I think you were right.
If it didn't work out for me, I was gonna hold that trade a little bit longer.
Isn't it funny how you reach the same conclusion but from a completely different method?
Different system, yeah. So here's Tesla though, ladies and gentlemen. 170 did break. We're at a new low a day, 169.65 on TSLA. Luca, are you still there? What's the 150 low for Tesla? 166.66 will be a very important number for Tesla, so let's keep our eyes peeled to see if that number does come into play today. That was a level that Luca has mentioned when he was on the show earlier on. It's a post-split number that's important. I forget exactly what it equates to, but it's a post-split number, 166.66. We're currently at 169.60, which gives us about how many cents in the money are we? Only 30 cents, but I'll take some size out just to make sure that we don't get hurt on this trade in case 170 does pull back up. Market going down though. S&P 500 going south side. NASDAQ going south side. Give me $1 per share winner, baby. Come on, pay Pretty Daddy.
Yeah, a lot of big moves here. Wow, Tesla looks so weak. Yeah, I mean it's a tough move to see that happen. Big Tesla proponent. Never really been a long-term stock owner of it, but hey. That's the breaks. Guys, I'm still watching the Senegal game here for you. We're in the 60th minute. Senegal, Netherlands, 60th minute, 0-0. It looks like.
So what happens if they go to 90 without scoring? Do they have penalty shootouts or overtime or anything?
No. So this is the group stages. If you tie, you get 1 point. If you win, you get 3. If you lose, you don't get anything. So tying here is an absolute possibility. You play each team in your group once.
Yeah.
So you play 3 games in the group stages. The 2 teams move on. The bottom 2 don't, right? Now, when you get into the knockout stages, that's when you start talking about penalties and extra time and stuff like that. So that's how that works. Chat, by the way, if you guys know, if the chat knows, one sec, do the top 2 third place teams advance in this World Cup? Because I know they did last time. So if you guys know the answer to that, write in the chat and I'll have a look.
Top 2 in groups?
Top 2 third place teams. So there would be like 2 third place teams in the tournament that would advance. Okay. So usually it's the top 2 teams, first and second. But in 2 instances, there would be a third place team that would advance. Let's see. Top 2, yes. People are saying top 2 third place teams. So, okay, got you guys. All right, so I guess that's how it's working there. Guys, the Disney short is printing. Instead of getting out of that, getting out of the long obviously was the right idea here, but I should have punched in short immediately because that printed big boy. That beautiful break of 97.10, and looks like we made our way down to 96.70, so that was a nice little winner there. Saw that pattern brewing. Got out of dodge, as Neil likes to say, but I should have been, like I told Pradley, I got to be more present to the switch between the long and the short or vice versa. And then, not just getting out of the long when it presents itself, but getting into the short if it's the right thing to do. So I think that was a missed opportunity on my part here. Disney continuing to print to the downside. What else is going on? People are yelling in the background. Means something is going on. What's going on, Bradley? Is that something to do with Tesla?
I'm guessing probably some buyout stocks moving around for themselves over there and allowing them to make some profits. I'm in Tesla. I'm not that excited. So I'm pretty sure it's not Tesla. It's Tesla. I'm sure Tesla. I'm there too. But we're watching that position move around. We're 50 cents in the money in Tesla at the moment. I did get triggered into an Apple short too on the lower day break on Apple, but instantly north goes Apple from that position. Tesla and JD, both my shorts now 50 cents in the money, waiting to see how low can they go for ourselves. Maybe even Apple can pull south. S&P 500 really battling that 39.50 area. If S&P 500 can go south from 39.50, and if NASDAQ, which previously broke the low a day, can continue going south, maybe Apple short around this 148 for myself would be something to continue holding. But there we go. As I was going to say, I'm very close to getting stopped out on that trade, and it did trigger my stop on it. I didn't want to risk all the way back through 148, so I took my 15-cent hit on it. I walked away from that position. Apple now my worst trade on the day, sadly, but that's fine with me. We got other trades on board that we can continue to hold on to and make a bigger win for us, such as this Tesla shorts. Come on, Tesla, give us that multiple dollar winner. I want to see that 166 level come into play that Luca was mentioning. That post-split number will be very important for us to watch for.
So that's that number. Okay, that's really interesting. This grinder trade, I'm really disappointed that we got out of it at the break of 27 into 2680s, because look at this, guys. It printed all the way down to the 2520s. So this one ended. It's continuing to head down, holding both below the 7 EMA and obviously creating lower lows and lower highs. So, this one, I don't know why I punched out of it. I think I panicked when I added instead of removing to my position. So that one ending up to be a really good trade, almost down 30%, $10 today, guys. Jeez, that one's a mover. Disney continuing to print to the downside as well. Looks like we are creating newer lows. Yes, we did. We created a 96.55 low there on Disney. So a new low. We're maintaining below VWAP. Everything is looking like it's trending in the right direction. If I'm looking at it at the 5-minute chart, or the 3-minute chart, excuse me, on the side chart here, and I'm looking to see if the 50 period crosses a 20. Let's see what if that one will be an interesting sell signal there. What else am I looking at here? Not much, guys. Not much is going on. Small cap world really not giving us anything to play with. I like it. Yeah, Tesla. Tesla's all the rage right now. We got to get on the Tesla train. Let's switch from EAF to TSLA. Am I in New York? Yeah, I am. Okay, so let's switch. There we go. So this one, where do we take this, Bradley? Do we take this on the bounce, or do we enter a short here? How are you? You're in a short right now, right?
I think you kind of missed the move up to 170. I mean, there was so much size on 170. We can do the math now. I was trying to do the math on while the break was happening, but there was about 1,500 plus another 1,400, and then that's 2,900. You add 2 zeros to 2,900, add 2 zeros times 170. $49 million approximately. So let's just say 49.5 to $50 million. We're sitting on the bid for Tesla at 170, and sellers came in and whacked that level completely to the downside. Breaking it, just absolutely demolishing that level and filling it to giving us a fill at 169.90. I crossed to 169.90. So imagine I didn't cross more than that, I would have not gotten that fill. So pretty much getting the fill that we crossed to. The worst fill that you're willing to get, you're getting that. And now we're breaking 168 Tesla, to the downside. Man. $1 per share in the money on Tesla. Let's go, baby. Give us more. Whoever's short right now is absolutely loving this position as the sells keep on coming in. $1 per share on TSLA. Oof. JD.com, 16 cents in that. And Roblox still waiting for Roblox to pay us some money over here as it just sticks to that $30 area.
Wow,
it doesn't want to break
move,
that $30 area to the north side, nor does it want to go to the upside. But Tesla, baby, let's go. I love gold.
But you know what I'm also thinking is like an actual headwind now for Tesla is, like he's become a bit polarizing in how he's doing things. I mean, he made political endorsements. He's kind of really taking a right-leaning position at Twitter. So I think he may have some headwinds in terms of like certain buyers boycotting his cars. Do you feel like that may be like a headwind Tesla could be facing?
No clue,
like they already have headwinds in terms of production. Like chat, chime in if you can, but do you feel like Elon's political stances are causing some sort of a headwind for the company? I kind of feel like not even just political, but like how he is operating Twitter, making sweeping layoffs and firings and stuff. Not that I'm saying any of that is wrong. I'm not taking a position either way. I'm just saying, do you guys feel like maybe he is creating some sort of a headwind? I get the feeling, that may be the case. We may see some numbers next year, maybe early 2023 or mid 2023, where that is reflected. So I don't know. Anyway, Tesla looks like a fantastic
Amazon
short.
Breaking 91 at the moment, giving me fill on the short for 91. Let's keep watching if this one can continue giving us some profits. The fact that SPY is still at 39.50 is upsetting me, but NASDAQ is showing us something that we do want to see, which is continuation of the break of lower days and more selling coming into play. I mean, you saw what's happening with Tesla, but go look at Microsoft, ladies and gentlemen. Still up on the day, still holding the 50-period EMA on the 5-minute chart, and we're not selling off at all like Apple, Amazon, Tesla are. So Microsoft, remember the person asking for the shorts on Microsoft earlier? You're probably happy right now that I kept you away from this stock at the moment. But look at that size currently popping up on Microsoft at the bids at 241.90. 150 lots popping up. Not a lot of size, 150 lots for a stock that's traded 13 million shares today. But, you know, nice to see that some buyers are popping up over here at the 50-period EMA on the 5-minute chart, continuing to show you that the value of that EMA at the moment on today, on the day like today when the NASDAQ is down 1.2% and Microsoft still continuing to be up. Tesla looks like it's kind of done with its move to the south side, so I'm just going to take my profits out over here at $1 per share profit and quickly going back to see what Amazon's doing. Looks like Amazon is paying us at the moment. Only 3 pennies though, so nothing too exciting just yet. I think I'm going to leave Tesla alone. I got my $1 or more per share profit. We can come back to it at a different price, but Amazon is something that I want to keep working with, and Roblox is also something that I want to keep working with. Roblox not really doing anything around this $30 area, trading sideways at the moment.
Yeah, Bradley, the shorts are printing today, man. The short on Tesla, the short on Grindr, the short on Disney. That's where the good money, that's where the good trades are today. Like I'm seeing 2501s coming now in on Grindr. That's like a whole $2.50 after we got out. So really kind of disappointed in myself for not holding this trade a little bit longer. It didn't really give me any very clear indicators to get out of this trade other than myself panicking that I had added to the position. So still disappointed about that one. But look at these ones, Tesla and Disney continuing to print really nicely. I don't think we've seen the bottom here on Tesla, maybe, Bradley, 168.50. I want to know if that's is that a major level off? Let's see the 4-hour here quickly. I'll kind of just give you guys the play-by-play. No, nothing really at 168.50 at the moment, but it is definitely a very recent low. I don't know how far. You said 1666. That's what Luca was saying. So, yeah, not really looking at anything, guys. Disney bouncing a bit off that 660, kind of making through a break to the 97 here. That's initially where we got out of our long position there. That was kind of the break of that flat bottom. Looks like it's retracing to that level, possibly the 50-period, Bradley. But I don't have any trades. I know you're in a couple, but yeah, I'm. Hence, oh wow, I gotta mention this one before I send it back to you. Grindr now printing 24s on the bid. I just spoke about that 30 seconds ago. It was 25, it's now 24. So this one really accelerating downward, down 34% on the day now. Grindr continuing to give back its Friday gains.
10 minutes ago, SoFi, U.S. lawmakers call on bank regulators to review SoFi's crypto moves. SoFi just continues to bring in the negative catalyst one after another. Oh, I'm talking about negative catalyst. One of Senegal's players looks like he's injured and is being taken out on a stretcher. He's good?
He's good, yeah.
I just saw him getting taken out on a stretcher.
Oh, you put it on over there too?
Yeah. So I'm behind, obviously. I'm at 71 minutes. You're at
I was looking at
minutes.
Grindr, so I got to tell you the truth. I wasn't looking at
There you go. He's getting taken out on a stretcher, poor guy. So prayers for that guy. Obviously, you don't want to watch any player get injured. You want to make sure that they're all healthy. And prayers out for that person. Coming back to Foot Locker, Fruity Loops, though. Look at this position. Imagine I held my short still at 35. We're now at 36 on this one.
Man, don't get me started, man, about holding the shorts today.
Good thing I jumped out of this one over here as we're now taking out 36 to the north side. Looks like it's getting ready to use the positive earnings catalyst that it had to start going north side. Now that I'm thinking about it, why am I shorting Foot Locker at 35? Because that's where I went long on the earnings day when it pulled back down to 35 and was a monster winner for me on the long side. So I should have just flipped long over here and I could have, bagged the big win to the north side towards 36 on Foot Locker. We're not gonna bother shorting this. And I know I was actually watching the stream back at home to see the comments and see what people were saying about a couple of things. And about Foot Locker, I see someone saying Brad Long Foot Locker? He's usually always talking smack about it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you know, it doesn't matter how negative I think about a company or you know, what they do. If the trade shows up for the long side, I'll take that trade. Same thing applies for Peloton. Let's quickly go check out what Peloton's doing today. Peloton apparently doing very good on Amazon's platform. They're their #1 platform or #1 sale, I think, on Amazon at the moment. And
They are, eh?
I think that's the catalyst, or at least the
I know that there's always like a
articles
big
that came out.
build up to the Christmas season. A lot of people to give these for
Could be,
presents.
yeah.
I know that's how it was in 2020 and 2021 when this one was like up to $160.
Yeah, so Peloton did come out with that catalyst about partnering with Amazon and how they were their #1 seller at the moment. Currently, Peloton, though, sadly down 5% as the S&P 500 marches back towards VWAP and is now at the 100-period EMA, at the 50-period EMA, at the VWAP for the overall market. That means the NASDAQ also moving back up north. Thankfully, we are out of our Tesla shorts, which were at the bottom of the day, our best out on that position.
Nice.
And we're also out on JD, which most likely also was moving up north. It is indeed moving up north, so that makes us look a little bit smarter than we might be, actually. So let's go, baby. I gotta love looking smart all the time. And look, I'm trying to build into an S&P 500 short at the moment on the ETF side because the pounce on the market, don't think we have too much of a substance behind that bounce. But then again, though, like this is why I don't want to short today because you look at UVXY down 2.5%. The overall market's down only 0.5%, and the Nasdaq's down 1%. We're not really watching UVXY break the lower days, which means the market should go higher. But we're also not watching UVXY move towards VWAP and trade above VWAP, which would give me confidence in holding shorts a little bit longer. So I'm not really seeing either of that. We're still having a little bit of an inside day in this market. So just be careful with where you're timing your entries.
Yeah, I'm just looking on my watch list here for any standouts that we can discuss. I'm seeing that crypto obviously taking it on the chin more than other industries. A lot of double-digit losses on crypto here. I see Ether and either Ether ETF and Mara as well as BTBT all in double-digit losses, 14, 12, 14%. So a lot of big hits there. FinTech not looking better either. PayPal down 4%, Square down 6.5%, Upstart 4%. So a lot of weakness there. Now it's just going to be a matter of do we continue, consolidate, or bounce, right? Well, having an eye on these ones will be of interest because they are the more extreme of the bunch. Everything really is red, but those ones are the real standouts for me. Also EVs, a lot of red in the EV world today. Tesla, obviously the catalyst, 6%. XBEF, 7%. Lucid, almost 8%. So yeah, you get the gist of it. Also some weakness in oil, but looks like oil bounced, Pradley, ever since that news headline that Brendo gave us about Saudi Arabia and denying the headline. Let's go into what's going on here. There we go. Let's close one of these. Let's go into a trading view chart for U.S. oil. Black Friday sale. Get out of here. What's going on? How do I enter my ticker? Did they change this up on you?
I think so.
Yeah, like, oh, geez, I think trading view looks a little different, guys. I hadn't seen this till now. How do I enter my ticker? That's funny. Markets, news, community. How do you do this, Prad?
Yeah, we could just go to crude oil over here. Crude oil Z22, X22, F23.
Yeah.
23 already.
There we go. I got it.
F23 already. Okay. Well, it looks like, okay, so here we go. Yeah, there's that move on the crude futures over here to the north side. CLF23 on .nm if you're a P-Pro 8 user and if you're trading with the Day Trade the World office. Monster move off of that catalyst that came out. We're still trying to go up north off of that news, looks like. We can quickly go over to XLE on AMAX. And XLE, as you guys see, is now near $90 and trying to go above 90. We'll keep watching if 90 does pierce on the XLE. Wow, Senegal almost scored there. Insane. XLE almost took out 90, and if XLE takes out 90, then, you know, we can keep looking at our Oxys and our XOMs, which will continue being more fun to the north side. XOM not too long ago was at 109, and now we're at 110.33. So big monster moves coming in. I want to go talk about Microsoft, guys. Notice how I was talking about that buyer popping in at the 50-period EMA on Microsoft, and that gave you a nice little long on MSFT when the market went to the north side. So Microsoft still continue to give you that 50-period EMA scalp longs. I think that setup is good until it stops working. So the next time it pulls down to the 50-period EMA, I'm going to be looking for that buyer to show up, and if that buyer does, I'll you know, front run that buyer a little bit and see what happens. People saying, Brad, where's your stop on Roblox? It's at all-time high, guys. So pretty much taking this position back all the way to all-time high, and I'm going to hold it all the way there. Come on, I'm not going to tell you where my stop is. Not going to tell you where my stop is.
Disney retracing now as the market pulls back off that recent high off 39.59, pulling back into view up at 39.54. Disney retracing as well. That would have been a nice little short to pop to short there at the 97.20 on Disney. But I don't think that we're. Do you think we're going to get a bounce here off view? What's your thesis looking at the futures right now? Do we continue or what do we do?
Inside day, sideways, boring, put me to sleep.
Okay. Yeah, okay. So let's see if we hold above VWAP here. I think that we may see some high side to Disney, maybe retracing to VWAP at the 98.80 or so. It looks like we're holding it for the moment, but we need some continued movement to the upside and perhaps breaking those highs, right? That recent high of 39.59. If we break that, maybe print some in the 60s, then we'll have like maybe a trend change that we can hold on to. But you know, if it continues sideways, like Bradley said, not much conviction you can put in that. Let's move to Tesla. Tesla retracing a whole bunch of green candles coming in here on the 1-minute chart. Looks like that 168.60 bottom. Now we're above that by almost $1, 169.80 now. So a nice little move. Still below the 50 period and obviously below VWAP at 172.5. So this one's still a downward trend if I had to guess. But let's see what this market does, Bradley. I don't know. Small cap world, quiet, guys. I'm looking at my scanner, nothing really of note to interest. Some people asking me in the chat about SHC. That one I already addressed earlier. So, you know, it's below VWAP. It's not anything that interests me at the moment. Stair stepping down. If you can secure shorts, all the power to you. Maybe take that all the way down to low of day at 765, but it's nothing that I'm interested in. I was looking at a chart accidentally here. Oxy's chart does not look half bad. Let's flip to Oxy's chart for a moment. We'll switch the grinder OXY, and they're both New York. Yeah, look at Oxy's chart now. High of day 69.41. I think we just made those high of days. So this one, what's going on? Flip the chart, dude. This one, yeah, so we had previous highs in the pre-market, but since the bell, we're at high of days 69.41. This one could easily trace back to 70 or even more if we get continuation. It looks like we had an area of consolidation in the pre-market between that 70.70 to the high side and 70.25 to the low side. A long period of consolidation in there between 6 and 7 a.m. So nice possible retracement here on Oxy. That's why we got the trusty U.S. oil chart that took us some time to load off the new trading view setup. So looks like we're making higher highs here and lower highs, higher lows, excuse me, higher lows on the WTI anyway, Bradley. 79.57 is where we're currently at.
This game's going to be tied, eh?
This game looks, okay, so guys, it's the 82nd minute, 83rd actually, and we're still tied 0-0. Looks like a lot of these guys are, you know, they look like they're under the weather or they're beat up because a lot of these guys are on the floor a lot from both teams.
I guess I'm losing $35 tonight then. Awesome. Let's go.
Well, anything can happen, man. Guys, Oxy continuing to make newer highs there. I really like this as a possible retracement through 70. Let's see if we can take a long here, Bradley, or has the move been extended too far? It concerns me. It's not really moving market-wise. It's more like oil. I think this one maybe benefit from a dip trade, perhaps into 69, maybe into that 68.80. If it can make its way down there, then continue. I think that would probably be a less risky trade for me. Let's go ahead and put a 68.90, and we'll put that in there. If it makes its way down into that area, I'll take that long. But I kind of feel funny buying at the highs here, Brad.
Currently looking at SoFi. Someone in the chat mentioned SoFi has a big buyer on the bid, and you're not wrong. Yeah, there's about 3,000 lots and multiple other gateways with smaller size on there, and they are taking the fills on this position. So SoFi could end up being a decent trade if you're trying to front run the size for the long side, but obviously the catalyst is negative for SOFI. You want to be careful if you are trying to elongate. If 490 breaks, maybe you just walk away from that trade. You don't try to work with it too much.
In the net.
Netherlands?
Netherlands are
Let's
winning
go!
1-0. In the net, it is
Give me the props over
1-0
here.
1-0 in the 85th minute, 84th minute. So this one, wow, coming really down to the wire there. I know Spencer came today with his Netherlands jersey on, so I'm sure he'll be celebrating that. I don't even know who the kid who put it in.
Who cares? All I needed is a goal from Netherlands. That's all I care about.
I don't know this kid.
Lives.
There you go. There you go.
Goal. Let's go, baby.
Who'd you pick today? USA?
Netherlands and USA. And England.
Yeah, so you got, it looks like you got 2 of the 3 so far, so let's go, baby. Let's send the good jujus out to Prad. 1-0 Netherlands.
Let's go, baby. Golazo. Anyways, coming back to SoFi over here, we're waiting to see if SoFi can hold this bid as the markets continue to go to the north side. Roblox is also going to the north side along with the rest of the market over here, squeezing our position a little bit. We might get stopped out very soon, so let's just keep on watching as it is trying to take out this range high for SoFi. Our average is 30.12, and we're at 30.30, so 15 cents, 16 cents out of the money on this bad boy, sadly, when the market continues to push up north. Exactly at the 50-period EMA, or pretty close to 50-period EMA on the 5-minute chart for RBLX. Let's see what the chat's looking at.
The chat's trolling you like the goal's been disallowed, Prad.
No,
no, it hasn't. They restarted play.
Oh, my God. You almost
who's
had
that
me there.
guy? Warby is trying to troll you in the chat, Prad.
You almost had me there for a second. I'll be honest. I was going to start crying. I was going to really be upset. Something that stands out to me real quick, guys. Let me just filter the size on Roblox. Is at $30.30. There's about 200 lots sitting there. So I'm gonna use that as my out. That's gonna be my stop. I'm gonna take a little bit more size in front of that to get a better average on my short here, and then we'll see if that size breaks. If that size does break, then I'm just gonna take my my loss on this position, walk away from it. But if it ends up being a winner, since we did take more size, hopefully Roblox can end up being once again my best stock of the day. Roblox was number 1. Tesla came up and took over that seat. JD came in and took over the number 2 spot, and now Roblox is sitting at number 3. So we'll see if our number 1 stock of the day, or previous number 1 stock of the day, can fight for that position one more time, or do we give back some of that money that we made on this position, sadly, and move on with that loss. Yeah,
I'm feeling like a short maybe brewing here on Tesla or Disney, as like we kind of consolidate sideways on the futures above VWAP, but I feel like we're like setting up to take it down and maybe head south below that 39.50 level. So I'm seeing Disney retrace, Tesla not really retracing, but kind of holding below sideways below that 50 period. So this might be an interesting entry area. I'll take a quarter position here on the Tesla short. Let's see what this one does. Do we get short? Yeah, so we got short there, Tesla. We're short 169.75. I know we're kind of late to the party. Disney flushing down. Okay, so looks like we may have chosen the wrong short here. We were talking about both these guys going short from that 97 break all the way down to 96.54. So that 64, excuse me. So this one flushing 40 cents pretty darn quickly. Tesla moving sideways. I think SoFi is going go for Bradley. Oh, SoFi is breaking that level. Sean just mentioned it. Thank you, Sean. I kind of move away from that position because, I felt like it was going to break that level. Did it already break it, or are we still there?
I'm not sure if it broke it or not, but looks like was it at 490? It was at 490, right? Yeah, it was at 490, so we did break it. Now we're at 487. So that size that we were looking at earlier now completely gone. So if I continue to go to the downside, this is why I said I don't want to front run that 490 area. You know, but negative catalyst. Once again, I'll repeat the catalyst for you. U.S. lawmakers call on bank regulators to review SoFi's crypto moves. So you should be very careful if you want to fight the longs or the shorts on these stocks, right? With negative catalysts, it's better to just stay away from it. Same thing kind of applies to Microsoft. Is Microsoft really selling off, even though the market's selling off? Not really. So you might not want to be battling the short on this one. S&P 500 now back to VWAP, but it's above VWAP and the NASDAQ market. And the NASDAQ market currently pulling down still and never really pulled to VWAP. NASDAQ continuing to make a lower, I can't speak, a lower low and a lower high pattern, whereas the S&P 500 doing a little bit of a different thing.
Absolutely, yeah. That Tesla short now, looks like I'm break even at the moment. It popped up, retraced, looked like it wanted to test 170 and the 50-period moving average. So I'll wait on that one. I think I may be able to get some out in the low 169s, but we'll see what this one does. The market has to cooperate. Market kind of retracing below VWAP as well. Maybe going to test that 39.50 again. The other dip trade that we have set up here on Oxy still hasn't printed for us. So looks like that 68.90 dip trade that I have here, yeah, it hasn't materialized yet. I'm seeing 69.06 and 69.05s coming in on the bid on Oxy. So a 3-minute retracement here on the 1-minute chart. Let's see if we can get back down to those levels. I've got another eye on my other screen where I have my U.S. oil chart. There we go. Tesla printing huge. Yeah, it's a huge. Let's go. Why is it not getting me some out? There we go. That was a monster Tesla dip. Yes.
You sure?
I took that 169.75. I got some out there in the teens. There we go. Let's take another piece out there, Bradley.
Sure
Yes, sir. I'm short. Right there. Yeah, there's my entry. Right there. So really nice little trade there off Tesla. Pumped about that. That's a good trade. What are we like? Holy cow, we're 70 pennies in the money now. We're looking to test 169. Really nice, aggressive move here by Tesla. Are we going to break that 169 area? There's an epic fight going on between buyers and sellers at this level. So I'm going to flatten out here. I'm out of this one. Nice wheel. There we go. We break down. We're in the 91s. I'm seeing 80s now, but jump again back above 169. So a lot of buying coming in below this 169 level. But what a move south by Tesla, down 6.25%, Bradley.
Yeah, Tesla, that was a nice fill. I was wondering what Luca was getting excited for, too. It looks like it was Tesla over there as it popped back to 170. Kind of got sidetracked. I didn't see that Tesla was moving to 170. I would have taken that fill, too. Missed out on that opportunity to reload and rinse and repeat the same level that previously worked out for us. The idea for that one is if Tesla had $40 million sitting on the bid that got wiped out. If we pull back to that same level, it's probably showing us that that level was a previous resistance, previous support, and now should turn into a resistance, and that's exactly what's happening. I also want to quickly go to Roblox and show you guys that there is now a buyer of 233 lots on $30.24. That's not something that we want to see, as we are short, leaning off the size at $30.40, which is the exact same lot size. So there's a good chance that there's the same seller is also trying to buy over here or trying to hold up the position over here so he could make the stock go higher, or you know, just trying to create theories for myself, because that's almost the exact same lot size that I saw at 30.20, at 30.40, and now at 30.29. But thankfully that level got wiped out. Look at that, 19,000 shares on a liquid gateway. The letter K is EdgeX gateway. So on a liquid gateway, is EdgeX inverse? No, right? No, EdgeX is not inverse. But on a liquid gateway, punching in over there, pushing the stocks a little bit lower for me. So that's perfect. That's what I want to see, being short Roblox at $30.20. Well, it should say $30.21 up there. Yeah, $30.20. 207 cents. So basically rounded up 21 cents over there, waiting for the market to pull down a little bit more as the S&P 500 still battling with that 39.50 area. SoFi getting obliterated, says Mike Robinson, and Sean said he's actually short SoFi at the moment, so you guys are riding that SoFi move to the downside and having fun with the shorts over there. Congratulations for anyone who's killing my long-term account.
Yeah. I'm not going to even ask you what your average is into that one.
Probably like $15 or something.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
168.80s is what we've been getting here as low prints on Tesla as this short continues to show some weaker strength, but we're getting wicks here above 169. You know, there's that tug of war between buyers and sellers here around that 169. That's to be expected, though, even though we did break below that previously here at that 12:30 time slot. But this one continuing to be a good trade to the south side. Oxy retracing off the highs, but not coming low enough to fill me at my 168.90, I believe it is, dip trade. I got an eye again on the U.S. oil futures, and it's not really moving up. It's not really moving down. There are higher highs, obviously, and higher lows if you were to draw a trend line. So the trend is still in, I feel. Nothing really giving you the feeling it's reversing. And likewise with Oxy here, but we need to see higher highs in order to see a trend, a continued trend. And that higher high will have to come in the form of a 69.50 break or so, breaking the top that we have currently, which is at in the mid 69.40. So Oxy looks okay, but you know, it needs continuation. Let's flip to Disney. This is the short that we missed out on. This was the great bounce off kind of 97 and then take it back south. Now we're printing 96.30. So that's a nice like 30 penny bounce off that level. So that would have been a nice little level to get into, Bradley. Too busy getting into Tesla on that one, but yeah, Disney has been good short all day. Sean called that earlier, and we actually had it long. One for a loss, one for a win. The win being smaller than the loss, sadly.
XLE took out that $90 area, so I think that makes sense why you're looking at Oxy for a possible long and any of those oil stocks in general. Paul in the chat saying Domino's launches 800 Chevrolet Bolt EV for pizza delivery. So maybe we can go check out who makes Chevrolet GM.
Yeah,
so maybe we can go check out GM over here, see if they got a nice little spike in volume. Looks like they did. Maybe this, oh, that's XLE, sorry. No real spike in volume for GM on New York. No real spike in volume off that catalyst. Maybe we'll wait and see if anything pops up in there. We can also go check out Domino's Pizza, DPZ on New York. 300,000 shares only traded today so far for this $300 stock, up 1.83%. And no real move showing up for myself to make a trade at the moment. I mean, kind of a double bottom at this 50-period EMA for us to think about, but you know, no trade for me. I'm gonna stay away from it. Looks like there is no liquidity even on the bids, and there is some liquidity on the asks. So staying away from this position for myself. Roblox now in the money, about 5 pennies. So it looks like Roblox getting ready to go back down as NASDAQ tests low a day one more time around 11,560 and S&P 500 still above 3,950, sadly for me, because I'm sure. But if you're long, you're happy that S&P 500 is still above 3,950 and does not want to go too far to the downside today. Captain Cube saying double top on Apple, question mark. Let's go check out this double top on Apple. I'm not really seeing that. You know, we got a lower low than the previous high, but we have that pattern that I think Sharif has mentioned before. It goes something like this. So if you match these two tops over here, and then if you draw this double bottom action coming in like that, we got the pizza slice action coming in,
I love how you
which means, like, you know, we should break out to the top side, right? We keep holding the bottom straight line. We have a lower high, low pattern. It should break out to the upside. So that's the idea over here for Apple, and the market not really wanting to go too far to the downside below 39.50. Saying that, though, look at NASDAQ. A new low a day has been created. NASDAQ going NAS crack mode.
Yeah, you know what's really moving nicely is Oxy here. We're missing it. This sucks. I I made a mistake on my levels. I'll agree with that. I should have taken it off the 69 bounce. Instead, I chose to be a bit more aggressive and take it off 68.90. If I had done that, I'd be about 50 pennies in the money on this one. But that's a mistake on Oxy. Right idea, poor execution. We'll do better next time. So this one continuing to retrace back to the open price. It's still down 2.5% on the day. So I just want to update you guys on that. Tesla looks like it's consolidating sideways a bit, but it looks like it's setting up for another flat bottom break here, especially as the futures continue to trend downward. Nothing too crazy. Looks like we're kind of stalling out at that 39.50 on the futures. A lot of buying and selling coming in at those levels. So 39.50 and then currently 169 on Tesla. But I want to tell you something. It was an interesting little article that I read about Domino's. So it was like, one of the most persistent forms of inflation so far has been food inflation. You know, real estate's pulled back, cars have pulled back a little bit, some energy's pulled back, but food has continued to stay quite high. And so from like a margins perspective, they look like a headwind for them because their input costs would continue to be high. But then the other side of the coin was, you know, likely we're going to head into a recession. We're going to head into a recession. And food like Domino's, like of, you know, less expensive quality, tends to do better during recessionary periods. So despite the fact that their costs would be higher, they would be helped. There would be a tailwind in the sense because they're more affordable type food. So, and the reason I talk about this is because my buddy, he's long-term invested in this, and I kind of thinking about it myself. So again, none of this is financial advice. Do your own research, but I want to bring some points to your attention. Let's send it up to Brendo, guys, at the big desk with the energy update.
Hey guys, busy day for energy markets. Let's get you up to date on the latest right now. We're back to almost flat, if you can believe it, for crude oil on the session. Just a ton of headlines back and forth throughout the session. Started off with this, with reports this morning talking about OPEC and OPEC Plus, including Saudi Arabia, going to increase production down here by up to 500,000 barrels per day going forward to offset new restrictions and new price caps for Russian oil. And then the Saudis come out this afternoon and say, nope, we never said that. So here was the initial move to the downside on that report of the 500,000 barrel per day cut. We went from 79.5 all the way down to 75.5. And then Saudi Arabia comes out and says, nope, we never said that. And we go right back up. So look, we're about to go positive on crude oil for the day after being down more than 5%. Just a crazy, wild day, guys, for crude. Back over to you.
Yeah, Brendo, it's being reflected in the chart for Oxy. This one's giving me all sorts of anxiety because I did miss that dip trade off 69. Now look at that. We printed in the 69.70, so that would have been a big boy winner, Bradley. What can I say? I just want to update you guys real quick. It looks like Prad is gonna take this part of the leg of his parlay. Netherlands has won 2-0 final score.
Let's go, baby. That's what we're talking about. Next up, USA. I want to talk about Roblox because Roblox is giving us a nice little winner, but something that stands out to me is a seller from $30.40 is now at $30.13. You can't see that on my level 2 that I have on the show over here, but on my second level 2, for some reason I can't see it. So maybe if we pull up closer to $30.13 on Roblox, we'll be able to see it on this one. I can actually do this. I can just scroll this one over right there. You guys see that $30.13, 202 lots. So part of me wants to now move my stop on this position to that level. If $30.13 breaks, I just walk away from that trade and turn it into still a winner because my average price is $30.23. Sadly, won't be as big of a winner as I want it to be, but still is a winner at the end of the day if that level does break for me. So let's actually do that right now. Let me move my stop up. Down to that level, $30.13. So we'll do $30.16. If $30.16 ends up printing, we'll move out of that trade for a 5-cent winner. Better than nothing at the end of the day, right? If it doesn't break, and if we do keep pushing this outside, we end up getting a nice little bagged winner for ourselves on Roblox. And maybe Roblox ends up being the #1 stock of the day for me, which currently is Tesla. Let's go check out what Tesla is doing at the moment. Still under 170 for TSLA, but we are waiting to see if Tesla manages to push back above 170 at some point over here as the S&P 500 manages to trade above 3950. Here's the S&P 500 futures chart, and here's the NASDAQ futures chart. NASDAQ futures currently at the low of day, double bottom action coming in, somewhat double bottom action, even though we did break the low of day previously. We're waiting to see if this market can now move back up north side, taking Tesla with it, but hopefully not Roblox, because I'm short. Duh, I don't want to see this position that I'm short going against me. That would be the worst thing for me to watch. Let's go look at the chat. What's happening? Brad probably has 5 Canadian dollars online. I actually do 35 Canadian, so basically it's what, two American dollars, right? So it's 35 Canadian instead. People making fun of my bet units of how much risk I put onto my bets over there. Yesterday I hit the NFL bet, which is I only put $1 and I made $13. But I picked a few favorites. I picked 7 favorites and I got them all right. The last one was Kansas City Chiefs, which was a little scary. That was one scary. That one was scary. But at the end, we still ended up winning that. Sports gambling still going well for us at the moment, ladies and gentlemen. Let's come back to the market. KMB King talking about Meta platforms, META, Meta, the parent company of Facebook. I almost said parent company of Snapchat too, but that's not true. Parent company of Facebook, WhatsApp, Instagram. Meta platforms yesterday down 2%, sadly, with 12 million shares traded already, and looks a lot like the NASDAQ chart. If you look at the NASDAQ chart over here on the right side of the screen, and then look at the Meta platform chart over here in the middle of the screen, they're pretty much mimicking each other. Makes sense though, Meta in the NASDAQ basket with the other tech stocks such as your Apples and your Googles and so on. Thankfully, Roblox still continuing to go to the downside, and now we're at 20 cents in the money on RBLX, getting ready to take more profits on this one if we break $30 to the south side.
Oxy continuing to head to the upside, Bradley. Now we're printing in the 69.80s. So a nice little ascent by Oxy through these price levels here. The next obvious major price level is that $70 whole dollar level, but we do have a long period of consolidation range here between 70.20 and 70 kind of 60, 70 actually. So that 50 penny range between 70.20 and 70.50. Also an interesting level. That's from the pre-market on lesser volume though.
Oh,
Make
no.
of that what you may. What's wrong?
No.
What'd you do on Roblox?
I was trying to take some size off and I punched out of my whole position.
No, that's brutal. I hate that. That happens to me constantly. Okay, guys, we'll let Prad recuperate there as, geez, remember we were talking about ICU earlier. Let's flip to that chart. Can we go to that chart quickly here? We'll flip from the Tesla one. I think this is a NASDAQ stock. Let's see. Yes, we are right. Down now. It's up 35% on the day, but the last period, look at this, just huge drop off in the bottom here from that $5.70 area, that huge 1 minute red candle all the way down into the $5.20 area. So almost a 60 penny move coming from that jump. Let's see, are there any levels to speak of here? Yeah, we're below VWAP. That's why we weren't interested in it all day. We wanted this one to reclaim VWAP, but you know what? It actually better held the 200 period. If I'm looking at this now, look at this, holding the 200 period here and there, and then again over here, and then now finally breaking below it. So it looked like the 200 period here was the move, but too little, too late on that, Bradley.
Is ICU by any chance like a medical stock?
Yeah, it was. I remember seeing a bunch of them this morning.
Intensive care unit, is that what it stands for?
Medical Holding, it's C-Star Medical Holding Corp. What they do is a medical technology company. The company is focused on redefining how extracorporeal therapies may reduce the consequences of excessive inflammation on vital organs.
Yeah,
Make of that what you will.
I just thought of ICU, which is like intensive care unit, right?
Yeah, you're not wrong,
That's the
bro.
only thing that I can think of that stands for ICU. Coinbase apparently at all-time lows, says Brendo in our work chat, which is crazy.
Jeez.
All-time lows for this position. I'm sure Lucas still remembers like it was yesterday, the IPO day, which was an absolute banger day for us to trade as day traders for Coinbase. Now we're at all-time lows about 2 years later from that day. So pretty crazy. Talking about IPOs, though, I'm still waiting to see when that Reddit IPO is going to happen.
Yeah, I don't think
right?
anybody wants to IPO in this industry.
Exactly. In this market, in this current environment that we're in, if you're in India, you would say environment. But in Canada, you say environment that we're in the market over here. I don't think we're going to see any IPOs coming in anytime soon, but we'll just be patient. I mean, we did have Mobileye, which today was getting beat up.
Mobileye.
Was it Mobile? It's not Mobileye?
No, Mobileye.
Mobileye, okay.
Yeah.
MBLY?
Yeah.
MBLY on NASDAQ? Yeah, so Mobileye, which is Intel's self-driving unit, which IPO'd not too long ago. We did have the longs on this stock off the IPO day. So I think this was actually, these were the levels we traded it out of on the IPO day, 27, 28. Good memory. Let's go. So these were exactly in the IPO ranges over here on Mobileye today, down 4%, sadly, with 1.6 million shares traded on the day.
Yes, just looking through for some trades here. Nothing really coming up. I see Tesla back to that 50-period moving average. That's where we took the initial short last time off that huge down move. Now it's retracing back to that level. For the most part, it's really held the 50-period quite well, save and except for this period right here between 11:15 and 11:30. That was a 15-minute period here that it really broke below VWAP. But for the most part, it's kind of really bounced off it to the low side. So I wonder if this is a new interesting area to get short on Tesla. I probably won't entertain getting in here just because it's really like threatening to put my money back. The same can be said for Disney. Look at this. Ever since it broke to the downside below the 50 period, you've had a rejection here, here, and here, and now we're testing it again. So this is an interesting area to see if we can continue to make the move high side through the 50 period. Now that's going to have to be helped by the overall market. But look at this overall market move here. We had a bounce off that 39.48. The better level here is that 39.50. Looks like we bounced above it. Now we're 8 points above. Guys, we are in a really tight day. When you're looking at big moves that you categorize as big moves and they're 10-point moves, it really gives you an idea of the range of that day. So in any event, we are making recent highs. A break through that 39.60 on the ES would definitely be a recent high, as recent as like 10 this morning. So at least it would show some sort of a trend change. Bradley, what's up?
Yeah, someone in the viewers actually are upset at us, Sharif. They're saying, could you give us 10 to 20 seconds of heads up before blurting out the scores? Some people are recording it so they can watch later, and we're kind of spoiling it, is what they're saying. So for that, yes, we do apologize. I did not consider that. Makes sense that a lot of people are recording it to watch it later. We will try to just not mention it. Maybe.
Well, I think the next game starts at 2, so we won't even talk.
Yeah, but like
it.
tomorrow,
surely,
we'll just keep it quiet. We'll just keep it hush. You guys can watch it on your own end over there, and we'll just we'll just try not to talk about soccer too much moving forward.
Or we'll just give like a spoiler alert of 20 seconds.
We can do that. We could do that. Spoiler alert or something, and then and a quick little alert from there on. Looks like me punching out of my Roblox was actually the smartest thing to do over there, because Roblox popped right back up to the north side over there. So now if I want to get back into the trade, I could get back into it. And if I do see that size at $30.40 again, I will think about getting back into that trade. So me punching out over there on RBLX actually did me a favor in the long run.
Good, yeah, that's always nice when that works out in your favor. Okay, I'll continue. Oxy, continuing to go to the high side here, but not quite making it up to 70. 70 is a level we want to see here. I reiterate, 70-20 and then 70-50, that range there. But Tesla now curling up, as is the overall market. We're at new recent highs here, but we got to break. There we go. We break through 39.60, so we get that breakthrough. Tesla accordingly moves, and there is a dark wick print to ruin my chart. I got to fix that after. But yeah, Tesla could also continuing to move up to the high side. We got 170 coming up here. How are we going to act there? Let me see if I can glean any size at 170. Do You don't have your Tesla chart up. Anyway,
I
I can't
don't,
see
sorry.
170. Yeah, there's some decent size here at 170. Nothing that really can't be taken out on a regular Tesla day.
Yeah, not much.
There we go. It gets blown right through. 170 to the high side is now taken out. We have a new recent high breaking through this trough here of 170. The market continuing, not really propelling all that much. It's 39.62. The level we were talking about earlier was that 39.60 break. We're a couple of points above it, Bradley.
Still watching Roblox, and I actually don't see that size that I'm looking for at 30.40. So we're gonna leave this trade alone. Thankfully, somehow that trade ended up being a winner for us. Whoa, look at the market actually.
Yeah, it's
S&P
moving.
500 moving
It's
up
only up a
north
couple.
beautifully. 39.50 holding on the S&P 500 futures. This is the chart I'm talking about, the one that I'm circling for you. Look at the S&P 500 move. Look at NASDAQ move from that double bottom. I think Microsoft might be, still under VWAP for Microsoft. Wow, okay, Microsoft, not sure what's going on over here, but clearly you guys saw Tesla get back above 170 just now. So markets are moving back up. You want to be careful with your shorts. I want to go look at what JD is doing. JD moving back closer to where I was short in the stock earlier. Even BABA. Where is BABA at the moment? BABA on New York, around $77. Is this where I was shorting it? No, it's not. I still have my order around VWAP to short BABA, so I'm going to leave that order hanging out there to see if I can catch the fill. Most likely AMD pulling up north side to $73, which is where I'd much rather be short on AMD. Let's see if we do get that fill on that one. Might not get that fill though, to be honest. The 73 is quite a far ways away from where we are right now on AMD. We're looking like we're about to reject the 100-period EMA. NASDAQ might reject VWAP if it does pull up to VWAP. S&P 500 might reject the day's high or the pre-market highs around 39.70. It's still red on the day. The markets are still red, and UVXY is not really breaking the low a day. So for this market to move up the way it is without UVXY breaking the lows, I think this is just, a minor pop coming in without any substance behind it. If UVXY breaks the lows, then I think the market could actually turn green on the day. But we're so far away from that happening at the moment. Something that just stands out again, going back to Roblox, is Roblox had some size on the bid just now, about 150 lots, and they all got filled. So buyers are showing up on Roblox. Perfect reason for me to just stay away from this stock for now.
Yeah, it looks like we're just slowing down a bit here in our market ascent, 39.61 now. Seeing a couple of red candles come in on the 1-minute chart for the MES. Likewise is the flow with Tesla and Disney. We got into Disney here for a quick winner. Took like the break of 97, got out some in the teens and in the high teens there. Quick little winner, nothing really to write home about. Now retracing back as the market kind of cools its jets a little bit. But you know what? Oxy continuing to head to the high side. It looks like we made recent highs here. Yeah, it looks like we printed in the high 90s, the 69.90s, approaching that whole $1.70 level. Just momentarily pulling back now into the low 90s, but this one continuing to show its inclination, its obvious trend to the high side. It's reclaimed VWAP, reclaimed the 200-period moving average, so above some of these key indicators. And now let's see what it can do above that $70 range. Yeah, I want to take it. I think that taking it here maybe as a dip trade in the 80s is a good idea. Let's take half the shares, so we'll go long there. We get filled at, I'm telling you my exact fill, at 82. So we're long at 82s. This might suck, as I feel like, the next support level below where we're currently at is that 69.40 level, which happens to be the peak before this pullback here. So I'm going to realistically have to give this one 40 pennies in room if I'm going to play it off another key support level. Anyway, we're long 82s now. Let's see it. We're seeing high. We're seeing the 90s print, so we're almost 10 pennies in the money here on Oxy. But my real focus, my real objective is to try to take it through the 70. I think that that will better serve me that way. So what we'll do is we'll de-lever a little bit in the mid-90s. So let's go ahead and take a profit taker of, like, let's say a small amount of percentage here. We'll take it out in 94. So that will give us a 12 penny winner if we get that out. Yeah. So we'll see what this one does. We'll leave that one for a bit. The market, yeah, that 2-minute pullback that we talked about. Now we're seeing some green candles coming in now on the ES 39.63. Likewise with Tesla, bouncing off that 7-period EMA on the 1-minute chart, printing some new green 1-minute candles. But this one, yeah, it'll have to continue to head to the high side. There we go. We get filled on Oxy at that 94 out. So nice little 12-penny winner here. Now we're really going to look for that break of 70. I think that's the one that I'm going to have to be looking for here. So we'll go ahead and put another profit taker through the break of 70, and I'll take 70.01 there. So I've got a profit taker, guys, on Oxy, 70.01. Let's send it up to Brendo at the big desk with volume leaders.
Hey guys, as we head through the afternoon here, let's get you caught up on what is moving around today. And doing the most volume holiday week, so we were kind of expecting it to be a little bit light as far as volume is concerned. Here's a look at what is leading the way right now. So this board is showing you 10,906 U.S. listings, of which 3,880 are currently positive, nearly 6,000 in negative territory, and about 1,000 there, 1050 flat on the session. Right now, 309 new lows versus 128 new highs, 105 million. Mullen Automotive topping the list. Obviously, a 25-cent stock continues to get all kinds of social media attention. 96 million for the TQs. Soxel, that semiconductor ETF, 64 million. We're used to seeing, I mentioned a little bit light on the volume, we're used to seeing 3, sometimes even 4 on here, over 100 million at this point during the day. Not the case today. Tesla even, there it is, 56 million. That's high actually for Tesla at this point. Disney, SoFi, Amazon, that Metamaterials as well, to name a few. Biggest gainer right now, this IMGO, that's a buyout today. And then CDIO, little penny stock as well, having a pretty good day, up 37%. So a little bit quiet, guys, but there is still definitely volume to be traded. Back over to you.
Thank you, Brendo. So that scanner over there, okay, stop freaking out for me, computer, please. That scanner over there that Brendo was using was the Icon terminal over here. The one I have going on is a Trade Ideas scanner. If you want to sign up for Trade Ideas, you can use code TraderTV to get 15% off. And we have 30 now? Ooh, we got 30 back up on board, baby. Listen, it's pretty rare you get 30. That's the best discount that Trade Ideas offers, and they do it because they're partnered with TraderTV.live, ladies and gentlemen. So if you want to go get that 30% off, use code TraderTV30 to get 30% off. The Nightbot command, it only shows you TraderTV 15 right now, so I'll modify that command. How long do we have it till, Brendo? We have it till Monday, so a Thanksgiving sale coming in for you guys. A nice Thanksgiving sale, 30% off on Trader TV, 30 code on Trade Ideas, and you can get beautiful scanners like this over here. Like so talking about volume, notice how only one 3 times leverage ETF has 100 million plus. Every other 3 times leverage ETF is only 60 million. Tesla at 60 million. SoFi at 54 million. So volume's still a little bit light on the market. And I mean, I already showed you the S&P 500 chart, did I not? Look at the last week's range. We're in such a range in the market. This is not what we want to see as day traders. Also, let's go take a look at the VIX real quick. VIX is at the 22. So VIX continuing to go to the downside. Volatility going down. Market not really going up nor going down. Things not looking good for the day trading aspects. But I don't want to keep, being a negative Nancy over here about the market and the volume, and I don't want to scare people away from the market. We're going to keep looking for opportunities even though the volume's low, right? Today we're up on the day. We put Roblox back on the board as #1 stock over there with a little bit of a mistake, right? That exit was a mistake, but it ended up putting Roblox back on the board as a #1 stock. Tesla #2 stock of the day. So opportunities are dime a dozen. We just got to be more perfectly timing our positions over here.
Yes, Paulo Barro wants me to talk about SHC, but I've talked about that one a number of times today. It's below VWAP, not doing anything, not tradable until it reclaims VWAP and it sees an increase in volume. So I'll give you that synopsis about it. But I'm long Disney at 97.11. Already took a piece out here at 97.24, looking to take another piece out through the break of 30. So that 97.31 back to flat at the moment, seeing 97.11s come and print in as the market retraces a little bit from that consolidation range it had gotten itself into. Also long Oxy, but this one I already took out a piece, but the remaining portion is now going against me. It looks like I'm 20 pennies out of the money on that one at the moment. My long on Oxy, 69.82. So that one, while initially good, now doesn't look as great. But I think that, let me flip to my, I have to restart my, my U.S. oil chart here just to have a look quickly. Yeah, not really seeing much in the way of movement on the WTI, to be honest with you. So I'm not really sure what Oxy is connected to at the moment, but we'll let those ones continue to follow the trend. If they don't, we have stops out, and we'll save it. That'll be our saving grace, Brad.
Just posting some screenshots over here of my trades of JD and Roblox and whatnot. You know, having a nice little day over here. Tom might as well share it with the Twitter spheres and so on. Thankfully, you know, I don't have to pay $8 for every single tweet yet. Maybe later on, once they do support that for Android, support that feature for Android, Elon. I want to spend $8 a month and just throw it at you for that check mark over there. So support it already. Not sure if Neil will be able to check mark because he's still on that BlackBerry, I think, right?
It has an iPad.
Fair. It is pretty pointless. You're not wrong. It is pretty pointless. There's no real benefits for it. So we're pay for nothing. Yeah, pay for his acquisition. Basically, you're paying for him acquiring that stock. We're still watching the market, guys. NASDAQ did pull up close to VWAP, but not really to VWAP. S&P 500 almost back to the high day, but slightly below high day at the moment. I'm watching JD.com as JD pulled back to VWAP. I was thinking about taking that fill over there, but now I don't want to take that fill as we're not close to 53. If we're closer to 53, I'll take that fill. That way I can take as much size as I really want without giving it too much of a wiggle room past there. What VWAP period do you use? So VWAP is actually just a formula that changes based on the time period we're going to. So every time I say period, I'm talking about the 5-minute chart. The 5-minute chart is where the VWAP is at the moment, around $52.90 for JD. But as you see, I got a 15-minute chart over here. I also got a 1-day chart over here. Actually, surprisingly enough, you know, on Twitter Spaces, Sharif, you know what Twitter Spaces are, right?
Yeah, the thing where people talk. And
yeah,
stuff.
yeah. It's like a
the audio
call basically. It's like a voice call basically. I was sitting in there. I kind of got a little sauced on the weekend, you know, a little sauced, and I was just sitting there in the Twitter Spaces talking about the market and so on, and got into a little bit of a heated argument over 1-minute charts and 5-minute charts.
Oh.
What are your opinions about 1 minute compared to 5 minutes?
I think they all have like good validity. In fact, I'm starting to use a 3-minute more now. I'm trying to incorporate that more, trying to wean off the 1 minute. I think that there's a lot of noise on the 1 minute. Obviously, that's the whole idea. I think 5-minute charts for certain setups that I learned for these small caps come into play. But for some of them, you have to use the 1 minute. I think that there's really no right answer, Pradley. I think it's just all about like how you trade and like how you're used to it and whatever.
Well put.
Yes, sir. Okay, so let's talk about some Disney. I'm in 2 trades at the moment. They're both okay. Disney long at 97.11 and Oxy long averaged into this one. So my average is now 69.72. This one is, so this is where I averaged into it on Oxy, thinking possibly that this was the bottom of the retracement. I've got my out at the break of 69.20. So if this one retraces another 30 pennies, I'll be out for that one. But I feel like I missed the move here on Oxy, waiting too long, trying to get that dip trade off that 69.10 that didn't materialize, and then having to chase it now. You never get the best part of the move, but I'm trying to trying to make the best with what I've got at the moment. Waiting for these trades to materialize. You know, they're kind of taking their sweet time. We're not really at a dead time of the day, but definitely a slower time of the day as we get closer to that busier time of the day at 2 o'clock. And then I eventually over to power hour at 3. Let's see what else is going on in scanner world up here. Not a whole lot. Brendel mentioned this at the volume leaders update. IMGO up the most on the day, up 105%. That's a buyout. I had a nice couple of trades on that one earlier in the day. Let's bring that up, IMGO. For those who don't know what buyouts are, it's essentially an acquisition by one company of another, and then there's basically a sale price per share. So they'll be like, okay, we'll take you guys, we'll buy you guys at $37 a share, and then you can do the math to figure out what the total value is based on how many outstanding shares there are. You multiply the share price by the outstanding shares, and then you get the buyout value. And the way that these ones work is, you know, you kind of played the ranges and stuff. So this one was good earlier in the morning. It still gives you opportunities during the day. So this one is kind of one of those ones where you have to nurse it all day. It's in play basically all day, though. Yeah, both my new positions, Oxy and Disney, continuing to be, you know, flat in the right direction, but not giving me the prints I need at the moment, Bradley.
Right on. A question from the viewer coming in saying, how do you evaluate a trade based on bid and ask size? So size on the bid and size on the ask basically shows you where the buyers and sellers are. But then you need to also look at the time of sales. You need to go even zoom out the chart sometimes to see if that level is a good level to play off of. If the size is at a random price point, not really at a good level, then you start asking questions such as, why is this seller or why is this buyer at that certain price point, and what is their plan with this position? Are they long and they're scared that the stock is going to the downside, so you see that size coming in as a seller, and are they chasing it down? There's so much behind it that goes into it that you just have to keep watching it. So part of that idea is like, you know, going to the gym and getting the reps in. The more reps you keep on getting in, the long time, you just keep getting, you know, stronger and stronger and stronger. So just keep watching the market, keep looking at stocks like your Teslas at even dollar prices like 170, 160, 150. These levels should have some size, and you can either play two type of trades off of that size. You could either front run that size, get long in front of it to catch a bounce in case it does bounce, or you could play the break off that size and go short off that break. And then if a stock like yesterday, I can't remember what stock it was on Friday, but some stock randomly started selling off and had size chasing it down. And we were talking about it on the show.
Was it Neil?
NVIDIA? Oh, thank you, Neil. It was NVIDIA. So NVIDIA had size on the ask, and it was being chased down. Neil called it L. We went short off of that level, and we kept studying the tape, and we kept reading the level 2 off of that. So you think there's a lot more into it than just telling you like, oh, you do this, you do that. If you watch it over and over and over again, you watch how the market moves, you watch how the stock moves, you'll be able to create theories and trades for yourself based on where the buyers are and where the sellers are. I've said this multiple times on the show, I'll say it again, which is a chart is all a chart is a visual representation of the time in sales, right? The time of sales is where the prints are going off. This is where two people have shaken the hand on a price, have agreed to a price, and hence a trade has occurred. So all the chart is showing you where the trades have taken place based on time and based on volume. So this is a visual representation. A level 2 will kind of give you an idea of where the present is. The present meaning where the buyers are right now and where the sellers are right now. They're not completing the trade yet, which will make it a past. It's the present. So your chart is your past, your level 2 is your present, and your time of sales is kind of like where the future is going, because you see the prints going off, and that's basically being translated into the past at the same time. So if you incorporate all three of those, the past, the present, and the future, and create a nice little theory, a thesis, an idea as to what to do based on what's happening, I think you'll be on the path to success.
Printing here on Disney proudly. Remember, we got in 97.11. We just took out 97.32. So this one printing. Now we're seeing in the high 30s. So Disney starting to curl up a little bit here, at least for the time being. But definitely looking at this pattern, you got constant higher lows and this on and higher highs. So a nice little micro pattern developing here. The first obvious target, is that 200 period. It's really close to where we're at now, 97.60, but maybe the better target is that 98.60, and that's all the way up at VWAP there. So that one, it's good. We're getting a little bit of redemption on Disney. We had a couple of, we had one bad trade and one bad trade and then one lucky trade. Let's put it that way. This is the long that Bradley and I took on Disney. We ended up getting out for a winner, but the fact of the matter is it was lucky. The other trade that I've got on is that Oxy long. Looks like I'm break even on that one at the moment as we're getting 72s here on the bid. Recall that I'm looking for that break of 70 to take out my next piece, but that may change now that I've averaged down on my cost basis is a little bit lower. I can afford to take profits earlier. So my thinking is here in the high 80s, 69.80s that is, I'm going to be taking some out should we make it up there. But there seems to be a fight in and around the 70s area. A lot of sellers stepping up in this area. We've been dancing around 70 for a while, usually in the 60s. Haven't been able to have any sort of sustained push through the 70s, at least for a little while now. So this one causing me some grief, Bradley.
Look at Foot Locker. Holy smokes.
That's a big move up.
Foot Locker ripping at the moment. 2.3% up for Foot Locker. No real decrease in volume, even though we had lunchtime about 30 minutes ago. The official lunchtime has come to an end a long time ago, and Foot Locker never really decreased on volume, and we're still ripping. This is absolutely insane. So thank goodness I stayed away from the short on Foot Locker. And only if I remembered that I went long Foot Locker $35 on Friday, I would have gone long again at $35 today and had a monster winner on board for ourselves. But hey, what can you do? Sometimes you forget things and sometimes you miss the moves. Thanks, Pratt. I like that analogy you put with time. You talk about the chart and so on. Yeah, the past, present, future thing. No problem. Sometimes I come up with some cool things to say, but most of the time it's Pratt. What are you saying at the moment? But coming back into the market, guys, we're gonna look for some opportunities moving forward. At FL RSI 81. Basically, you're saying RSI is above 80, and which means it's overbought and it should come back down. For those of you who don't use RSI or MACD indicators, these are relative strength indications, and anytime RSI goes above your 80 to 100 range, the idea is the stock should come back down. You could use this to time your entries on stocks, but keep in mind RSI and MACD, like most indicators, are lagging indicators. I think where we're going, GOEV all-time low, GOEV. Let's go where we're going with that one. I see some size on GOEV at $1.14, but like 3,700 lots of $1 position is not a lot. But in relation to the volume that the stock has done today, 6 million shares, maybe it could be a lot. But right now, though, a low a day coming in for GOEV. We'll have to wait and see if this thing can go back up, or it's going to keep on cratering to the south side, sadly. S&P 500 muted.
Yeah.
The move is muted at the
Look at
range
that
high over
sideways
here.
movement,
and
man.
NASDAQ to the move is muted.
Yeah.
Remember back in the day when I used to say there's nothing to trade?
Yeah.
That's actually right now. There's nothing to trade.
Yeah, well, I'm in 2 trades, but like kind of, I want to say reluctantly, that's not the word I'm looking for, but it's just not the ideal situation. All right, Disney giving us 40 prints now, so now we're at a Disney there. That's a really good trade on Disney. Got long 97.11s, took out in 20s, 30s, and 40s on that one, so good on me for that little trade. We also had this micro trade over here too, so lots of in and out trades here on Disney as we step up. Now printing 50s on Disney. The futures breaking out proudly. Looks like we broke that top that we had on that little consolidation.
Finally.
Top on the futures, 39.65. Now printing on the ES. And some of these stocks responding. Oxy, not one of them, sadly, because it is still flirting with that 69.70 level we spoke to you about earlier. Not really breaking out of that level, and it's making me feel like I need to get out of this long for a flat for a flat trade essentially, because my long is 72 with the average down. But something's making me hold on to it. I don't know what it is. I don't know if I'm like emotionally attached to the stock or what. But the fact of the matter is, I'm not selling it.
Emotional damage.
Yeah, emotional damage. Yeah, I remember that. That was awesome. Let's look here. What else is going on? Bradley, Grinder. Yeah, look at this. This is one I wanted to talk about, guys. Down 30%, over 30% on the day today. It's retracing back now. It went all the way up to 27, but look at this. Before the retracement north, it went all the way down to 22.50. I feel like, you know what, because I had this one short, 27.88. 27.88, and this one made down to 22.50. So you feel quite foolish when something makes that big of a move and you don't get the bulk of the piece, and I definitely didn't get the bulk of the piece. Disney now, Bradley, it's retracing through that 200 period moving average on the 1 minute chart, up 6.25% on the day. This one made a nice little bottom there at, a little bit below 96.5, but now it's retracing through 97 going to 98.
Let's go, Disney. That's what we're talking about. Disney Plus, free climbing, like that documentary that they had on there. If you've seen that documentary, shout out to you. If you haven't, go check it out. Very, very good documentary. Free Solo, I think is what it was called, actually.
Okay.
Right? It was Free Solo, right? Yeah, Free Solo. That was a pretty good documentary. Go check it out. Monday Super Chats coming in. We might have missed out some Super Chats, so let's cover them. Brandon saying, Grinder, what you guys think about that stock? We talked about that position. It cracked down quite a bit today, sadly. IPO range is not holding on that position. I mean, I didn't expect it to either, so going to the downside. Jing Lu, hopefully I said that all right. Probably I'll just Jing, welcome to the Trader TV Live membership family, Jing. We love seeing new members and new people in the chat all the time. Christina coming in with the $2 super chat. Neil, thanks for the Pan W. Yeah, I was watching Pan W today, missed out my entry on that position, and now I'm just hesitant to punch long at VWAP. Not sure why. Probably because the stock is a little expensive, right? $170 stock. I was hesitant, but look at the market though, guys. Beautiful breakout on the S&P 500 off that range that I was complaining about. NASDAQ now above VWAP and only down 0.6%. S&P 500 only down 0.16%. And Pan W, even though the market was red, or still is red, Pan W has been green and doing pretty good off of that earnings move that it had. Pan W had positive earnings, ripped up, but sadly sold off all day Friday. Today, right back into that earnings day range and going to the north side for this stock. Let's go back to a couple other super chats that we might have missed out. MMAT, we talked about that one. MMO, Momo Pro, integrated stock screener. Trader TV Live, best trader news streams by far. Thank you, my friend. We appreciate that. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Looks like we also give you a nice little promo over there for your scanner. But hey, Trade Ideas is the #1 scanner. Go check out Trade Ideas. Once again, code 30 Trader TV 30 to get 30% off. David Childs with the $2 super chat. RSKD. And then Gamma with the $2 super chat. MSTR. Nice down $1 to $2. Let's go take a look at both of these stocks. RSKD coming up first. I'm guessing on NASDAQ. Nope, on New York. $4 stock, $5 stock. Only traded 95,000 shares today. That's not really exciting at all. Let's go see if it's exciting on the relative volume side, and it's not. It's an Israeli stock with a relative volume of 0.41. So no real volume happening on this one for myself. I'm going to move away from this position. Nothing to really even talk about as a day trader. But we can go talk about MSTR. I believe that was the one, which is MicroStrategy. MSTR should move around along with cryptocurrencies because, they are in fear of they were in fear of bankruptcy if Bitcoin broke 21K. But then their CEO came out and said, hey, I don't know where you guys are getting this from. We're not in fear of bankruptcy. And clearly they're not in fear of bankruptcy because we're well below 21K on Bitcoin. We're actually near 15.9, 15.8K on Bitcoin. And MSTR down 8% on the day today. Yet to trigger SSR, which happens when the stock goes down 10% or more. So yet to trigger SSR on this one, but there's a good chance maybe that it does later on today as the S&P 500 rejects the high a day and the NASDAQ is now right back to VWAP.
Yep, getting that bounce on the futures off that 39.68 level. I have that marked on my chart here. Not sure what day it's from. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to start writing these levels on a piece of paper in the day and why I'm writing them down. That way I can just go back to the piece of paper and I don't actually have to mark it on the chart. So 39.68 looks like that is a bit of a level that's kind of stifling our oxy long here. We're kind of consolidating sideways in the 60s. We dipped down into the 50s. That got me a little bit nervous. I still feel that this trade could move to the upside, but you know, it's setting up like it could go either way. So making me a little bit nervous. Disney continuing to print to the high side now. I see continuous red candles here on my 1 minute chart, despite the fact that I don't see those corresponding candles on the ES. So Disney looking like it's a bit relatively strong. The ES looks like Disney looks like it's relatively strong at the moment, trending towards that 98. We're seeing 97.75 prints now, Bradley, on Disney. So Disney, good on it for holding up after making that bottom low. Let's see what we got going on here. Yeah, Oxy. I don't know what to do with this one. I don't know what to do. I'll leave this one for now, and I'll leave my stop as is. I've got nothing else, guys. Really, I'm keeping my eye on the futures here. I'm out of my Disney trade. The final trade that I've got is this Oxy long, and you know how that's working out. Grinder made a nice little wick down all the way to 23.50. Not sure if that was a dark pool print or an actual candle print. Irregardless, it's continuing now to make newer lows. It looks like we're approaching that $24. So after spiking back up through 27, that was just, you know, kind of a short to pop type event, because if you had done that, you'd be about $3 in the money on this one. Grinder, really good short, giving up a lot of its gains from Friday, Bradley.
John, what do you think about an Apple short here at 149? You're long Microsoft. Ooh. I mean, Microsoft was green all day, so I kind of do like that one over there. But part of me is itching to go short. 242.83 long. Okay, you're you know, already in the money on that one. Microsoft up 0.77% on the day, as NASDAQ is above VWAP and S&P 500 right at the high day. But like I was going to say, part of me is itching to go short Apple over here at the 100-period EMA. So I'm going to take a small trade, and I'm not going to take too much size. You know, thankfully, it does match up with the high day on the S&P 500 for me, but sadly does not match up with where NASDAQ market is. So this trade could go sour. Be very careful. I'm not putting real size on the board over here. It's very, 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 very small size on the board over here for my trade. But one thing that makes me happy is watching 3,600 shares coming in on a liquid gateway to the downside. So maybe Apple does pull down over here, give us a little 50-cent scalp on this little baby size, or you know, even some profits to just keep on adding to our PNL. Bro, why is everything over there? Just curious. Not sure what that statement meant. But okay, Qatar is really nice. Now I know where my gas money goes. It just goes to all those Saudi Arab countries for the most part, right? I actually learned a lot about you know, FIFA, watching that Netflix documentary about FIFA Uncovered. Maybe some of you guys were watching it too. Let's go take a look at Netflix today, since Netflix came up as a topic of conversation just now. Netflix near $285 and down on the day, down 1% on the day for Netflix. Not too long ago, we were trading above the $300 price for NFLX, but now right back under 300. Looks like in pre-market, we actually tried to move towards 300 once more, but we did not do so successfully, and now trading in the lower end ranges for NFLX. Our Apple short at the moment, 13 cents in the money, so it looks like that 149 short is paying us off as the market's pulling back south side. So come on, give me at least 50 cents per share on this scalp and I'll be happy.
Someone in the chat wrote Apple Car, and that just got me remembering like a whole Apple Car set. And then I Googled Apple Car to see what images come up, and like, why do they always look like this, Bradley? Like, what? You know what I mean?
Concept cars are a joke.
Yeah, like they're always so rounded and futuristic, and like there's very little that, you know, feels familiar about it, to be honest with you, other than the wheels. But yeah, I remember hearing rumors back about that they were going to team up with Hyundai, and then it was Kia or something like that. Hyundai. Yeah, and nothing really materialized, to be honest with you. So I'll still remember that that little, I read a news article back in the day that Elon Musk had reached out to Tim Cook during some of the Tesla's darker days when they were having cash problems. I think maybe like 2016 or 2015, something like that. And Tim Cook didn't take the call. Didn't even speak to him. So I think that Musk has always remembered that. Maybe looking now, maybe not maybe right now, but maybe a couple of years ago, Apple was looking at that decision and questioning it, especially with Tesla's market cap hitting over $1 trillion at one point, right? You'd think that Apple may have wanted to take over that beast. Anyway, we'll know. Tesla is still like very highly priced, obviously, so a lot of people know that. Anyway, Oxy trade going against us at the moment. Now we've got really small size, so I'm giving this one ample opportunity to come back down into this level, which is the break of 24. That's where I've earmarked the support level there. I can kind of give this one room, and we de-levered anyway when we took some up here in the break of 70. Actually didn't break 70. It was like in the high 69, 90s. So I'll give this one room. I'll be patient with this one, but having a look at the chart on the side, it looks like oil futures are doing very little, to be honest with you. So.
What was I gonna say? Damn it, I forgot what I was gonna say something. Who cares? Whatever. I'm drawing a blank. You guys rock this time. Thanks. You're welcome, Magnum. We enjoy doing the show, and thank you for showing up into the chat. Make sure that you guys are hitting the like button. It helps out with the YouTube algorithm. And also hit the subscribe button for those of you who are not subscribed. We're at 2.7K likes now, so close to 3K, guys. Only 300 more likes or so, pretty close to 300, most likely less than 300 at the moment, to help us get to 3K. And for the closing show, which will be coming on in about 10 minutes or so, keep in mind it's a brand new show. The like counter starts fresh. We would like for you guys to remember to hit the like count for that one too, as YouTube takes into consideration for all the videos and all the shows together, and it draws the aggregate, and it says, hey, you guys are dropping, or hey, you guys are doing good. And if we're doing good, it pushes our channel to more people, and if we're not doing good, then it doesn't push our channel out to as many people as we would love to have on this channel over here. So hit that like, get us up to 3K, please, and thanks. For everyone who did send us super chats or renewed their memberships or even became a new member for the Trader TV Live family, my thank you. But if you want to become one for yourselves and you haven't yet, you can click on this button right here next to the subscribe button. It says join. A pop-up box will show up with Brenda explaining to you exactly what it entails to being a Trader TV Live member. If you want to buy merch that some of us here on the show wear, you can go directly to the YouTube homepage for our channel by clicking on this channel name or by clicking on that logo. It should take you to the channel. You should see a store button, and by clicking on that, you'll see all the fun merch that we have in store for you. Feel free to buy some and tag us on Twitter, on Instagram, if you do buy any, so we could share that with this wonderful family that we have going over here on Trader TV Live.
Live, yes. Oxy trade going against me, but yeah, I'm sure you guys have heard enough of that. But the real good move here is Disney moving up through 97s here. It looks like we're going to test 98. What's the recent high we've got here? I think it's in and around 97.87 or so. That's the recent peak that we've had there. But I think that 98 test is definitely in the cards. The future stalling out though because of this 39.68 level that we reach, which happens to be an important level that I've got marked off on my chart. Let me just mute these incoming messages. All right, so let's flip back here. Let's have a look. Yeah, sorry guys, there's not much in the way of trading today, at least not for me anyway. I'm trying to look at my scanner, see what's coming up and what's moving in the last little while. Not a whole lot is moving. Let's see, yeah, that one's not moving either. How about MMAT? Double MAT, yeah, that one more of a buyout. Not much moving proudly, not much at all. Let's look at some of these tags here. Phillips Ambulite says, Sharif, you are doing a great job. I appreciate you give some insights on fundamentals as well while trading based on technicals, trying to cover both worlds. That's the key, I think. I appreciate that, Phillips, for that. Thank you for that. Abhishek Desai saying at Trader Sharif, at Sharif Gober, at Trader Prad, watch Intel, it's moving downward. What are your thoughts? So I'll send that to you in a second. Philip continues his comment, says, I attempt to cover both fundamentals and technicals as without one or the other, I feel like blind or deaf. Yeah, I definitely agree with you. You got to have like the bigger picture. No question about that. What are your thoughts on Intel, Bradley?
I don't really know. I don't really trade Intel too much to have thoughts about it. I mean, my go-to chip stocks for a day trader are AMD and NVIDIA. So I don't know levels of Intel like that. I hear Neil trade Intel all the time, actually a lot more than anyone else that I know on the floor. So that question might actually be suited for him. But you're not wrong. You know, Intel's down on the day. Chip stocks are down on the day. And they're all bleeding, sadly. I think NVIDIA's might be positive. Let's quickly go to NVIDIA. NVIDIA's negative also. SOXX, which is your SOXX on NASDAQ, which is your semiconductor ETF, most likely also red on the day. Let's quickly have that pulled up over here. Yeah, down 1.3%, below the 100-period EMA, looking to reject, not really looking to move to the north side at all. So based on that, Intel shorts do stand out to me. But once again, if I'm trading like chip stocks, I'm most likely trading your AMDs and your NVIDIAs. That's just my opinion, right? I have that buying power to take X amount of size on either of those positions. I know some people much rather trade Intel because it's a cheaper stock, so you could take more size for yourself on Intel compared to NVIDIA or compared to AMD. So to each person their own, honestly, on that side. Currently, Intel moving to the south side, right back to $29 with a low of day of $28.93. For me, Intel is more of a long-term stock than a day trade, but that's just my opinion.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. And I've been like waiting for kind of years for Intel to get their act together. But, you know, I think it's been a long road for them, and it's going to be a longer road at that.
Someone in the chat said Intel is your dad's tech stock. And it makes sense, you know, because like my dad used to talk about Intel. You hear Neil talk about Intel a lot, and then you hear the younger kids talk about AMD a lot.
Just compare Neil to your dad. I don't. It's so funny. I wouldn't have done that anyway. The idea is, I think that there's going to be a huge demand for chips, Bradley. Like, you know, everything is chip-based. And, you know, maybe there has been a peak in that demand because the home offices are taking a bit of a slowdown at the moment. Everybody has their COVID set up at that. But that doesn't mean that going forward, like new devices that are created are all going to be microchip, semiconductor based. And I think that there is like a very important advantage to having that created domestically, whatever your political leanings are.
When prices of like your phones and your laptops now become 10x.
Why though? Here's the question: how much human input are in these in the manufacture of these stocks? I don't know. I think a lot of these foundries are becoming automated. I'm here about a TSMC opening up. It's in Arizona, and it's supposed to be quite automated from what I hear. Obviously, a lot of the extraction products, the input like the sand and whatever else raw material has to go, usually requires human input, no question about that. But I think that, you know, the more you can streamline and take human costs out of it, you really get to compete with the Asian markets in terms of price, because, you know, that's really what it comes down to. Like what I hear from companies a lot is they say, okay, environmental regulations in Asia are more lax. Labor regulations are more relaxed, et cetera. So ends up being their costs are lower in addition to paying people lower, obviously. And so if you can kind of, it sounds bad, but remove humans as a part of that, then you really don't have a lot of these same influences. You see what I'm saying? So you're able to compete. Chat, if I'm wrong, light me up. Tell me what your opinion is. Bradley, I don't get to choose. I'm just giving you an analysis.
Some long KSSP right now. Nightscope Robotics and Boston Robotics.
They advertise a lot on CNBS, like they're like police or whatever. Looks like
robots are
C3PO,
such
bro.
a joke. You can kick it over. Like, come on.
It looks like C3PO.
Imagine this robot's trying to cuff you because you just did a breaking in entry, but like you just kicked the robot and you just robbed the robot with you. You take the robot along with you and break it open for parts and sell it for more money. Like, I don't know how that works out. Looks like the market is pulling back down, but sadly I punched out of my Apple short because I got scared of it. I took my 30-cent winner and I punched out. Yay me! But whatever, a win's a win. You can't be complaining about having a winner on board. Market's still going the south side, so if you do have a short on board, you're loving it right now as the market is paying you profits. I'm waiting for RBLX to maybe give me a fill close to $30.60, which is right around the 100-period EMA. Let's see if that order does wick into entry for me, which if it does, we'll love it because I'm expecting it to go right back to $30 and then maybe test the low a day if the market keeps on going right back to the low of days also. Actually, let's wait for the market to go test VWAP first. You know, S&P 500 is still above VWAP. Let's wait for the S&P 500 to go test VWAP, and then we'll see where the NASDAQ is while the S&P 500 is over there. Also, take a look at what UVXY is doing. Absolutely zilch. UVXY has been in that same range when the market went up, and it's also at that same range when the market's going down. So that just goes on to prove my point that this market is not ready to break out of either of these ranges just yet. You will see that the market's ready to break out of the high of this double top when UVXY breaks the bottoms and really pushes to the bottom. And you will see this market's ready to break the bottom over here if UVXY is above pre-market highs and is closer to $9. As long as none of this is happening, I think this market's very muted.
Yes, sir. Abhishek saying we need some catalysts to move the markets. Trading is difficult in this range-bound level. Absolutely. Couldn't agree more with that statement. I mean, that's what we kind of all dread, you know, of a less volatile or a non-volatile market. As day traders, obviously, as intraday traders, we make money off daily intraday moves. So always looking for that volatility, but that's kind of to be expected. I mean, we got the Thanksgiving weekend. A lot of people take the entire week off. I was telling Bradley last week, I was really surprised to learn that my niece and my nephew have the entire week off this week. Yeah, it's like Christmas break for them. You know how we get like a couple of weeks here or whatever, a week depending? Yeah, they get an entire week down there. And I don't know if every school district is the same, but...
What, in America or
Canada?
America?
No, they live in California.
Oh, it's American Thanksgiving.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. So yeah, you know, a lot of people probably are away from their keyboards or haven't turned on their program tradings, whatever it is. We are done for the day, ladies and gentlemen. It was great to have you on. Prad and I will be on tomorrow at exactly the same time, but it is time to send you over to the Big Kahunas. But first, we're going to send you up to the big desk with Brendo.
Hey guys, yeah, welcome in. 2 o'clock, couple hours left on a pretty exciting Monday afternoon here. We are still dealing with a few Fed comments coming through. Fed's Daily started speaking about an hour ago. Looks like we're still getting a few individual comments. He's talking, or she, I should say, Mary Daly is talking about digital currencies right now. So we'll keep an eye on how that affects the overall market. Wild day for energy specifically. We'll touch on some of the oil stocks.